Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Possess One for All earlier. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In this world, 80% of the world had Quirk's superpowers that could range from the ability to read in the dark to being able to withstand the weight of a building collapsing on them. However, 20% of the world didn't have these kinds of powers. They are normal and don't have any quirks to call their own. Those spare few were termed Quirkless. Not only do most people have powers, but there are also creatures called Pokémon living amongst everyone. Some people with quirks aim to become heroes, Pokémon trainers, or a combination of both heroes that use the help of Pokémon and quirks to bring down evil and save civilians. In this world, Izuku dreamed of becoming one of those mixes, to become a hero and a Pokémon trainer that will help everyone. But like those other 20%, he was quirkless. And he didn't have a single Pokémon yet. This brings us to the beginning of our story. Useless Deku. Where are you? Get back here! Kaken shouted, Cyndaquil right behind him, while they both walked through the forest. Izuku hid from him behind a bush that helpfully looked like his hair, so that was a plus. Some tears were shed down his cheeks as Kaken's footsteps grew farther and farther away. He sniffed as he peered over the bush, no sight of Kaken in the immediate vicinity. Izuku sighed in relief as he closed his eyes and sank to the ground. Ever since he got diagnosed as Quirkless a few weeks ago, everything has changed with Kaken's friendship. The blonde boy started attacking him with Cyndaquil's moves and his explosions. Izuku ended up finding places to hide around the school and around the park just for cases like these where Kaken would hunt him down for no reason at all. Izuku slowly opened his eyes only to be greeted with bright blue ones. Shocked, he let out a loud gasp upon seeing the mythical Pokémon. Mew smiled before flying around his head and twirling in the air. Izuku stood up, watching as Mew flew past him, heading deeper into the forest. Hey wait! Izuku called out to the psychic pink Pokémon when it flew out of sight. Izuku chased after it, pushing through the bushes, running around groups of trees, and scrambling through vines. His process is halted when he tripped over a branch, falling to the ground and losing sight of Mew's tail. A growling call of Deku close by has Izuku bolting up from the ground and sneaking in the opposite direction. After some time, he breaks through a thick patch of vines and stumbles into a clearing, a derelict shrine practically shining in the middle like a beacon. Izuku is pulled from his observations by the sounds of Kaken's explosions, coming near. Making a split-second decision, Izuku leaped up the stairs of the shrine and hid behind a stone statue of Arceus. Q. At the soft voice, Izuku turned to see a strange-looking Pikachu with a tilted head. He looked closer to see that it was a ragged cloth with a depiction of the popular Pokémon on it. He stared at the Mimikyu peering around the corner of the statue. The two held a long staring contest, almost like one does with a wild cat. The only sounds around them were the approaching explosions and the steady water dripping from inside the shrine. Mimikyu looked at him as he looked back at them. Hi. My name is Izuku. Do you? A shout that sounded much closer than before came from right behind them. Mimikyu looked at Izuku's trembling frame and the angry shout source before nodding. Mimikyu chirped, Mimi, before tugging Izuku's shirt bottom with its shadow hand and pointing toward the abandoned shrine's entrance. Are you sure? Izuku asked. Mimikyu nodded, their cloth bobbing with their movement, before leading the way into the darkness beyond the entranceway. I'll follow you. Izuku trailed after Mimikyu as they went inside the old shrine. He followed the disguised Pokémon down a hallway and into the farthest room on the right, the door opening to show a room that was stacked with old furniture and boxes of all shapes and sizes on top of each other. The pile reeked of mildew, dust, and water caused by the water dripping from the ceiling onto the tall pile. The two sat in silence as they heard Kaken come inside the abandoned shrine. Izuku curled up tight into a ball, listening to the angry footsteps before they paused and confused, angry shouts took their place. Curiously, he peeked out the door to find a hilarious sight. Kaken was hanging upside down in the air while his Cyndaquil was jumping around on the ground trying to get the blonde boy down. Kakin was shouting to whatever or whoever had a grip on his leg to let go of him. Cyndaquil was panicking as Kakin was brought higher into the air before he was tossed, only to land in another invisible figure's grip. The game of catch seemed to go on forever while Izuku watched on, trying to keep his giggles silent. Soon after, the explosive boy was finally dropped to the ground, where he scrambled up, scooped up his Pokémon and ran out the shrine while screaming out that he wanted a rematch. Izuku brightened up as his bully ran out the door. He finally laughed without reservation, wiping away a happy tear from his eye as he turned to look down at Mimikyu. I could have been hurt without your help. Thanks for saving me. You are my hero. Izuku said with good grace to the now blushing Mimikyu, who tried to cover the redness coming through its disguise with their shadow hands. Once calmed down, Mimikyu introduced Izuku to the ones who caused the mischief, pointing to the Shuppet, Ghastly, Phantump, and Litwick each as they came closer. Izuku said hello and thanked them for their help. Litwick invited Izuku to play with them with a gesture of their arm. Izuku smiled and played with the ghost Pokémon until sunset. Well, it's getting late, but I promise to come back to play with you guys. Izuku said goodbye and headed home. It took him a little longer with the sudden change of route. He never had to walk back to his house from the forest from a spot he has never been before. He made his way through the trees for what felt like forever, and eventually he ended up at his front door. Inko opened the door with tears pouring down her face. Oh, Izuku! I thought something terrible happened. I was about to call in some help to find you. Are you okay? Izuku said while rubbing the back of his neck in a nervous gesture. Sorry, Mom. I was playing with my Pokémon friends. Inko pulled him into a bear hug and just held him for a few moments. She eventually calmed down and smiled softly at her. Son, seeing his flushed face. She was so happy he found some Pokémon friends, but he better not scare her like this again. Well, next time make sure to not worry me by not staying out this late, okay? Okay. Izuku said, smiling at the thought that he gets to see his new friends tomorrow. Izuku did indeed visit his new friends the next day. And the following day. And the day after that. It became a regular routine for him to visit the abandoned shrine to see his friends. He even gave them nicknames. Mimikyu had the privilege of first having the first nickname given, Q, while the rest were named Shiro for Shuppet, Nyx for Ghastly, Willow for Phantump, and Amethyst for Litwick. Izuku's life started to follow a pattern. Go to school until the end of the day, avoid Kakin and his cronies, and trek his way through the forest to get back to the shrine where he played with his Pokémon friends. With such an obvious routine, however, Kakin was quick to pick up on it and the blonde followed the nerd one day a few weeks later, after having come to a conclusion that Deku had set him up. Hey D, get your worthless but back here. Kakin yelled as he ran up to Deku before pushing him over onto the ground. Deku gasped in pain and shock. Think about this the next time you ignore me, you useless D. Kakin continued, before he pulled back his hand to let out a quirk-powered punch. Deku braced for the impact, closing his eyes and placing his arms over his face. But the impact never came. He peered between his arms to see Mimikyu attacking Kakin with Astonish and Shadow Sneak. The others from the shrine stayed behind in case Q needed help. Kakin got up from the double attack to bring out Cyndaquil, but he saw the group of ghost Pokémon ready to tag into the fight. He only had one Pokémon, and he didn't want to waste their health onto these creepy ghosts. Scoffing, the blonde boy put the Pokeball back into his pocket and headed in the direction of his house, leaving behind a parting remark of, "This doesn't change the fact that you can't become a hero. Or Pokémon trainer, for that matter." After Kakin left, Izuku apologized to his ghost friends about the commotion and trouble he had caused. He stayed to play for a while before heading home early. The ghost Pokémon were worried about him, but the most worried was Q. So Q followed Izuku home, dodging people on the streets. Q arrived at Izuku's apartment just as the boy shut the door behind him. When Izuku was in his room, he heard a small knock on his window. He looked at the window to see a ragged Pikachu waving at him. Wait, that isn't a Pikachu. Q? Izuku opened the window to let the Pokémon inside. Q? What are you doing here? Mimikyu jumped onto his desk after he opened the window. Izuku closed the window behind them softly, trying not to wake up his mother. Q. Q. Mimikyu said as he moved toward Izuku, gesturing to the boy's face. Izuku covered the spot where the newly applied bandage was with his hand. Don't worry, I'm okay now, Izuku said, only to receive a breath of relief from the Pokémon. Then the Pokémon seemed to remember something as its eyes started to search the room. Q? Q? Mimikyu said as they finally found what they were searching for. A Pokeball. What? Izuku crouched down to kneel at his friend's height and asked softly as Mimikyu placed the Pokeball in his hands. Do you not want to become my Pokémon? Q. Mimikyu nodded happily in agreement. Izuku cried real tears as Q pressed their head against the button, causing the Pokeball to open and capture them inside. He waited as the Pokeball moved for a few seconds until it stopped with a little sound. That he had a Pokémon. His first Pokémon. Izuku cried out in joy as he released Mimikyu from the Pokeball and enveloped the Pokémon in a hug, overflowing with happiness. Inko rushed in at the loud cry from her son, wanting to make sure her son was alright, only to see him cuddling a Mimikyu to his chest. I have a Pokémon. Izuku hooped as he hugged his friend. Q looked so happy. My first friend is also my first Pokémon. Izuku thought. Izuku wasn't expecting the reaction he got from his elementary class when he walked in with his new Pokémon, Q. Kaken recognized the Pokémon from yesterday and gave Izuku a nasty glare when he walked in with Q on his shoulder. The rest of the class had shocked expressions because they could not believe that someone Quirkless got a Pokémon. Mimikyu was staring the class down, daring them to make a sound against their new friend. Sorry. Q didn't want to go into their Pokeball today, Izuku said nervously with a smile as he avoided the gaze of the teacher who was looking at him. Mimikyu responded with a chirp of, me. The teacher turned back around and continued on with the lesson while the children weren't paying attention at all. Mimikyu changed positions quite a bit throughout the time he was there. Maybe it was because he wasn't used to being in one spot for too long because he was a wild Pokémon for so long. At the beginning, he stayed on Izuku's shoulder and looked at the notes he was taking. Next, he was sitting on his lap and pretending to take notes of his own on a piece of paper that Izuku gave them. During lunchtime until the next class, Mimikyu took a nap on the top of Izuku's school bag after eating all the berries and snacks Izuku had packed for him. By the end of the day, everyone went back to normal as they could be, now knowing that Izuku had a Pokémon, but at least he doesn't have more than them. Yeah, they all had at least two, he had only one. Izuku hummed as he watched everyone going home, even Kaken, which was surprising since the blonde boy would usually take this time to nag at Izuku to never become what Izuku wanted to be. Izuku decided, since the day was turning out to be a good one, he should train Mimikyu at the shrine. You ready to train, Q? Izuku asked, receiving a short nod of approval. He looked into Q's eyes to see a look of determination. Okay, off we go. Izuku walked back to the abandoned shrine that the rest of his ghost Pokémon friends were at and trained Mimikyu as the ghost gang either watched on or helped. Izuku took down notes after each practice battle, categorizing which moves to use on fellow ghost types that would prove more effective. Each practice battle was a bit different because of which Pokémon battled against the other. Q used their speed against Phantump, but couldn't fool Litwick. The sounds of Mimikyu crying out as they launched at their opponent dissolved into laughter. After an hour, he called the training to a stop and instead played with the ghost types with Q before heading home. He made a note last time that he would pass the beach when he took the long way, and soon enough Izuku and Q passed Dagoba Beach as the sun was setting. Bright orange and pink lighting illuminated the clean beach. Izuku smiled at the sight while Q's eyes widened. Q's eyes traveled along the beach until they started to make a loud call of, Q! Q! At Mimikyu's worried cries, Izuku looked to where their shadow hand was pointing. Izuku gasped at the horrid scene of Kaken and his two lackeys kicking around a poor Magikarp. The poor Magikarp was bruised as they desperately flopped against the sand, trying to get away from the kicks from Kaken's lackeys. Kaken stood back from the two, only pushing away the Magikarp when it got too close to him. Izuku ran up to them, holding Mimikyu back from trying to attack them while upset. A tall, stocky blonde who was jogging by in a tracksuit stopped at the sounds of the commotion to see what was going on. Hey, stop it. You are hurting them. Leave Magikarp alone. Izuku shouted as he ran straight to Kakin, flinging his backpack on the ground and protecting the hurt Magikarp with his body. Kakin sneered before tasking Cyndaquil to use Ember, aiming at Izuku's back. Mimikyu blocked Izuku from the attack with its disguise. Once Ember hit, Mimikyu's headcloth flopped to the side. Kakin scoffed at Deku's Pokémon before looking back at the worthless Pokémon's owner with the equally useless Magikarp. Scoffing once more, Kakin spun on his heel and stomped off the beach, his two groupies jogging after him. The tall blonde hid from sight as he watched the group of bullies head his way. Kakin looked over his shoulder and mockingly called out, "A useless Pokémon for a useless Deku. What a match made in heaven. See you later, Deku." Kakin and his groupies walked away, leaving Izuku alone with the hurt Magikarp. The tall blonde peeked from his hiding spot to watch the little hero in the making and how he would approach the situation. Izuku rose from his protective position over the Magikarp and gasped at the bruises and scrapes on their body. "Don't worry, I'm here now. I can help you," Izuku said before desperately looking around for something to carry the Magikarp home in. His eyes widened at the sight of a blue bucket which had a slightly broken rim and marker drawn all over it near them. He scrambled to the pail, scooped water inside, then ran back to the hurt Magikarp. "I'm going to take care of you. My mom knows how to heal Pokémon. She works at the Pokémon Center under Nurse Joy. Would you like to come home with me?" Izuku asked nicely to Magikarp, who was tearing up at the kind gesture. Magikarp flopped around to give Izuku the best nod it could manage. Izuku smiled before he and Mimikyu placed Magikarp in the bucket. He picked the pail up after placing his thrown school bag back onto his back. However, after a few steps, Izuku noticed that with the combined weight he was walking very slowly. The tall, mystery blonde decided to help out the young boy after seeing what went down, approaching the edge of the beach in his other, all-might form. The struggling boy only noticed the blonde man after bumping into him since all his focus was on Magikarp. When he looked up and realized who it was, he stumbled backwards from shock. "All Might!" Izuku yelped. Mimikyu got spooked by the yell, having been watching the Magikarp in the bucket instead of their surroundings, but upon seeing a stranger close to his friend, jumped down from Izuku's shoulder to stand protectively in front of him. "Hello. I am here," All Might said enthusiastically, before quieting his voice down. "I see you helped a Magikarp. Would you like me to hold it while I escort you home?" "It seems a bit heavy," All Might offered, extending a hand toward the green-haired child. Said child hesitated because he didn't want Magikarp to get hurt, but All Might wouldn't hurt him because he's a hero. He handed over the bucket to All Might. The number 1 hero walked Izuku home, following the boy's directions and steadfastly ignoring the suspicious looks Mimikyu was pointing his way. "Wait, I don't know your name, young hero," All Might said as he walked up the stairs of the boy's apartment building. "Oh, my name is Midoriya Izuku," Izuku said, blushing at being called a hero by his favorite pro. Thank goodness that he guided All Might through the unused backway so that no civilians would see All Might. Soon, they both arrived at the door, and Inko answered the door expecting to see her child. She didn't expect to see the number 1 pro hero carrying a bucket with a Magikarp inside while her own son was looking happy as ever next to him. "What? All Might?" Inko asked in bewilderment. Inko's Delpox peeked around the doorstep to find out what caused her to freak out, eyes widened at the scene before her. "Fox." All Might smiled sheepishly as Izuku giggled. "All Might help me carry Magikarp here." Izuku's eyes widened. "Mom, Magikarp is hurt. We got to help them." Inko's mom refocused on the Magikarp, carefully taking the bucket from All Might's hands before inviting them both inside. The rest of Inko's Pokémon Wobbuffet, Delphox, Beware, Florges, Marowak and Blastoise were all scattered about the living room, lounged on the 2 sofas and recliner with Moo Moo milk and snacks scattered on the remaining tables. All of them looked relieved to see Izuku unhurt, but the looks turned worried at the new Magikarp. Inko hurried the Magikarp into the next room, closing the door before anyone could follow to allow them privacy to fix his injuries. While they waited, Izuku sat with All Might in the dining room while the other Pokémon settled back into their previous spots, all of them worrying about the Magikarp. Inko eventually came out with a healthier-looking Magikarp with a few bandages wrapped around their fins. Izuku was so happy he started to cry happy tears at the sight of the Pokémon looking okay. He took the bucket from his mom and sat down on the ground next to it. All Might said, "Well, they look much better." Inko smiled. Yes, he is okay now. He just needed a potion for the bruises and bandages for the scrapes. He will be better before we know it, though it will be safer for him to stay here for a few days before returning him to the ocean. Magikarp shook his ear before cuddling the bestie. Put to the side of the bucket closest to Izuku. All Might chuckled. It seems like he wants to stay with young Izuku. Inko smiled at his statement, watching how happy Izuku was looking at the Magikarp. Okay, did you hear that, Izuku? Magikarp wants to stay with you, Inko said to her son. Izuku smiled and said, Let's call you Koi. Koi happily nodded at his new nickname. Koi, do you want to become my Pokémon friend? Magikarp had tears in his eyes at being accepted while he nodded once more, this time more enthusiastic. Izuku smiled, laughing as Mimikyu celebrated their new friend. Inko's Pokémon smiled at the adorable scene. They were tired of Izuku coming home looking so alone. And now with these new additions, Izuku could live a more happy life filled with the fun and laughter of his new Pokémon friends. All Might and Inko also smiled down at the young boy. They had a feeling that this wasn't his last time coming home with a Pokémon. Izuku was so excited. He was about to go visit his mother's friend Kiku, who ran an abandoned Pokémon shelter, housing Pokémon that got left behind by their trainers. Their whole goal is to let the Pokémon know that they can be safe and happy without their original trainers. They are allowed to meet people from the outside when they are fully healed from their experience of trauma that they suffered. Once they form a true bond with another person, they are allowed to leave. Of course, the person has to file paperwork to allow them to take the certain Pokémon out. The reason being that if they abandon them again, they will suffer the consequences. He couldn't wait to meet the Pokémon there. Maybe he will make more friends. Q and Koi were excited too. They have been buzzing all morning with excitement to meet new Pokémon friends. Q had jumped on his bed to wake him up and Koi splashed him when he opened his eyes this morning. Koi swam around in a large clear container that they filled with water the night before so he could sleep by Izuku's bed. They knew what today was, and they were excited for what it could turn out to be. They all traveled outside the apartment, bid their farewells over their shoulders, and continued on their small quest. Izuku and his Pokémon followed after his mother to the train station and waited patiently until their train came. On the train, the three of them sat beside his mother, who was carrying her 6 Pokémon in their Pokeballs inside her purse. It had been too long since they had seen her friend Kiku. She was looking forward to seeing them again. She brought snacks for their Pokémon for the trip, and in another bag she carried toys for the Pokémon there that needed some. Before too long, the train came to a stop and they scuttled out onto the platform and into the street. Izuku had Q on his shoulders and was dragging Koi behind him in a portable pond they made with his old baby stroller and a large fishbowl. Izuku skipped after his mom as she walked down the street, eyes taking in all the buildings that spanned both sides of the sidewalk. Buildings gave way to trees and Pokémon trainers' pathways, but the two ignored the latter in favor of walking until they found the driveway they were looking for. The paved driveway winded through the trees until it stops in a roundabout which sits in front of a traditional Japanese house. More like a mansion. Izuku's mouth dropped at the sight of the 3-story building with cherry blossoms blooming in the garden behind the large fence. It was picturesque. He spotted a little window that was slightly open on top of the building, but he guessed that it was just a little breeze that knocked it open. There was a sign at the front that read, "Pokémon Shelter," in a pretty script. A woman with brown hair stood at the front in a white apron covering a red skirt and simple pink top. When her eyes found them, they lit up in joy. "Inko, it's been too long since I saw you," Kiku called out, rushing to meet the two halfway. Apparently too long. Inko looked the slight woman over. "It has. Time has really passed, but that's why I came to visit. I wanted to introduce you to Izuku, my son." "Hello, Izuku. I'm your mom's friend, Kiku. I run the Pokémon shelter here," Kiku explained as she leads the two inside her building. Izuku noticed how warm her brown eyes were when he was closer to her. This is a home for all Pokémon that have been treated badly, and it is welcome to all Pokémon, no matter the story. Here, these Pokémon can move on to a new chapter and heal, some even move on to find new trainers that they form a real bond with. When they walked into the two-story traditional building, it had a Western influence to the inside with a living room, a kitchen, and next to the kitchen was an open door leading to the backyard. Straight ahead of them were wooden stairs leading to the second floor of the house. Izuku took the scene in with wide eyes as Kiku explained more about the shelter and how it came to be. There were so many Pokémon. There was a Gothita playing catch with a Smoochum near the kitchen area. A Silcoon and a Cascoon hanging around the living area on one of the soft chairs. Several unknown were following a Yamask through all the rooms playing tag. Looking out the window, he saw a Surskit, Lovedisk and Corsola hanging out in the pond, splashing each other. A Snorant and Typhlosion looked to be out of the water, playing a game of hide and seek. A Buniri looked to be dancing with a Steenie by the forest line. He was smiling at all of the Pokémon as Inko and Kiku chatted. He looked around in excitement with Q and Koi until his eyes caught something that was peeking out from the top of the stairway. Riolu? A Riolu was standing at the top of the stairs with their arms crossed and brow furrowed as they looked at the newcomers. Riolu is a small, blue Pokémon with black torso and legs. They have a blue tail and a collar of yellow around their neck that stands out from the black and blue. Riolu had rounded white bumps on the back of their paws. They also had a mask of black fur around their red eyes like a mask. Upon seeing that they had caught the boys' attention, they huffed and turned away, disappearing around the corner. Riolu has been here the longest. I was on my way back to the shelter with groceries when I noticed him and that they were abandoned by their trainer, Kiku said while leading them out the front door to talk more privately about the Pokémon's backstory. She didn't want to trigger or make the others sad. On my way back, I saw a trainer run out of a trainer's trail with Riolu bounding right behind them in tears. The trainer looked back at him and said some of the meanest things, like they could have won if not for him, that he was weak, and how he should have never chosen him to begin with. Riolu was bawling and insisting for him to slow down and come back. I thought they would come back, would take mercy on the poor thing, but they didn't. They left Riolu behind, so I did what I knew to do. I offered him a spot inside. He agreed, but his attitude changed. He acts really nice to me and the other Pokémon that come in, but when a trainer comes in, he grows irritated and leaves for his room in the attic. If you noticed the little window before you walked in, that's where he keeps his lookout. Izuku frowned at the story. He thought, that's so sad. Why would a trainer abandon their Pokémon? Riolu must be so mad at the other trainers because they remind him of his original. I'm going to be his friend. I'm going to try to be his friend. Izuku guaranteed. Kiku smiled at him. From what your mother has told me over the phone, I have no doubt you'll be able to form a true friendship bond with Riolu, Kiku said as his mother gave him a gentle look. I hope you can bring Riolu out of his hate shell. Izuku nodded. He couldn't wait. During lunch, Inko prepared lunch for all the Pokémon. She brought out her Pokémon to help while the others came in to chow down at the long dining table. The only one missing was Rio. Hey Izuku, can you give this little Pokémon bento to Riolu upstairs? First door on your left, Kiku asked, since he had finished his lunch earlier to help with the rest of the Pokémon. Koi and Q were happily munching down next to each other with Beware right next to them. Izuku nodded and headed upstairs with the bento in his arms. Izuku opened the door that led to the attic slowly, so he wouldn't make any noise. Hey, Riolu? Just wanted to say hello. I brought you lunch, Izuku explained as he walked up to the attic. Riolu was sitting with his back turned to him, facing the outside world. I'm just going to Izuku walked a little closer to place the lunch down next to him. My mom made it with love, here you go. Riolu made a scoffing sound as Izuku came too close, causing him to straighten up, since the last thing he wanted to do was make Riolu uncomfortable. Okay, I'm just going to go back downstairs. You can come down whenever you would like. Okay, bye-bye, Izuku said as he made his way out the room again. Riolu glanced back over his shoulder when the boy disappeared down the stairs. He reached out for the bento and started eating. It was tasty, he will give it that much. But he wasn't in the mood to be bribed to be another Pokémon to a trainer, just to be abandoned again. After he was done, he heard laughter coming from downstairs. Riolu exited the attic and headed to the second floor landing once again. They didn't want to be seen by that annoying brat, so he peeked through a decent-sized hole in the floorboards to look down into the open space of the first floor. Thank God he found this hole in the second floor. Riolu peeked through to see the young boy surrounded by the unknown while Yamask danced in front of him. His mothers and his Pokémon were watching on as the boy smiled. Riolu's hardened exterior dropped a little when he saw how Izuku treated the others. Many who traveled here to pick a Pokémon just ignored the ones they didn't want and focused on the one that they wanted, not giving the others any chances to prove themselves. Miss Kiku always escorted them out when she saw their attitude and behavior to the other Pokémon. He had always respected Miss Kiku for doing that as it saves him the trouble of scaring them off himself. But this child let his Pokémon be free to play with the others. This boy made sure that he paid attention to every single Pokémon in the shelter. As Izuku went outside to play a game of hide and seek, Riolu tried to collect his racing thoughts. He might be different, but that is a big might. Right now, he needs to prove that he isn't and won't become anything like the others. Riolu watched his fellow shifter friends have fun with the child. He blushed when he thought about it ever happening to him, and distantly wondered if he would be that happy. He shook his head. No time for that. This boy needs to prove himself before he ever thinks about spending time with him. And so Izuku's week went like this. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, after he arrived home from school, Izuku would stop by the shrine and train with Koi and Q. And on the remaining weekdays, he would go to the shelter with his mom and help out Miss Kiku. Sunday was his fun day. Each time Izuku went to the shelter, he would make sure he played with every single Pokémon there. And he still tried to make Riolu his friend by any means possible. He brought him his dinner every time, but was still met with silence. Izuku could have sworn that he saw a blush on his cheeks when he stepped too close. Izuku brought Riolu pokeberries that he picked in the forest, only to be met with a scoff. He invited him to play tag outside, but Riolu wouldn't even move. Izuku tried again and again to make small talk, but all he ever seemed to do was make Riolu annoyed with his presence. He really thought he was making it worse every time he went to see him, but that didn't deter him from trying to include Riolu in the fun activities. Ryu himself was feeling conflicted. At first, they thought the child was bribing him, but with every decline the child just continued coming back. No matter how many times he refused or ignored him. He was beginning to warm up to the boy despite his body language saying otherwise. They actually looked forward to when the green-haired boy would come back again to talk endlessly about how much fun he was having. Riolu even let a worried expression slip when he saw Izuku with burn marks on his clothes, though he covered it up before the child could see. But still, Riolu felt protective of the boy ever since then. He noticed how sometimes Izuku would come into the shelter sad, only to brighten up when he played games with the others. Riolu witnessed how Izuku almost tripped while coming up to the attic, and glanced back to see the limp that Izuku was walking with. Riolu tried to stop himself from caring, yet the smile on the face of the child almost reassured him that he was different from his original owner. His face reddened at the thought. You know, when he comes today, I might actually play with him this time if he asks politely, Riolu thought as he watched from his little window. Izuku and Inko came on time, as usual. They started to make dinner before Kiku realized something. Oh goodness, we ran out of milk. I'll go to the store and get some, Kiku said before Izuku stepped in front of her. I can get it. Izuku responded. I'm a growing boy. Inko and Kiku smiled and laughed slightly at the boy's determined little face. After a little bit of thinking they agreed, since it was only a little down the street. Izuku took the money and made sure to leave Koi and Q behind since he didn't want to disturb their nap near the couch. Riolu watched as Izuku walked out the shelter to get the milk, eyes following the boy's progress through the trees until the foliage got too thick. It wasn't long at all before Izuku had the milk in his arms and was heading back to the shelter. But when he was passing the forest trail, he heard a growl. Scratch that, many growls. He looked to the bush to find many eyes staring at him. Izuku yelled out as he stumbled backward into a young trainer that just exited the trail. Hey! Watch it! the trainer said before taking a good look at the boy with 2 Pokémon ball on his hip. You'll pay for this. Let's battle. Now. Izuku shook his head. I'm sorry for backing into you. I was just scared from whatever was behind that bush. I don't have my Pokémon with me, so I can't battle you. The trainer retorted, that doesn't make a difference with me. You are weak, I can beat you no problem. Magnemite, go. Magnemite appeared in front of the child with rage in their eyes that reminded him of Kakin and how he treated him at school. Riolu was looking out the window, waiting for Izuku to come back to the shelter. It has been about 10 minutes already, and the boy should be back by now. He furrowed his brow before jumping out of the window onto the roof above the porch. He jumped down to the ground and ran to the road to see if he could see the boy, but what he saw caused his eyes to widen. Riolu's eyes narrowed to focus on his target. He charged head-on. Izuku put the milk behind him as the trainer got ready to order Magnemite to attack him. Before Magnemite could lay one move on him, the pair were hit with a quick attack. Izuku's eyes widened, seeing Riolu standing in front of him protectively. The trainer grew more upset at the sight of the Pokémon, while Magnemite grew more hungry for the battle. Riolu nodded to Izuku over his shoulder before hitting Magnemite with Force Palm and counter. Riolu pushed him away with the force of the fighting moves. Magnemite was too slow to dodge the sudden moves, and they fainted. The trainer picked up his Pokémon and ran off with their metaphorical tail between their legs. Riolu smiled at the feeling he missed for so long before stiffening up to turn to Izuku to see him smiling and thanking him for saving him from the trainer. When he saw that grateful smile, he knew it. Izuku had passed his test. Riolu smiled back before heading back together to the shelter. Once they arrived, Izuku explained what happened to his worried mother, the Pokémon gathered, and Miss Kiku. After the small talk, the rest of the Pokémon went back to playing, and Riolu joined the others for a game or two outside. Miss Kiku watched the smile that she missed on Riolu's face when he played for the first time in forever with Izuku. She was glad that he had finally found someone. It took some time, of course, before Riolu wanted to become his Pokémon. He was just starting to heal from his abandonment issues when they became friends. But, over time, Riolu came to genuinely trust that Izuku would never do that to him. He came to know Izuku as he truly was. Therefore, sometime after the incident that brought them together, Riolu had told Miss Kiku what he wanted to do. His reasoning was that Izuku didn't stop visiting the shelter, and that meant that Riolu wouldn't have to say goodbye to his friends. Along with the fact that Izuku was a good person and trainer, Riolu had made up his mind. Izuku had come over again, and Miss Kiku told him that Riolu would like to be his Pokémon if he would let him. Izuku smiled and nodded enthusiastically, fast enough that the gathered Pokémon feared that he may get whiplash. After grabbing a new Pokeball, Izuku headed to where Riolu was in the attic. This time Riolu was facing him when he came in. Is it true? You want to be my Pokémon? Riolu nodded at Izuku's words. Safe to say, that night ended in celebration. The Pokémon from the shelter were sad to see Riolu leave the house, but were just as happy to see him better and with someone he cares for. Riolu wouldn't have it any other way, and neither would Izuku. Riolu didn't think it could get any better, but it did when Izuku decided to nickname him. Not even his original owner did that. Izuku named him Anubis and he couldn't be happier at the name. Riolu was excited for the days to come with Izuku, along with his close new friends Koi and Q. He couldn't wait for the adventures they were going to have together. Okay kids, today we are going to visit a Pokémon professor. These are the people who research Pokémon and distribute Pokédexes to trainers. They are the ones you will come to in the future or have already visited to receive your first Pokémon, the teacher explained while the elementary students listened from their places on the bus. Izuku sat at the back looking out the window, face turned to watch out the window, but still listening to the teacher talk. Q was taking a nap on his shoulder while Koi and Anubis were resting in their Pokeballs in Izuku's pocket. Bakugo had his Cyndaquil sitting next to him while he glared straight ahead at the incoming facility. New Pokémon mean I can become stronger more easily and defeat the extras in my way, he thought as Cyndaquil nudged at his fingers for attention. He scoffed before scratching their head. The class arrived at their destination to be welcomed by a professor at the front entrance. The building towered over them, bright white interspersed with modern windows and a glass dome as the roof. Hello everyone. Welcome to my research site where I learn more about Pokémon each day. My name is Toma. I'll be the professor that will guide you on today's trip. The kids cheered and clapped for the chance to see more Pokémon. But it might just be because they want to add to their team, Toma thought as he watched one blonde in particular look very threatening while looking at the Pokémon inside. When it is time to leave, one Pokémon may join you on your future journey outside, but they must accept you and want to come with you. If they express denial, you will not be allowed to come back to this facility when you begin your journey. The kids went silent and nodded at his statement while Izuku looked at him with admiration. Izuku's look threw Toma off for a moment. Most children were disappointed when they realized they may not be getting a Pokémon at the end. Why did he react differently? Does he really understand the responsibility of taking care of a Pokémon and respecting them? Or is he a kiss-up that wants to get on my good side? He thought before he opened the front doors. The kids awed at the breathtaking sight when they walked in behind the professor. The beautiful scene of nature recreated in the research site was so amazing. Most of the building was taken up by a large, glass cylinder that they could see right into. Walled-off rooms took up the rest of the area with the hallway between. Inside the ginormous cylinder, there were several sections where real-life nature was recreated to fit all the diverse Pokémon and their needs. The grass-type Pokémon had their own little forest with vines hanging down from the tree branches and berry bushes sprinkled about. Flowers bloomed in fantastic colors that were beautiful to look at. A Bulbasaur was rolling around in the grass with an Oddish, both play-fighting while several other Pokémon cheered them on. Within the trees, flits of Cottony, Pidgeots, and Tranquils could be seen both resting and flying around in graceful arcs. Even through the glass, the class could hear the chatter of even more Pokémon that were hidden behind the shrubbery. Intertwined with the forest were streams that came out and joined into a sizable lake, one side of which was decorated with lily pads. Along another edge was the beginning of the ice biome, and on the opposite edge, pressed up against one of the walls, was a grandiose rocky mountain where a separate pond rested at the top, and a waterfall fell off to connect the two bodies of water. The students watched as a Squirtle cannonballed into the lake below, letting off quiet sounds as the beginning of a big wave showered over a resting seal and Poliwag. Under the ripples the cannonball caused, Goldeen and Chinchu's distinct looks could be seen. No doubt more water-type Pokémon resided around and under the blue depths. Grassy plains separated the water and forest area from the more rocky, fire-type Pokémon area. Caves decorated the hills of rocks, where they could see glances of groups of Torchics, Charmanders, and Hounders. Wherever they looked, Pokémon of all kinds were resting, playing, and enjoyed the no doubt nice atmosphere. There were so many different biomes. Each of the different types of Pokémon Ghost, Dark, Dragon, Normal, Poison, Steel, and Fighting had their own homes as well. There was probably more, hidden behind the forest and the hilly area, but since they were only a class field trip they didn't have enough time to see them all. They were just focused on the place the professor specializes in, giving Pokémon to starter trainers. One day, Izuku hoped he could see the other places the site had to offer. It all seemed so interesting. Izuku smiled at the site with Q making odd noises at the view as well. Professor Toma guided the children through the research lab first, introducing them to the equipment and different harmless experiments he does each day. While he was talking about the many different Pokémon he'd studied, he looked back to see most of the class uninterested except the curly-haired one he noticed earlier. He vowed to himself to keep an eye on him while he continued. As anticipated, many of the children were disinterested in learning more about the logistics of Pokémon and just wanted to have one at the end. The last exhibit the class stopped at was an EV that the professor recently came into contact with during one of his expeditions. The window peered into an empty room with a bed, a desk, and a computer. The class didn't see anything, but Izuku could see a hunched form in between the bed and the wall. This is an EV that was rescued a few months ago from a terrible research facility that forced them under treatments. They have been in my care since, but they don't like strangers, so don't go too close to the glass, Toma explained as the class lost their interest quickly. Izuku viewed the hunched form a bit longer before continuing with the rest of the group. Unknown to anyone else, A brown eye peeked out from their position to look at the curly boy heading back toward their class. They couldn't help but feel curious upon seeing the first human since the professor to look at them with such kind eyes. They watched as they walked away before making a decision. Eevee escaped from the room by opening the door with their long, fluffy tail. Out of view of anyone, Eevee spied on the backs of the class, focusing on the fluffy green hair that bounced at the very back. Before long, the tour ended and the professor stood at the doors entering into the lunch area, a paved area near the edge of the plane's habitat that allowed the class to eat in the same area as the Pokémon they saw at the beginning. So, any questions before we go outside to eat lunch and take a closer look at the Pokémon in their habitats? Toma expected no one to raise their hand, but the boy from earlier, the curly-haired one with a Mimikyu on his shoulder, waved his outstretched hand. Toma pointed to the boy, feeling a bit guilty when the other children looked back to glare at him. Izuku started, are there really all different types of Pokémon professors? Toma nodded and smiled. Yes. Each professor studies different things about Pokémon. I study overall behavior and relationships that Pokémon can form with each other, while others may study their origins, their attacks and defenses, and their breeding patterns. The class looked bored as the professor answered the question. No doubt trying to get this tour over with early so they could get a chance at getting a new Pokémon to join their team. Toma thought before he looked at Izuku's happy expression. I would be happy to talk with him more afterwards. He probably has more questions. You can ask me any other questions you might have while we continue with our lunch outside. The class sighed and continued on with their loud whispering. Izuku smiled softly at his Mimikyu before following out the rest of the class, but noticeably at a distance. The children settled down in groups at the scattered picnic tables, leaving Izuku by himself. The professor allowed them to have their Pokémon out for the duration of lunch as long as they behaved. While the class focused on taking out their Pokémon, Bakugo watched with Cyndaquil as Izuku pulled out 2 Pokeballs. Bakugo's confusion turned into annoyance as Izuku called out a Riolu and Magikarp. He scoffed at the Pokémon. It doesn't matter, because I'm going to be the best pro hero with my strong quirk and Pokémon behind me. Anubis took his meal and sat down next to Izuku, while Q ate his food near his feet, and Koi snacked on his portion in one of the empty small ponds. Izuku ate his own lunch consisting of a small portion of katsudon, a juice pouch, and a snack of homemade cookies his mom made. He finished his food before the rest of the kids because he had no one other than his Pokémon to talk to. So he chatted to his Pokémon about what he learned on the tour since the other 2 were in their Pokeballs. Toma noticed Izuku sitting alone and went over to offer him something that he thought the other boy might enjoy. Izuku quieted down as the smiling professor approached him. Izuku said, "Hello." "Hello there. I didn't catch your name," Professor Toma said as he crouched down to his level. "My name is Midoriya Izuku," Izuku said politely as his Pokémon kept an eye on what the older man was planning. "Well then, Midoriya, would you have an interest in helping me feed the other Pokémon on the site? It takes me a while since I have no help," Toma asked the young child whose eyes widened in excitement. "Okay," Izuku answered, receiving expectant looks from his friends. "Can my friends help too?" He said friends instead of Pokémon. That is a good sign that he has a good heart, Toma thought to himself as he nodded at Izuku's question. Bakugo watched in confusion and envy as the professor led Izuku away into a small shack near the entrance of the area. His look then became furious as the 2 left the building with food sacks in their arms. What the hell is he doing now? Bakugo thought. Feeding the Pokémon is so much fun. Izuku thought as he placed food on the floor for a family of Torracats. They had black and reddish-orange markings all over their furry body. He noticed a Litten peeking at him from behind a rock, not daring to approach the bigger cats. He placed their own small food bowl in front of them, earning him a look of calm appreciation. "Okay, the other habitats don't get fed lunch until after you guys are gone, but there is one Pokémon that tends to have a big appetite," Toma said to the Izuku after approaching the boy once they finished with most of their food sacks. The professor had noticed that some of the usually more wary Pokémon were actually a bit accepting of having their food handled by someone new, and the man attributed it to the Riolu, Mimikyu, and Magikarp that have yet to leave the boy's side. Riolu helped with the smaller lifting, Mimikyu helped with the shy Pokémon, and Magikarp helped gain the attention of the water Pokémon swimming deep in the water. Toma guided Izuku to a sleeping Snorlax that was resting near the edge of the plains biome. This guy always wanders over here to sleep under the shadiest tree for his napping. It takes a while for him to eat the food given, Toma said after he set down the bigger bag of food near the sleeping Pokémon. When he wakes up, he will eat all of this and go back to sleep. Toma led Izuku and his friends back toward the other children, who were ready to get another Pokémon of their own. Toma sighed before saying to the children, "You may now go out into the habitats to view the Pokémon. I want to remind you that they may not want to become your Pokémon, so don't get upset. Feel free to roam, but please don't engage in any sort of misbehavior or there will be serious consequences," Toma said while the children ran off toward the strong Pokémon. Bakugo headed straight for the fire biome with his Cyndaquil, earning him a look of curiosity from a loner hound. The other children went off in different directions, leaving Izuku alone to make his own decision. He wasn't looking for any Pokémon, so he took his time to look at each Pokémon in their habitat. First, he visited the grass types where almost immediately a Pidgey mistook his head for a nest. Pidgey, a bird-looking Pokémon, was primarily brown with cream-colored feathers on their face, underside, and flight feathers. Their beaks were a grayish-pink color with gray claws. He laughed when Pidgey settled into his hair. Anubis stifled his own laugh while Koi stared at the interaction and Q ventured off toward the bushes. Izuku looked toward the bushes in time to see a shy Ralts hide from his gaze. Ralts looked very human-like with a white body. They had thin arms and legs that widened towards their feet. Most of their face was hidden by green hair that resembles a bowl cut with two flat, pinkish-red horns on their head. He smiled softly before introducing himself to both the Ralts and the Pidgey. He spent more time playing around with Pidgey, eventually leading the Ralts to trust him enough to come out and play too. The class's teacher carefully observed her students by slowly walking around the sites while Toma paid attention closely to each interaction the students had with the Pokémon. He frowned at some rough attitude before scolding them to not act like that. But his attention was stolen by Izuku each time he interacted with a new Pokémon. Not only was the professor's attention drawn to Izuku, but also Eevee's was as the child made his way to the water site where he helped his Magikarp into a pond to have some fun playing with another Magikarp. He greeted each Pokémon that was curious enough to come up to him. Eevee liked the way he didn't look mean, he looked so kind. She could tell from the way he behaved with his Pokémon, allowing them to roam free and play with others. He didn't look anything like the classmate with blonde hair who was currently spending time with a Hounder near the fire types. When Izuku ventured to the fire types biome, he made sure to stay toward the opposite end of where Bakugo was. The Litten from before came up to greet him, which was soon followed by a lonely Charmander. He made sure to have fun with them before time was called to head back to the entrance. He said goodbye before heading toward his class. "All right, class," the teacher said while looking at their students. Not all came back with a Pokémon, but they made sure to fawn over Bakugo's Hounder. The class awed at his new friend next to his Cyndaquil. "Let's all say goodbye before heading back to the bus." The class said farewell, but Izuku was stopped by Professor Toma. "Hey, I noticed how well you take care of your Pokémon. Are you interested in learning more about Pokémon?" Toma asked. "Yes. I love making new friends," Izuku said happily with Riolu, Magikarp, and Mimikyu all nodding furiously behind him, trying to communicate a message that they knew all too well. Toma smiled before asking, "Would you like to become my apprentice? You could help me here by taking care of the Pokémon." "I'm going to have to ask my mom. But I would love to." Toma chuckled at Izuku's answer before handing him his card with instructions to ask his mom later on today about his offer. The class was waiting by the bus when Izuku and the professor caught up to them. "Goodbye for now, Izuku," Toma said when Izuku headed quietly to the bus's steps. But before Izuku could take another step, a brown ball of fur ran straight into him. "Whoa!" Izuku exclaimed before falling over. The class of kids began to laugh before getting a look at what caused him to fall over. An Eevee! Sure enough, to the surprise of everyone, an Eevee proudly sat on top of the fallen Izuku's chest. Toma was quick to say, "Huh, It looks like Evie wants to go home with you, Izuku. But wasn't this the Evie that you said dash? The class's teacher began in protest. Evie seems to trust him more than me, and that is saying something from what exactly she has been through, Toma said with a strained smile. I think Evie will be taken care of correctly with Izuku than anyone else. Bakugo scoffed at the professor's words. Really? Izuku questioned, astonished. Ryoru rolled his eyes slightly at the reaction. Yes, Izuku. Now I hope I will be seeing you soon, Toma whispered to the small child as he helped him to his feet as the rest of the class started filing onto the school bus. He handed Izuku a pokeball for Evie. Bye for now. Bye-bye. Izuku said before remembering to call Koi and Anubis back into their own pokeballs before entering the bus. The children held their own envy at seeing the Quirkless kid not only have more Pokémon than them, but also being chosen by a Pokémon. Bakugo sneered at him as Izuku passed his seat on the way to the back of the bus, before looking out the window. Izuku took his seat with Q on his shoulder and EVV sitting right by him. He waved goodbye at the professor through the window as the bus pulled away and headed back to Aldra Elementary, happy thoughts running through his head. After school, he rushed back home, gave his mom the card from the professor, and watched as she walked off into another room to call him to talk about the offer. As the voice of his mom filtered muffled through the hall, Izuku put Evie on his bed and looked at her. I think I'll call you Sakura, Izuku said, earning a delighted sound from Evie. He smiled at her reaction, and he couldn't wait to get to know her better. Izuku turns 5 in a few days. He was beyond excited. His mom was gone later than usual, but her Pokémon made sure to take care of him when he arrived back from school. He would start his apprentice job soon after his birthday party, and he was so ready for it. Delphox and Florges were the ones to greet him at the door like normal when he finally arrived back home. The fox-like fire Pokémon gave him a hug while Florges, with her fairy tale-like elegance, helped him take off his school bag. After he was smothered by their affection, Beware gave a low, teasing growl and pulled the boy to sit between them and Wabuffet. They both wrapped their arms around the boy while Sakura and Anubis made themselves comfortable on his lap. Blastoise set Koi in the bathtub gently while Izuku was surrounded by the other Pokémon friends in the living room. The final Pokémon in the house were Marowak and Q, who were playing a game under the dining table. Everything was calm until the door banged open to reveal Inko with a Pokémon held to her chest, wrapped in his mother's coat. A shiny blue head with sunset-colored eyelashes peeked out of the warm coat to gaze at them with some sense of trepidation. I didn't have time to go back to the shelter. I found this girl all alone, but she was hurt so I had to bring her home. Inko rambled as she carefully made her way to her bedroom to set the injured Pokémon down on her bed. Izuku followed closely behind with Beware, Sakura, Anubis, and Q on his heels. As he got to the doorway, the jacket fell to the side to reveal an Amora with several small scrapes across its body. It lifted its head, looking with bleary eyes in the direction that Izuku was in, and mumbled out a sound. Izuku approached cautiously, the other Pokémon standing in the doorway watching on, as Inko reappeared from her closet. I can give them potions to heal faster, but Izuku, can you go and get some berries from the bushes outside? Bring your friends with you to protect you. Beware made a noise from behind him. Beware, please accompany Izuku so he doesn't get hurt. I'll watch over Amora until you get back. Izuku nodded and answered back, I'll be back soon, Mom. Leaving Koi behind, who was playing with Blastoise in the tub, Izuku and his 3 friends ventured towards the park to look for berries. Maybe he could stock up while he looked around, and thankfully no trouble arose while he was taking some berries from the bushes. He silently thanked the bush before heading back home with his friends in tow. It didn't take long for him to be back inside his house and give his mother the berries needed to help out the injured Amora. Izuku waited near the edge of the room as he watched his mother take care of Amora with everything she could, for who knows how long, before she finally slowed down and smiled at the resting Pokémon. She will feel better in a few days. She just needs to rest right now. I saw her run through a wire fence which gave her a lot of cuts, while escaping from a Pokémon that poisoned her. Within a few days, she'll be back to normal and will be able to go back home, Inko said softly as she petted Amora's head, causing the Pokémon to let out a rumbling purr-like sound in their chest. Izuku and the rest of the Pokémon in the apartment smiled in relief knowing that the new addition was largely alright and would get the care it needed. Now it was just recovery time. The next day Beware was left in charge, as one of the most gentle of the Pokémon friends in the Midoriya household. Beware watched over Amora so she did not cause any further injuries, and to help with any needs while the two humans were out of the house. When Izuku arrived back from school, he took over right away, making sure the new addition was alright and that she didn't need anything. Beware happily stepped back to allow the child to take care of Amora because she was aware of how caring the little boy was. But she still kept a close eye on them just in case Izuku needed help. Izuku told Amora all about his day at school and the ghost shrine after making sure she was alright. Amora relaxed as she listened to the child's stories, and was delighted that he told them with such enthusiasm. It made her day brighter. He spent the rest of the afternoon next to her with Anubis, Q, Sakura, and Koi in his little water wagon. Inko showed up a little later than Izuku, and when she did rush in, she checked on Amora's status to make sure she was feeling better. In about 3 days, Amarua should be ready to go back into the wild. The next day, it was the same routine of Beware watching over Amora, Izuku telling her stories, and Inko making sure she was okay. But while Izuku was telling her stories of how he met his friends, Inko planned Izuku's birthday party in the kitchen. She already called Mitsuki, though it turned out that she will be bringing Katsuki with her to work on Saturday to see her husband's fashion show, so they wouldn't be able to attend. That little brat needs to see the world Masaru lives in someday, but thanks for the invite. Tell Izuku happy birthday for me. Mitsuki replied on the phone. Oh great. Gotta go, the brat looks to be setting things on fire outside again. Talk to you later. Katsuki. Inko smiled sadly when she put down the phone. Who else could we invite to Izuku's party? She thought before she realized just who exactly would just love to see Izuku. Q was enlisted to invite the ghost Pokémon from the shrine, while Inko called up Kiku and the shelter Pokémon, the professor, and All Might. She wasn't expecting the pro hero to come, but she might as well try. She just wanted Izuku to be happy for his birthday in 2 days. Q decided not to go with Izuku to school that day, which was surprising since Q had always stayed by his side when there was even a chance he would be near Kaken. Though, maybe they just needed some alone time and didn't want to be cramped in the classroom all the time. So Izuku allowed Sakura and Anubis to go with him instead, with Sakura on his opposite shoulder and Anubis walking by his side. It was a strange day since Katsuki wasn't there because his mom excused him for the day. But hey, it was the start of the weekend, so he was feeling great. Inko said to come straight home, so he complied instead of stopping by the beach or the shrine. As he headed home with Anubis and Sakura, Izuku grew more excited with every step they made toward the house. Izuku knocked on the door, only to notice it was already unlocked. Confused, he opened the door to darkness that suddenly burst into light with all his friends coming out of nowhere. Anubis and Sakura jumped to pose in a ridiculous position with Q and Koi near the entrance, all with bright grins on their faces. Further back, Izuku could see the rest of the Midoriya household, Kiku and the rescue center's Pokémon, and the professor. The latter of which was watching the floating ghost Pokémon from the shrine do a cute dance in the air. Happy birthday, Izuku! They all cheered out. As Izuku made his way around to all the guests to bid them welcome and give them hugs, the boy couldn't have felt happier. All his friends were here to celebrate his birthday. Anubis was right there with him in greeting the shelter's Pokémon, giving hugs to all his friends. There were a few changes in the group which made Izuku both happy and sad. Later on, after the party was dying down into something more calm, Kiku would explain the reason Gothita was in a noticeably happier mood was because she had met a lovely trainer with a bird head that she was fond of. In the meantime, as Izuku made his rounds, presents piled up in his arms that he took great care of opening. From Kiku and her Pokémon, he got a cookbook on Pokémon snacks that he just couldn't wait to try out for his friends. The professor gave him a special guide that held all sorts of information on a lot of Pokémon. And his shrine friends gave him a beautiful traditional kimono they had found and restored. He wore the kimono for the remainder of the night, his face beaming whenever he caught his reflection in the window or mirror. As Izuku made his way around talking to the guests, Inko kept checking the door, even though she kind of knew what the answer would be. It wasn't until after the professor, the ghost quartet, and Kiku left with the rest of the Pokémon that her worries were assuaged. Just as she was about to wrap up the cake, a solemn knock echoed throughout the now quiet home. And when Inko opened the door, there stood All Might with a gift for Izuku in his hands. A wise Lucario stood behind him, bowing in respect. The man joined the bow in apology. "I'm sorry. Patrol ran a little too late into the night. But fear not. I brought a present for Izuku." All Might exclaimed, though he was trying to be more quiet since he was still in public and didn't want to disturb the neighbors. Inko was surprised but welcomed him in, nonetheless. Izuku looked up from his spot next to Amora to see All Might enter his house. His mouth dropped open, and once his surprise passed, he called out, "All Might." He rushed to greet the hero with Anubis jogging up right behind him. The hero visited often with his own Lucario partner, which made Anubis act more like Izuku. While Izuku looked up to All Might, Anubis looked up to the hero's strong friend that followed him into battle the most. Inko was glad he stopped by as she watched him closely interact with her son. He behaved like Izuku's father even though his actual one is overseas. Eventually, All Might got caught up with how Izuku was doing since the last time he saw him. "Wow. You have 4 Pokémon friends now?" All Might asked in astonishment. Izuku nodded with a bright smile. "And you are helping out an abandoned Pokémon shelter? And you are going to apprentice under a Pokémon professor to learn more?" "Yep," Izuku said. Lucario looked impressed. From his spot with Anubis, All Might laughed at the proudness Izuku displayed. "My boy, you are looking to be a great Pokémon trainer," he said, which received a bright, happy look on Izuku's face. After a moment, the happiness and light dropped, being replaced by unsurety. "Really?" "Yes, my boy," All Might declared with no hesitation. Izuku's friends cheered while Izuku beamed at All Might's words. Inko was so glad that she could make her boy happy. Hopefully, this will numb down the feeling of Amora possibly going away tomorrow. The day after Izuku's party was the day that Amora was ready to go back into the wild. Though Izuku knew that Amora would go back to the wild after she was healed, he couldn't help but cry after realizing that she would be leaving that day. Inko and Izuku led Amora to a park where Pokémon of all types hung out. Ice types in particular liked it since some cooler caves were nearby. Inko set her down on the ground before taking a few steps back. "I'm happy to have healed you from your injuries. I hope you have a nice life," Inko said gently as Amora looked excited at seeing the forest. But Amora was confused at the sad tone of voice from Inko, so she turned back around to watch Izuku trying to hold back another round of his tears. "I hope we see each other again, Amora." "I'll miss you," Izuku said sadly before following his mother's slow footsteps away. Amora looked at their fading backs, to the forest, and then back at them. She shook her head and charged into the back of Izuku, causing him to topple over. He rolled back around to see Amora happily smiling and dancing around him. "What does this mean?" Izuku asked quietly to his mom as Amora continued her dance. "I think it means she wants to stay with you, Izuku." "But, Amora, you want to be my friend?" Izuku asked, receiving a happy nod from the Pokémon. "Okay, then I'll call you Adora." Adora lets out happy noises at her new name before jumping around Inko and Izuku. Izuku giggled as he watched her circle them in joy. A new friend has joined the team. It was the first day of Izuku's apprentice job, and so far, he was doing alright if Toma's gentle expression was any indicator. One of the first jobs Toma had given him was to feed the Pokémon in the rooms, then go into the main room to feed the rest, which was where he was now. Izuku approached Ralts shyly. "Hello, I'm here to bring you your food. I hope you like it," he said happily as the Ralts peered around from behind a tree to look at him. Ralts' white cheeks flushed as they hid behind the tree again. They didn't come out to get their food until Izuku walked away. Izuku was super happy for his friends since they were allowed to play with the Pokémon at the shelter. They were able to come out of their Pokeballs and roam throughout the facility. Sakura bounced between all the habitats while Q started playing with a Pikachu. Anubis listened to Snivy while they talked on, gesturing wildly to themselves. Koi raced against other water types in the big pond while Adora danced near the edge of the water. Izuku placed the final food bowl for the small pack of Houndour at the fire Pokémon biome with some hesitation at how rough they were acting. After he backed away, he noticed a lone Houndour a bit away from the pack. They were lying down looking longingly at the bowl of food. Izuku stepped away from the other Houndours to greet the lone one with an extra bowl of food. The Houndour looked up at him with surprised, overjoyed eyes before digging into their food. Izuku giggled at how enthusiastic they ate. While the other Houndour roughhoused, the lone Houndour finished their meal by themselves under the gentle watch of Izuku. Izuku had faced Bakugo's Houndour before. They were meaner than a Cyndaquil with the way they fought, and they viewed life with a glare as menacing as its trainers. But this Houndour, she was different. She was kind of like him in a way, spending more time by herself than with others because they ignored her presence. Almost exactly like what his fellow classmates do to him. She wasn't mean or menacing, she was gentle and lonely. He knew what to do after she finished off the remaining food in the bowl. He smiled before sitting down in front of her. She tilted her head in confusion when he pulled out a red ball. "Wanna play fetch with me?" he asked. Houndour's eyes grew wide. Toma was sure that he made the right choice in his apprentice. His choice was backed up with the evidence of how gentle Izuku was with the other Pokémon while feeding them and playing with them. Toma was genuinely surprised when he saw the reclusive Houndour hunting down a red ball that Izuku had thrown. He smiled as Izuku laughed at Houndour antics. "I'm glad to know that she made a good friend in my young apprentice," he thought, placing a hand under his chin. "They will be great friends." Soon, it was Izuku's time to leave with his Pokémon. Before saying goodbye to him, Izuku said a little farewell to the Houndour he played with. "I'll be back tomorrow. Let's play together again." "Bye, Professor," Izuku yelled out with a wave as he made his way to his waiting mother. Toma smiled back. "Goodbye, young one. I'll see you again soon." It was already the second day, but Izuku was more prepared than the first. He knew what to expect, but when he went to grab the food bowls for everyone, Professor Toma stopped him. "A mother and her child will come here to pick a fire Pokémon starter. I want you to accompany me while I give them a tour of all the available fire Pokémon that are able to be adopted. Are you ready?" "Yeah," Izuku said loudly in excitement. Professor Toma and Izuku guided a young child who looked quite bored at the other Pokémon. The mother just looked very uptight. Toma answered all of the very repetitive questions that the mother barked out as the child played with their handheld game. After a little tour, Toma guided the two to the fire Pokémon habitat. He gave them advice on which ones were good starters and talked about the responsibility of caring for a Pokémon and how a bond will be formed. Izuku could see how some of the fire Pokémon began to notice the two strangers heading towards them. It was like they realized that one of them will be chosen to begin a journey for the small boy. A few of them stepped forward because they were eager for an adventure while others hid because they wanted to stay at the shelter longer. The large pack of Houndour stood by watching while the child walked around the fire habitat. He ignored the smaller Pokémon and headed towards the Houndour that Izuku played with yesterday. The Houndour jumped up from where it lay and wagged its tail, only for it to stop when the mother pulled her son back. "Heavens no! I will not have my child pick a dangerous Pokémon such as that. Houndour's burns last forever. I will not have my child being hurt by such an abomination. Why don't you choose something more safe, something that isn't a monster?" Izuku was angry at what the mother said about Houndours. The Houndour in question was one of the nicest Pokémon he had ever grown to know. When Toma was about to step in, he noticed Izuku's expression. He couldn't stop the boy as he ran to defend his friend. Houndour was heartbroken and it showed clearly on her face. She was so happy to find someone that would actually wish for her to be their Pokémon, but she guessed it was hopeful thinking that anyone would want her. She wasn't as strong as the others, and she didn't really fit into their group, but she wouldn't burn anyone. But why can't she just belong? "Hey!" A shadow stepped in front of her. "You are wrong about her." She looked up to see the boy she played with yesterday. What was his name? Izuku? Izuku glared at the woman holding her disinterested child. "Houndour wouldn't hurt a fly. She is the sweetest fire Pokémon I have ever known. And for you to come here and discriminate against her just based on what she is capable of. I'm disappointed. Adults are supposed to know better, Yet here you are discriminating against a Pokémon that hasn't done anything to you. Houndour listened to Izuku arguing with the woman, looking up at him in awe. Even the professor had a smug smirk on his face while listening to his apprentice stand up for her. The boy is only 5, yet he was telling a grown-up how to do their job better. Houndour is one of the nicest Pokémon I have ever met. You don't deserve to get a Pokémon for your son until you know how to not judge a Pokémon on their looks and abilities. Izuku finished off. The child was embarrassed since they actually wanted a Pokémon friend and their mother ruined it. The mother was very irritated at just being told off by a small child. Her face was red and she looked ready to snap back at him before Toma interrupted. I agree with my apprentice. You, ma'am, have done enough. Pokémon have feelings and they deserve to be treated better than what a household that will force judgment on others before they meet them will give. I am hereby banning you from my center. Your child may get a Pokémon at another facility alone and without your advice to persuade him. I'll be taking you out with security detail. Izuku, you stay here with Houndour. Keep her company while I deal with the trash mother. The mother gasped and the child nodded silently. They were led out by the professor and were joined by a large security guard that escorted them from the building. Izuku made sure to keep Houndour company. Izuku's Pokémon heard him yelling and watched the incident quietly from the sidelines. When the adults moved on, Izuku looked around to see his friends approaching him. Izuku sat down by Houndour as his Pokémon watched on. Are you okay? The Houndour yipped while nodding slowly. He smiled. Good. Don't take what that woman said to heart. She doesn't know what she is talking about. The Houndour sniffed and looked at him. She nodded her head quickly while barking at him. Izuku could tell it was out of happiness from the speed at which she was wagging her tail. Izuku glanced at his Pokémon before turning back to her. Want to play with me again? The Houndour nodded joyously, and the Pokémon cheered for her. Anubis rolled his eyes fondly before clapping with a grin. They all joined together to play hide and seek in the plains area in the middle. Professor Toma even joined in the game for a bit before pausing the game so he and Izuku could feed the Pokémon their lunch. While his friends played with Houndour, Izuku followed Toma to a sleeping Snorlax. The professor looked back over his shoulder to see Izuku glancing back every now and then at the playing friends. Houndour seems to consider you a close friend. Really? Izuku's eyes sparkled in happiness. Indeed. Toma chuckled. That's good. I want to be her friend. Izuku. The boy tilted his head. Yes. If Houndour wishes it, you may take her on your journey, Toma stated as they walked closer to the sleeping Snorlax. Izuku muffled his squeal of joy with his hand as the professor set down the food in front of the napping Snorlax. He couldn't wait to ask Houndour when they were done. And his excitement continued while he fed the rest of the Pokémon. When they were done, the two watched how well Houndour got along playing with Izuku's other friends. Izuku looked up at Toma and received a nod. He gulped before proceeding to make his way to the friendly Houndour. Hi. I don't want to pressure you, but I would just like to know if you would like to be my Pokémon? I want you to join me in my journey as my friend. It's okay if you don't want to, he asked slowly, making sure to be polite. Houndour stared at him in silence before launching at him. Houndour knocked him to the ground and covered his face in grateful licks. Toma laughed as Anubis went to help his friend up. Izuku sat up, still laughing, before looking at his new friend. I'll call you Macaria. Macaria yipped in happiness before gratefully liking his face again. He giggled as the rest of his Pokémon tackled him back to the ground for a group hug. Even Toma joined in the laughter. It had been only a day since Macaria had joined the family, but she had already begun to fit in. Wabafet welcomed her with a lava cookie while Delphic talked to her about future fire moves that they might learn in the future. Florges showed some dance moves to Adora while Beware taught some fighting moves to Anubis. Marowak helped his mother in the kitchen to get ready for lunch. Koi chatted with Blastoise about how he could become stronger in the future. Hugh watched Sakura prance around curiously while Izuku watched some news about heroes. A knock on the door interrupted the pleasant atmosphere. Izuku approached the door with Beware following. Opening the door, he was greeted by a tall blonde in his hero suit. Have no fear because I am here. Izuku. Young man, would you allow me to train you? What? Izuku was so happy that All Might offered to train him. This was going to be so amazing. They were both at the beach with all of Izuku's Pokémon friends. First up, I hear you have 2 new Pokémon. All Might asked with his hands on his hips. Lucario, one of All Might's Pokémon, mirrored his stance. Yes, All Might, sir, Izuku replied. Thank goodness no one was around Dagobah Beach at this time because everything about the man in front of him just screamed All Might, even with his signature hair hidden beneath a large beanie. There was no hiding his tall, muscular stature after all. Great. You are making many new friends each day, young Midoriya, All Might stated to the young boy. Thank you. To start the training, Izuku called up Sakura. Now, let's see what Sakura's moves are so far. Izuku nodded and turned to Sakura. Show him all you've got, Sakura. Sakura nodded with a determined gaze. She showed off her quick attack move and her baby doll eyes to All Might. Izuku smiled before he saw a bright light envelope her. She evolved into a Vaporeon. Sakura used Water Gun if the jet of water shooting out of her mouth wasn't obvious. All Might was astonished as well as the rest of the Pokémon. Q just looked like they said, I knew it all along, with their expression. Did she just evolve? All Might asked in surprise. But before Izuku could answer, she once again evolved her form. Jolton. Sakura used Thunder Shock, which sent static shocks through her fur before careening through the air to strike the ground. She evolved again, this time into Flareon. Flamethrowers scorched the sand in front of her from the powerful flames that came from her mouth. After that, she changed back into her original EV form. Well, that's new. Izuku stated. Sakura just wagged her bushy tail. At least she showed all she had? After that little surprise from Sakura, Izuku remembered that Sakura had been recovered from a facility that experimented on her. He relayed the information to All Might after praising Sakura for a job well done. All Might nodded at the news. After that, the rest of Izuku's friends showed their 4 moves as well. All Might clapped his hands together. Okay, now to begin training. All Might released his Pokémon friends from their Pokeballs. Lucario moved proudly to his side while the rest were unleashed. Gallade, who could Mega Evolve, was revealed first. Right behind him were Poliwrath, Machamp, Throh, and Sawk. Izuku held back his fanboy freakout as the familiar Pokémon that helped All Might frequently with his fights were revealed. With my Pokémon and I here, we can officially start training. To begin, I will send Machamp out. At his words, Machamp stepped forward. Then you have to decide which Pokémon on your team can be used effectively against him. This is like a pop quiz of sorts to see what you know about Pokémon's weaknesses and strengths. Izuku nodded and thought hard about which Pokémon would be best suited to this fight. Fighting types were weak against Psychic, Flying, and Fairy. Wait, Fairy. Q! Izuku shouted out his answer and Q stepped forward. All Might nodded. Yes, Fairy types are effective against fighting types, and I have mostly fighting types on my team. So, what are fighting types strong against? Izuku rubbed his chin in thought. Normal, Ice, Rock, Dark, Steel. All Might finished for him. Very good. Do you know anything about the Pokémon on my team? Poliwrath is a half water type, Lucario is half steel type, and Gallade is half psychic type. Izuku relayed the information excitedly. All Might's smile widened. Yes, good job, young Midoriya. Now, continuing on with training, I would like your Pokémon to train when you have the time. This will allow them to become more familiar with their moves and allow them to become stronger. Level up, as most would say. My Pokémon and I will help you become more aware of your abilities as well. Izuku nodded happily while his Pokémon friends jumped in excitement. Adora even danced in circles around Macaria. All Might continued, I will also be here to help you learn about other Pokémon events, like trainer battles and Pokémon performances, where trainers show off their Pokémon's talents in front of an audience. I'm sure Yoramura would appreciate the performance part. Adora smiled in agreement. Izuku giggled. I have always wanted to see what an actual performance looked like, as they've popped up on television before, Izuku said, thinking about all the times he had watched and hoped that one day he would get Pokémon friends like those trainers. He smiled when he looked back behind him at the friends he has now. Well, I would be happy to show you a performance or two. There is one happening a week from now if you would like to attend it with me. But you have to ask permission from your mother first, of course. And she can come if she wishes, All Might offered. Izuku's face brightened up at his words. He started talking to All Might concerning the next event while All Might's Pokémon talked to Izuku's to help them gain a better understanding of what they were capable of. Lucario took Anubis under his wing while the others separated into small groups. Sakura was taken in by Poliwrath, Gallade went over different strategies with Adora, Machamp talked with Macaria, and Throw and Sock helped out Q and Koi. Izuku was excited for how things were going to turn out. Inko and Izuku sat next to an All Might in disguise in a reserved seating section for the show. Thank you very much for inviting us to this show. I've always adored how Pokémon get to show off what else they can do, Inko said to All Might. Izuku sat next to them, feeling happy with Q on his shoulder and Sakura on his lap. Adora sat right next to him. All Might had a special place right near the top that allowed Pokémon space to roam around and sit next to their trainers. And since the place was behind a tinted glass, no one would notice him and cause a scene. Izuku was so ecstatic to see the show he had always dreamed about. The show soon started after All Might and Inko finished their conversation. To open the show, 3 primarinas sauntered on stage to perform 3 separate oceanic operettas that made 2 gigantic water spheres collide softly into each other and form a heart over the audience. When the singing started, the heart burst into raindrops over the crowd. They bowed while they received applause. Izuku and Inko were astonished as they watched numerous talented acts perform. Abuniri and Cyndaquil joined forces to perform an icy dance that ended with Cyndaquil producing flames around an ice sculpture with Buniri inside the hollow ice. A team of Eevee evolutions performed a huge dance combining all their moves into one huge Latino-colored petal flower. The performance allowed many trainers to show their Pokémon's talents, but not as a competition. It was only for entertainment for the masses. The show ended with a massive bow towards the audience with every Pokémon that had been featured. Inko and Izuku stood up and clapped with their Pokémon following. Adora danced around, unable to contain their happiness any longer. Izuku noticed how she looked at the stage longingly. Adora? Izuku asked while Inko and All Might moved off to the side to talk. Adora looked back at him. Do you want to perform? Adora nodded with a bright smile. Izuku smiled. Okay, I guess we have to get you ready for your first debut then. Adora jumped up in joy, circling him while he laughed. 2 days after the performance event, Izuku was walking home from a bad day at school. Bakugo assumed that Izuku got a Houndour to mimic him and pointed it out to the class during recess, which resulting in them laughing at how he was trying so hard to be like Bakugo. Recess didn't last long after that, because Macaria started barking at Bakugo's Houndour, who snarled right back. Izuku pulled her away from the negative energy that the other gave off. She apologized by liking his hand when he went back to his spot with the others. And then it started raining halfway home. Izuku sighed before pulling out his umbrella to shield Q and him from the downpour. He spotted a burning light in an alleyway when the water really started to kick up. He squinted, trying to see what it was, and realized that it was a Charmander who was desperately trying to keep their tail lit while navigating through an empty alley. They held a piece of cardboard above his tail to try and shield it from the drops of water pouring down from the sky. Izuku rushed to help them because he remembers hearing that something bad happens if their tail fire goes out. The Charmander turned around quickly at the sound of footsteps only to slightly relax at the sight of a child who wasn't clutching a Pokeball in their hand, only an umbrella. Izuku rushed forward to allow the umbrella to cover the Pokemon's tail flame. Are you okay? Is your tail flame alright? Izuku asked, worried for the Charmander. Q expressed her own worries for him as well. Charmander shyly nodded and crept further under the umbrella. Hey, is it okay for me to carry you? My mom is a Pokemon nurse. She is probably off work and home by now. She could check you over, but I would rather get there soon just in case the rain gets more unbearable, Izuku offered sweetly, trying to speak over a sudden thunderclap. Charmander seemed to think it over before nodding slowly, gathering himself up in Izuku's arms. Q jumped on the boy's shoulder as he stood up and began jogging to his house. Izuku rushed into the house as soon as Delphi opened the door. Mom. Charmander. Tail flame with the rain, help. Inko appeared from the kitchen to check on the Pokémon in his arms. What? Oh, poor dear, stuck in the rain? Well, we just need to warm you up. Your tail seems to be stable and okay right now. And you are just in time too. It's dinner time. A nice home-cooked meal will warm you right up. Izuku's umbrella and coat were taken by Wobbuffet as Beware checked his own condition. When they saw nothing peculiar with his temperature, they released him from their paws. Florges led Q away to help with placing the dishes. Izuku released the rest of his friends from their Pokeballs to get them ready for dinner. Blastoise already had Koi's little water wagon out to place him in as soon as he got out from the ball. Charmander sat with a blanket around him as he was given a bowl of warm Pokémon food surrounded by a loving presence that just came naturally from the household. Marowak and Macaria sat on either side of the Charmander in order to give him their natural heat to help warm up as well. Charmander looked like he was warm just from the way they sighed and snuggled up to both of the Pokémon next to him. Charmander didn't really know why the random stranger cared so much for him. He was a wild Pokémon. Nevertheless, he felt very warm and safe here, not like in the forest where he was constantly pushed to have battles with any kid who came toward him. He mostly ran away before they even took their Pokeball out. He didn't want to be owned. He wanted to belong in a family. And by the looks of it, he found his, just because he happened to run across one of the nicest kids in town. The next day, Charmander was invited to work around the house with Marowak and Delphox while the humans were away with school and work. He learned a lot about the loving Midoriya family. The parents were divorced but still well-functioning friends that came together for Izuku. The father worked overseas and provided money for them to live, which was supplemented with the extra money Inko piles in with her own job. He learned many other stories as well. Inko used to train to be a performance trainer, but changed her dream when she became a mother. Izuku was quirkless, but he wanted to be a Pokémon trainer that is a hero to all. At the words, Pokémon trainer, he froze. He didn't want to be forced. When the others noticed his apprehension, they were quick to calm him back down. They told him that Izuku wasn't like the others. He didn't battle if he didn't need to, and he just wanted Pokémon to be happy. He considers each one as a friend. Charmander eased with their calming words. He might finally let himself be open with this Izuku individual after all. Before long, Inko and Izuku came home and Charmander was given the clear to go back if he wished. Charmander stood staring at the door before confidently walking toward Izuku. Izuku asked, "Huh? Don't you want to go back?" Charmander shook his head, earning him a knowing glance from Izuku's friends and an excited cheer from Adora. Izuku looked curious. Do you want to stay here?" Charmander nodded before taking his place by his new friends to further execute what he wanted visually to Izuku. He gestured wildly with his claws at Izuku's Pokémon friends and at himself, then towards the Pokeballs Izuku had on his hip. "Wait, you want to be my friend? Really?" Izuku asked gently, receiving a short nod from the Pokémon. Izuku shouted in joy before hugging Charmander tight, and after getting accustomed to the tightness of the hug, Charmander reciprocated the embrace. Izuku nicknamed him Zarius after they released from the hug, only for the two to be pushed. Friends, and never seemed to want to play with her anymore. Others called her childish and said that she should grow up. She tried. It ended with her getting a scar on her chest from her brother's best friend. So now was her chance. Today would be her day to finally approach the boy. Litten watched as Izuku made his rounds with the food. He fed the fire Pokémon first today, which meant that after she ate her fill she could try to follow him, and hopefully that will make her grow on him. Now's her time. Izuku was on his way to Snorlax when he was joined by a familiar warm presence. He looked down to see Litten following him on his walk. Izuku welcomed her. "Hello there. Are you joining me?" Litten looked up at him before bouncing around happily, jumping on top of his feet. She glided past his ankles with a delighted purr. "Okay then. After I feed the rest, do you want to play?" Izuku offered. He started to laugh when he noticed how big Litten's eyes widened. "All right," Izuku replied, which sent Litten circling around him once more in excitement. After feeding everyone, Izuku kept his promise and played with her. Macaria joined in after seeing a more welcoming face from the place she used to be. Xarius joined in after a while as well. While the 3 fire Pokémon played, Q ran out of nowhere and jumped on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku laughed as he watched his 3 Pokémon. Yeah, that sounded right as they played together. It was soon afterwards that Professor Toma came out of his laboratory after his intensive research on the new Pokémon in another region and approached Izuku. "Hello, Izuku. It seems you made a new friend," Toma greeted, and sent a smile at Litten next to the boy's legs. "Yeah, I did," Izuku replied, looking down at Litten. Later, after Toma had seen Izuku and Litten's pleading expressions, he approved of her going home with him. But Toma hoped that Izuku wouldn't take every single Pokémon he had at the site. Lily was now a part of the Midoriya household, and Lycanroc was very confused at the new addition. He watched Lily play tag with Macaria from on the couch. Izuku laughed as he also watched over the playful fire types playing on the floor. Lycanroc then looked at Q only for them to giggle at their expression. He assumes this is a normal thing in this home. And he couldn't be happier he is a part of it. Inko sat on a plaid picnic blanket with her Pokémon surrounding her, helping her with distributing the food from the large basket. She looked over and smiled at her son playing with Macaria, Xarius, and Lily. She was glad that he was no longer hesitant toward fire. Inko noticed how often he would flinch when she would light a candle or when Delphox would use one of her stronger moves. She thinks that it might be Katsuki that was making it that way. Inko didn't want to believe that the young boy was hurting her son. The 2 boys were friends the last she saw of them, but what were they like now? She could only hope that Izuku was safe from harm because she just wanted what was best for him. Delphox seemed to read her mind and placed her paw on Inko's hand. "I'm fine, Della. You don't have to worry. I just hope my son is safe and will stay that way," Inko told them and smiled, knowing that Izuku's friends would do anything to protect him. Inko was so glad that he had Pokémon friends to help him out and protect him from anyone who tried to hurt him. Izuku watched as Xarius tried to run after Anubis while Macaria and Lily played together. Q leaned against his head while he watched Adora dance by Sakura and Koi. He smiled, thinking, "This is a great day. It's so calm and peaceful in the park. Best day for having fun." "Kaku," a Pokémon's voice called out from behind him. "Shiden." Izuku furrowed his brow at the sudden cries from close by. He turned around to see a green Kakuna and a Shedinja being kicked around by a few kids around his age. Izuku's eyes widened, remembering a lesson that Professor Toma told him once about those specific Pokémon. Kakuna were basically immobile until they evolved into Beedrill, but they are capable of defending themselves with Poison Needle. Shedinja had great defense, but were incapable of movement when using their hard shell as defense. But from the looks of the situation, neither Pokémon could defend themselves against the kicks. The green Kakuna seemed to be tied up in string shot, a sticky cocoon of webbing. "I always wanted a shiny Pokémon. Must be my lucky day," one of the kids said, bending down to take Kakuna from the ground while they struggled against their bindings. Izuku frowned, heading straight towards the mean kids. Anubis, Xarius, and Q followed right behind him. The others didn't seem to notice the missing boy just yet except Beware. Beware tilted her head before slowly following the others into the forest where she had seen Izuku disappear into. She didn't want anything to happen to the small boy who was her trainer's son. She had become quite protective over the boy since he was born. And that meant following him when he disappeared out of sight. "Hey, stop it. They don't want to go with you," Izuku yelled out to the group with a frown. The 2 looked up and sneered at him. "Yeah? What are you going to do about it?" "I'm going to stop you," Izuku stated confidently. His Pokémon behind him readied themselves, with Anubis cracking his knuckles and Xarius breathing out a puff of smoke. "Oh really?" the taller of the 2 asked, puffing out his chest. "Yeah," Izuku hesitated to say as confidently against the leering stares the other 2 had. The kids snickered when Izuku posed with Anubis right next to him, readying his fighting stance. Xarius was about to move in next to them, but a large paw stopped him in his tracks. Xarius looked up before stepping back to allow Beware to pass. The kids stopped laughing and started to run away from the sudden appearance of the very tall Beware. "Oh, We beat him, Izuku said before turning around to address the large shadow that had fallen over him just moments before, which was most definitely the real reason for scaring away the bullies. Thanks for helping. Uware nodded. Izuku smiled before rushing to help the green Kakuna and Shedinja free their bindings. Are you two alright? Are you hurt? Izuku unbound Kakuna while Q helped Shedinja right themselves up. Both Pokemon looked up weakly and nodded, and Shedinja floated over to settle next to Izuku. Inko appeared through the brush, looking around frantically. Izuku! Over here, Mom. Sorry, but I needed to help these two, Izuku apologized while rubbing the back of his neck shyly. Oh, thank goodness you are all right, Inko said while running her hands through his hair. Yeah. Is it all right if I invite them over to our picnic? I think they need some energy. That's all right with me. Izuku wrung his hands together before turning to look at the Pokemon kindly. Would you two like to come sit with me and my family? I promise we won't hurt you. We just want to make sure you are okay. The two Pokemon looked at each other, weighing their options. Kakuna reminded Shedinja that Izuku helped them and so far has made no ill move towards them. Shedinja breathed out and floated over to him, wings not moving at all since they didn't use them to fly. Kakuna hopped into his arms with Q following right behind him to perch herself on Izuku's shoulder. Together they all met back up with the rest of the Pokemon who were all seated around the blanket, ready to chow down on some food. They all welcomed the new additions with a good portion of food on plates to give them back their energy. Shedinja looked unfamiliar with the attention while Kakuna was so happy that he was actually welcomed. Both of them hesitantly took part of the basket feast surrounded by welcoming presences of other Pokemon that seemed eager to get to know them. Shedinja started to enjoy the open meal with the others and talked with Q. Kakuna chatted with Florges, eating a mini pokeberry dessert. Kakuna laughed in their own way, which echoed across the bright blue skies with the accompaniment of the mumbled sounds of Shedinja. Izuku smiled as the two newcomers settled into the happy atmosphere. He thought to himself about inviting them to stay with him if they so wished. Maybe they would allow him to nickname them, though he didn't want to pressure them into anything. Especially since they seemed to have been kicked around a lot in order to be captured. Izuku just wanted them to be safe and comfortable enough to make their own decisions. Shedinja and Kakuna were set up to sleep overnight in their home just in case their minor injuries acted up. They lay side by side in the guest room with Lycanroc guarding the door. Anubis watched from Izuku's bedroom doorway as his gaze swept the room, checking to make sure everyone was there and resting. Lily, Macaria and Zarius laid on a warm, heated bed on Izuku's bedroom floor. Adora slept under his desk while Sakura slept right by the foot of his bed, her leg twitching while she slept. And Anubis could see Q curled by Izuku's head on the pillow. After he carefully stepped around Lycanroc, he made his way to the living room to continue his nightly routine. Anubis sat down near the bookshelf with an old storybook in his hands. As he flipped through the pages, trying to comprehend the words in front of him, he remembered the story from when Izuku's mother would read it to Izuku and Anubis when the boy had trouble sleeping. Anubis shook his head from the doubt that filled his mind before trying to speak. Ji Oda Morning, Anubis whispered to himself, trying to see if it sounded right. Frustrated with himself, he grunted and softly banged his head against the book. He desperately wanted to communicate with Izuku to strengthen their bond. Anubis just wished for them to actually have a conversation like Izuku would have with humans. He wanted to be helpful. Anubis gained back his determination to continue. He had been practicing for many nights now, and he wasn't stopping until he could greet his friend. Anubis continued to scroll over the words while the night hours continued to pass. Izuku welcomed the day with a yawn, stretching his arms over his head. Q slowly rose from her spot next to him on her little purple pillow before plopping herself back onto the pillow with a groan. Good morning, Q, Izuku giggled at her as she looked more than ready to go back to dreamland for another 5 minutes. He burst into laughter when she dug her head into the comfort of her velvet cushion. Adora sang up to him with a smile from her own spot. Good morning, Adora, Izuku greeted kindly, petting the top of her head softly. Her soft cheek rubbed against his fingers. Sakura greeted her morning to him by jumping onto the bed from the floor, very excited to jump on his upper half. With a surprised yelp, He went backward into his pillow before falling into another fit of laughter. Good morning, Sakura. Macaria rose first from the pile of heat from her other fire friends to say hello by running in circles at the foot of his bed. Good morning to you too, Macaria. Zarius rubbed his eyes and yawned, raising his arms over his head. Good morning, Zarius. Zarius responded with a tiny ball of smoke erupting from his mouth. Lily meowed and stretched out her back with a groan. She slowly reached his bed to receive a nice rub to her head. Good morning, Lily. Izuku carefully climbed out of his bed to greet his mom and other friends in the other places of his home. He stopped by his mother's open room to see his mother sitting upright in her bed, rubbing her eyes. Morning, Mom. Inko gasped before laughing slightly at the sight of her son's bright smile. Morning, Izuku. Izuku giggled lightly before continuing on his journey. He found Florges and Delphox already helping out with the preparation of breakfast in the kitchen. Good morning, Della and Flora. They greeted the small child with a gentle smile. Morning, Jamie. Izuku greeted Wabafet, who was getting the plates out from the cabinets. Wabafet, they greeted back with surprising volume. Beware, Beware welcomed from behind him with her light pink and brown apron on. Oh, good morning, Belle, Izuku said, turning around to greet the tall Pokémon with a smile. Marowak, Blastoise. Marowak and Blastoise greeted from their seats on the couch. Good morning, Morticia and Marine. Izuku responded with a wave before going to head to the next room. Good morning, Izuku pet the calm head of Lycanroc before continuing inside. Hello guys. Good morning. I hope you two had nice dreams. Izuku said to the tired Shedinja and awake green, shining Kakuna. He turned to the wide open door of the bathroom. Good morning, Koi. I'll come back with your wagon in a bit. Izuku went back into the hallway after petting the heads of Koi, Kakuna, and Shedinja. He didn't know where Anubis was. Izuku went into the living room only to notice Anubis standing near the kitchen counter. Anubis. Good morning. Izuku happily greeted his friend. Good morning, Anubis replied slowly, making sure to pronounce the words he was saying. Izuku went still while the other Pokémon in the kitchen and living room were shocked at what Anbise did. Did you just talk, Anubis? Izuku asked, receiving a nervous look from Anubis. Yes. Anubis questioned softly with a slight shrug to his shoulders. Oh my gosh. Anubis, you can talk. That's so amazing. Izuku yelled out loud, alerting his mother who rushed in to see what was happening. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Anubis talked. Good morning, Anubis repeated to the shocked woman. Izuku hugged him tight in celebration while Inko watched over fondly. Izuku's friends gathered around in the kitchen, Blastoise making sure to grab Koi right away to see what was going on. Shedinja, now named Degato, claimed his spot on top of one of Izuku's bookshelves. The shiny green Kakuna, happily named Mataha, claimed the hanging spot for his cocoon on the shelf below. Both were in their own little spaces, happy to be considered family and not pets. Together, they listened silently as Izuku read to all his friends a lovely story of friendship. Degato watched as his new friend welcomed his Pokémon onto his bed, allowing them to huddle around the book he was reading them to get a closer look at the drawings inside. Koi sat in his wagon next to Adora, eyes sparkling as Izuku continued to read to all of them. Zarius leaned onto the bed covers, falling asleep until Macaria woke him up with a bump. Lily listened from a comfortable lying down position right next to his legs. Degato turned to see Inko watching from the doorway with Lycanroc by her legs. He could see the fond expression she had on her face. Izuku looked amazed, and his sparkly green pen floated above the paper of his notebook. Shiny Pokémon? Yes. Professor Toma laughed. You recently came in contact with a green Kakuna, you said? Izuku nodded. Kakuna usually are a more golden brown, but this one has a different color, which means that they are slightly different. Oh wow, Izuku mumbled, writing down more notes. Yes, it is quite rare to see. I was very surprised when you told me you came in contact and adopted one into your friends. Now, there is a special name for these types of Pokémon that are slightly different from the rest. These Pokémon are called shiny because they have a different color than what is typical for their species. It makes them stand out from the rest, so it is quite remarkable that you found one, Toma added, and nodded his head toward Mata hanging upside down from a tree nearby. Oh my god, that's so cool. That makes them more unique than the others, Izuku whispered to himself, eyes sparkling in wonder. Yes, but sometimes trainers think that just because they are a different color, it makes them better. The color doesn't make the Pokémon stronger or better, Toma stated, circling the picture of the green Kakuna on his mobile device's list of shiny Pokémon. As Toma began to go over the rest of the list, Izuku noticed the pink coloring of the shiny Buniri. He tilted his head in confusion. Wasn't the Buniri at the shelter that color? He thought, making a note to visit the shelter again. Until then, he was going to hang out here and help the professor. Izuku had time to visit the shelter after school the next day. He traveled the short journey with Sakura, Anubis and Q accompanying him on the train with Anubis sitting right next to him to gaze out the window. Izuku walked into the Pokémon shelter with a set goal in mind. Sakura just skipped behind him and Q rested on his shoulder. Anubis strolled in behind them and welcomed Kiku. Good morning. It's the afternoon, Izuku whispered while Kiku looked shocked. Oh, right. Good afternoon, Anubis corrected himself. Izuku watched from the window as the Buniri and Astini sat near the pond in the backyard. He took in the Buniri's pink coat of fluff. Ms. Kiku? Yes, Izuku? I learned about shiny Pokémon recently. Oh really? That's so neat. Why do they look sad? Izuku pointed to the two Pokémon he had been watching. Oh, Kiku began. Their original trainer came back. But the person didn't come back to apologize to them, he just tried to take Buniri away. Buniri got upset when he tried to grab them and attacked him with a kick to the face. He got very upset when I refused to let him go anywhere with them, and I banned him from ever coming back here. He doesn't deserve another chance with the Pokémon that he threw away so carelessly. Are they both okay now? Yes, they just need to relax their minds from the encounter. They are both calmer now, so you can go and see them. Thank you, Izuku said before he traveled outside to check on the two. Hey, I haven't seen you guys in forever. Izuku greeted, watching their faces burst into happiness. They rushed over to give the small child a hug. I heard about the incident. Steenie looked to the side while Buniri looked a bit upset at the mention. I just want to say they wouldn't even know the first thing about you two. Anybody would be lucky to have you guys for friends. Because you two are awesome, Izuku complimented, making the two friends much happier from his kind words. Izuku asked if they would like to play with Sakura and him. They agreed and Izuku called Sakura over. Izuku laughed as Sakura evolved into Vaporon just long enough to splash some water over Steenie, which enacted Buniri to splash some water from the pond at Sakura. Izuku participated in the water splash fight before getting called over quietly by Anubis. Friend by, Anubis stated, pointing towards the front of the building. Izuku raised a brow before following him. Sakura, Steenie, and Buniri were distracted from their playful game when he left, so they followed Izuku. Outside, Kiku was talking to a young child with a bird's head. Izuku looked past the boy to see Gothita saying goodbye to a smoochum. Oh, Izuku, you might want to say farewell. Gothita is joining this nice young man on his journey, Kiku called out to him from the side. The young boy wearing a back hoodie looked up at the other child, and a shadowy form came out from under their hoodie to also look. Hi, the shadowy figure said, waving at Izuku. Dark Shadow, behave. Hello, I'm Tokoyami Fumikage, the boy greeted with a small wave. Izuku tilted his head, approaching the other boy. Hi, my name is Midoriya Izuku. Are you going to take care of Gothita? She needs someone to care for her and give her those marshmallow kind of Pokemon treats. Yes, I will. I won't let any harm come to her. And I already bought, on Ms. Kiku's recommendation, her favorite sweets to let her be more comfortable, Tokoyami replied, and Dark Shadow nodded his head. You check out, Izuku responded, watching Gosha look happy as ever to be chosen to be a friend to Tokoyami. But if you do anything, I won't. I promise, Tokoyami retorted. Gothita came out from behind his legs to hug Izuku's legs. I'm sure she will miss this place. Yes. You might want to take her here a few times as she gets situated, as she might want to see her friends. But don't take her too often or else she will get more homesick, Izuku explained, giving tips to Tokoyami, who nodded at Izuku's rambling. I understand, Tokoyami said. After Kiku told him some last-minute information, he left with her in his arms, smiling at the excited Gothita. Izuku watched them go with a smile. Anubis watched closely as they walked off. His aura was sincere, he would take care of Gothita, Anubis thought to himself. He watched as Izuku talked to Kiku before announcing that he was heading back home now. Izuku said goodbye to each Pokémon at the shelter, ending with Steenie and Buniri. When he turned around to go after giving them both a hug, they followed him to the door. Izuku, it looks like you have 2 friends who want to join you. Izuku turned around to see them behind him. Q greeted the two with a snicker and Sakura yipped at them happily. Izuku questioned, "Do you really want to come with me?" The two looked at each other before turning their attention back to him. They nodded with determination in their eyes. He smiled and outstretched his hands to them. "Let's go," Izuku said, smiling wider as Steenie and Buniri looked even more excited. Diana and Charlotte were welcomed warmly into the home by Inko when they finally arrived there. The next day was training with All Might, and Izuku made sure to bring everyone, even Degoto. All Might was sort of shocked to see the 4 new additions, but he was getting more used to the magnetism that Izuku had specifically for Pokémon. "Hello, young Midoriya." All Might greeted. "Good afternoon." Anubis greeted before Izuku could even open his mouth. "Pious. What?" "Hi." Anubis learned how to talk, Izuku stated simply, smiling way too big. Q snickered at All Might's expression from her spot on Izuku's shoulders, and Sakura, sitting by his feet, joined in. "Oh, that is very surprising and impressive. Very good, young Anubis." All Might complimented. Lucario smiled and clapped his paws together for the young Pokémon. The training started. Galade helped Sakura with her moves when she evolved into her 3 different forms. Poliwrath helped with Koi and Amora for focusing on more defense moves. Macamp trained Xarius, Lily, and Macaria with their strength training and combining their fire moves with it. Lucario stood with Anubis and watched Degoto being coerced into training by Mataha, who looked very excited by hopping as best they could. Throw and Sock combined their expertise and helped Diana and Charlotte in their fighting. Diana and Charlotte, the 2 newest additions, got really into the fighting because they wanted to help protect Izuku. Izuku was so kind to them. The trainers that came to that shelter only ever wanted to have strong or shiny Pokémon. They never even looked at them, but Izuku cared for the both of them. He understood that they were friends, like sisters, that couldn't be separated. They wanted to repay him for his unending kindness that he showed to them the multiple times he had been at the shelter. They both looked at each other with an unsaid vow in their minds. To help Izuku. Izuku had a lesson with All Might about Pokémon and their effectiveness against certain types. As he was taking a break, he looked over to check on the newest additions to his family, watching as Diana and Charlotte showed off their punches to their teachers. After they were done, Throw and Sock showed them a few graceful moves to incorporate into their normal fighting style. It was nice to see how well they were doing. It's no doubt that together they were stronger than ever. After a long day of school, where he actually had to hold back Buniri when Bakugo said something about him being weak, he finally came home. He got to his room where he greeted every one of his friends. He moved over to where Mataha was hanging asleep on the bookshelf, but when he got close, Mataha started to gloat. Izuku stepped back in surprise, watching Mataha evolve into a shiny green Beedrill. "Beedrill!" Mataha greeted, having been woken up from the evolution, and flew right over to Izuku. "Whoa! So cool!" Izuku exclaimed after seeing the surprising sight. Degoto seemed most surprised at seeing his friend transform into a new form. "Go, Mata!" Izuku yelled out to Mataha, watching them fly in the air. Beedrill!" Mataha called back, effortlessly doing flying tricks in the air. Izuku watched as Degoto floated by him to soar into the sky with Beedrill. He turned around to see all of his friends playing together like Diana and Charlotte practicing their punches. Sakura turned into her Vaporeon form just so she could swim in the pond with Koi while Adora danced by the water's edge to the music that he brought to the park. Izuku giggled, walking a few feet away from the blanket to view Mataha's tricks more closely. While Izuku was watching his friend fly, he saw out of the corner of his eye an Iken's change into an Oddish. Izuku tilted his head in confusion watching the now Oddish change into an Oshawott. The Oshawott looked desperate as they rushed towards the bushes that Izuku and his friends were near. After a few minutes, Izuku gently approached and pulled back the bush's branches to reveal a Ditto quivering amongst the leaves. Izuku crouched down as Ditto shivered, terrified at what he might do. When Izuku reached out his hand, they backed away. "Please let me help you. Are you running away from something?" Izuku asked gently, and watched as the Ditto looked back in the direction they came from. "Or someone?" Ditto looked questioningly back at Izuku. Izuku nodded with a smile. "You can hide with me and my friends. Just change into another Pokémon and hide with us." Ditto hesitated before following Izuku out of the bushes. They changed into the form of a Tepig, trembling as they walked toward the blanket. As soon as the Ditto sat down next to Lily, two sketchy-looking scientists with lab coats came out from the direction the Ditto had come from, obviously searching for something amongst the greenery. Izuku stiffened up, wishing his mother was there to call the professor. He knew that the professor would know what to do if these strange scientists were doing something bad. His mother was over on the other side of the park getting some ice cream for him. Most of her Pokémon stayed home to look after the apartment, so Della and Belle were the only ones with her that day. She left him with his own friends because she knew they could protect him for a short time. Hopefully she came back soon in case these scientists were really dangerous. Izuku glanced over to Ditto to see that their eyes gave away their disguise. Izuku hurriedly put his sunglasses on them to hide their eyes from the prying gaze of the doctors. Wishing for Belle to come out to protect them like last time, the scientists started approaching. Buniri and Charlotte went in front of him while Anubis threw an arm in front of Izuku to protect him. The scientists tried to look more kind as they stopped in front of Izuku, but Izuku didn't believe it for 1 second. He saw one of the scientists look suspiciously at the Tepig in their sunglasses. "Hello, child. Did you happen to see a Ditto around here?" "It ran away from us, you see," the male doctor said, going to take another step forward before jumping back when Buniri stepped forward menacingly. "We run a breeding facility for Pokémon. Have you seen any Ditto around? We need to find it before it gets too far away," the female asked, looking down her nose at the Steenie who was glaring at her. Izuku shook his head silently. The strangers nodded before walking away from them just as Inko appeared with ice cream cones in her hands. Belle ran over to sit down on the blanket, watching the two doctors as they continued their search. Inko looked worried and curious about what had happened. Izuku hesitantly took the ice cream as his mother started to fret over him. "Are you okay? What happened?" "Oh, have you made a new friend?" his mother asked back to back. Izuku glanced over to the doctors who were on the other side of the park now. He slowly removed the sunglasses to show his mom the Ditto in disguise. "I think the scientists aren't real scientists, Mom," Izuku said, gesturing over at the woman and man in their lab coats. His mother nodded and got out her phone to call the professor and the police. Izuku held Ditto in his lap, the sunglasses back on their disguise. Q and Sakura stood guard, soon joined by Zarius and Macaria who were fully awake now. Della shielded his mother's call from the creeping eyes of the scientists. A while later, the Midoriya family watched several police cars pull up, followed by the blue car that belonged to Professor Toma. The scientists tried to run back the way they came only for 3 police officers to come out and arrest them. Toma rushed over to Izuku and his mother. "Are you both all right?" "Yes. We are fine now, thank you." The professor looked over to the 2 arrested people. "Corrupt breeding facility. They've been charged before with messing with quirks, Pokémon, eggs, and anything they can get their hands on to make different hybrids or a new species entirely." Izuku hugged Ditto close to him as Mata finally flew down from their patrol in the sky to guard Izuku closer to the ground. Ditto, for once in their life, felt safe. All their life they felt trapped under someone else's control. From the egg to just an hour ago, they felt like they weren't given a choice. But after they broke free, They finally found somewhere safe. They finally found someone to make them feel safe, a friend. Lily sat beside Izuku as everything got settled, pawing at the hand of the disguised Ditto as the police drove the scientists away. Izuku breathed out in relief with Ditto following with their own sigh. Izuku reached to take the glasses from them, only for them to escape from his lap intent on keeping the glasses on their face. Ditto let go of their transformation to be back in their original form. Izuku giggled at the happy expression on Ditto's face with his sunglasses perched to hide their eyes. "Hey, you are free now. I don't think you'll need sunglasses." Anubis stepped forward and put his hand on his friend's shoulder. "Want to stay?" "What?" Izuku turns to Anubis only for Ditto to cheer in joy at what Anubis said. Izuku turned back to see Ditto bouncing around. "Do you want to stay with us? You want to be friends?" Ditto nodded excitedly. None of the Pokémon looked surprised at this. In fact, all of them knew that they might as well embrace any Pokémon that Izuku comes across and helps. Izuku nodded. "Okay. Welcome to the family." Izuku tried to think of a nickname and came up with Kagami. Kagami celebrated by bouncing around, only stopping to fix the sunglasses on their face. The next day at school, Bakugo walked into the classroom with Cyndaquil right behind him only to stop when he saw Izuku sitting at his desk wearing sunglasses. Bakugo was immediately put into a bad mood, worse than the bad mood he was already in. "Deku, you nerd. What do you think you are doing, huh?" Bakugo asked as he stalked forward. Izuku showed no response, only looking over briefly before turning back to the window. Cyndaquil tilted their head at the other's strange behavior. Bakugo, however, was annoyed. "Hey, don't ignore me." Izuku chuckled really weirdly before turning back to him. Bakugo's anger reignited at the sight of Izuku's cocky smirk as he pulled down his sunglasses. "What the hell?" Bakugo yelled in response to the blank dots that replaced Deku's normally bright green eyes. "Oh, good morning." The real Izuku appeared behind Bakugo. Izuku turned to Ditto and smiled. "That's enough prancing for today, don't you think?" Ditto pouted in Izuku's form before turning back into his original purple self. They turned to Bakugo to blow a raspberry at him. And the look on his face. "Oh my god. You guys should have seen it." Izuku laughed as he recounted the prank to his ghostly friends at the shrine. Shiro got the most joy out of the story, but Nyx, Willow, and Amethyst also enjoyed it. They all snickered as Izuku retold the bit about Ditto and himself both wearing sunglasses at the same time, which threw Bakugo off so much he ended up blowing up his lunch tray into his own face. Amethyst even congratulated Ditto on their job well done and gave them tips for the next time that they wanted to prank the hot-headed boy. "You know, I never would have imagined that my life would change so much since I visited this place," Izuku reminisced, laying down on the smooth pavement in front of the shrine. "This is where my journey began. All of you were my first friends." Izuku smiled as his eyes grew misty. "I never would have thought that I would be this happy." His journey began at that shrine, and it wasn't going to end there. He had more memories to make and more friends to take with him. "Wow, you have Torchic?" a classmate exclaimed when Bakugo strolled into class with the fire Pokémon holding onto his arm. "That's so awesome, Bakugo." Bakugo smirked at the praise, Cyndaquil snickering as they sat up brightly at the attention. "I know, extras. I got this guy from training in the forest near that cave uptown." Bakugo bragged, Torchic sticking out his chest proudly. "You mean the ones where the trainers go to? That is so cool." Another classmate piped in, admiring Torchic's brightly colored feathers. Izuku watched Bakugo receive so many praises with Q on his desk. Diana surveyed him closely, making sure he didn't do anything to Izuku as long as she was watching. If he or that Torchic so much as go near him with malicious intent, she will kick them just like Sok taught her. And if she needed backup, Charlotte was in her own pokeball. Izuku was already thinking ahead of Diana, which led him to hold her back with his hand, gently from letting her have any fighting interaction with Bakugo. "Hey now, calm down. It's okay," he reassured her, combing through her pink fluff to make her relax. Q suppressed her verbal dislike when Torchic's ember move got a little too close to Izuku. Izuku ignored his classmates' praises towards his bully and instead focused on the time ticking down to recess. Recess is when he can finally let out all his friends from their Pokemon ball. He can't wait for that time, but for now he has to pay attention to the monotone teacher. Finally, recess time, which means friend time. Yeah. Deku let loose all his Pokemon friends that wanted to come today. Q and Diana watched as Charlotte, Anubis, Sakura, and Koi. Koi automatically jumped right into the nearby shallow pond in the field area to swim around. Charlotte walked immediately over to Diana to practice their kicks. Sakura sauntered over to the edge of the pond and watched Koi swim around while glancing over to Diana and Charlotte practicing their kicking moves. Anubis and Q stayed near Izuku as he jotted down in his hero journal about a hero named. He was really interested in how powerful and dangerously strong their black hole quirk is. While he was writing in his notebook, he heard a shout of "Chick" from close by. He looked up to see Bakugo looking annoyed at a Chikorita who looked very angry at him. Izuku looked closer to find a little cardboard box near the tree had been burnt on the sides, no doubt from Bakugo's Pokemon. Izuku assumed that box belonged to Chikorita and they are very upset that Bakugo had caused some unnecessary destruction. No doubt it belonged to Chikorita with the way their eyes were lit up in anger towards the dandelion hair blonde. They seemed to almost growl at him. Izuku only just now seemed to notice how their eyes weren't red like normal, they were instead a shiny green. Bakugo sneered as Chikorita got closer before they unleashed Razor Leaf on Torchic. "Alright, you want to fight? Bring it on." Cyndaquil used Flame Wheel. Chikorita dodged the attack, only to receive a direct attack from Torchic's Ember. Chikorita winced, looking down to see a burn forming on her chest. Instead of backing down from the fight, she gritted her teeth and used Tackle on Torchic. Izuku watched as Cyndaquil surprised them with another Ember move right on their back when they weren't facing her. Chikorita cried out, using Poison Powder to knock both of their opponents back. Bakugo noticed how both of his Pokemon got affected by the poison, so he clicked his tongue at Chikorita. "Whatever. It's just a box anyway, get a new one if you like it that much." Bakugo took out 2 antidotes for both of his Pokemon while Houndour stood watch, glaring at the Chikorita. Izuku noticed how proud Chikorita looked that they won, but also noticed how they winced when they took a step towards the box. He stood up to take out a burn held from his bag before approaching Chikorita carefully. Bakugo looked over to see Izuku on his way to go help the Chikorita. He scoffed when he saw the burn heal in his hands. "She is just like you, Deku. Sticks her face when she doesn't need to. Ha, she is like you because you don't know when to stop getting in my way. She is like Deku." He remarked at him, making sure his own Pokemon were healed from the poison. Chikorita growls at Bakugo before quieting when Izuku comes near her. "Hey, I just want to help you with your burns. Is that okay?" Izuku asked, making sure Chikorita was comfortable with him first before he did anything too fast. Chikorita growled softly at him before relaxing when Anubis gestured something towards Izuku. She rolled her green eyes before letting Izuku walk up to her to apply the burn heal to her chest and back burn from the recent fight. Charlotte came over to watch over the fellow grass type as they were cared for by Izuku. Diana watched from a close distance with her arms crossed, impressed by Chikorita's determination. After Izuku was done, Chikorita had calmed down from her original anger. She still looked over at Bakugo with hate in her eyes, but her green eyes softened when they met Izuku's gaze. "I'm sorry that your box had been damaged by him, he doesn't really care about other people's things. If you want, I can help you get a new box," Izuku suggested softly. Chikorita looked over at her box before saying, "Rita?" With a nod, she took off into the bushes fast. "Oh, okay," Izuku said, surprised that she had disappeared so quickly. She must be on her way to find a new box. With that thought, the recess bell rang, signaling to Izuku and the others to gather most of their Pokemon inside their ball before heading back inside. Anubis decided to stay out with Diana, took a shift inside her own Pokeball. Q took her spot back on Izuku's shoulders as they headed inside. It felt like years before the school bell rang to signal the end of the day. Izuku waited until everyone, especially Bakugi, left before going outside to head home. When he was walking, he heard a familiar sound of "Chico." He turned around in surprise to see the Chikorita from before with something in her mouth. When he stopped, She came up in front of him and dropped something at his feet. "Thank you," he started saying before taking a closer look at what gift Chikorita had given him. "Is this a rare candy?" "I have never seen one of these. They normally are hidden really well in the wild." "Thank you so much." Chikorita proudly smirked, but the shy blush on her face gave away her true feelings about his gratefulness. Her behavior became even more subdued when she stared at the Pokeballs that he carried in his pocket. Anubis noticed her longing stare. Anubis crouched down and listened to what she had to say. When he finished, Anubis turned to Izuku. "She wants to be friends too." "You want to be friends?" Izuku questioned, nodding his head towards the Pokeballs containing his other friends. She nodded with a determined look on her face. "Okay, now what should I call you?" "Maybe." Izuku thought out loud before being interrupted by Chikorita. Anubis stepped in to report, "She likes name Deku 2. "Alright, Deku 2 for short. Is that okay with you too?" Izuku asked, making sure she was good. Deku 2 smiled happily, running into his arms so he could carry her the way home. Q swayed her head, glancing down at the happy new addition to the family that just keeps growing. Diana gained even more respect for Deku 2 the day after she got welcomed into family. When Izuku held back Diana from kicking Bakugo's legs, Deku 2 launched off his desk to deliver a blow right to his stomach. Safe to say, Deku 2 was a very awesome friend to have by his side. Deku 2 growled when Bakugo walked in with his newly evolved Pokémon, Kalava. Every classmate watched with envy. They kept whispering that Bakugo is the first person whose Pokémon evolved. Izuku held back Deku 2 as the thought finally sunk in, and he quieted his giggles. If only Bakugo knew that Mataha had already evolved. Izuku started to hold back the funny thought he would probably try to fight him. Izuku turned his attention back to Deku 2, who was now pouting since he held her back from trying to fight him. 2 was getting along well with everyone back home. She made quick friends with Charlotte and Diana from her intolerance of Bakugo. She became close friends with Lily and Macaria because of their hidden snark behind their usual behavior. 2 also gets along well with Mataha because he reminds her of Izuku with his constant trying to calm her down from fighting. Flora seems to have taken her under her wing by giving her advice the first night she spent under the roof of their home. He was glad that she was fitting in well, and today she would get to meet All Might. Izuku ran over with his tote bag filled with Pokeballs to make it to All Might. Anubis ran by his side and Q sat on his shoulder. Q held on for dear life while Izuku gave her a bumpy ride. Sorry, I'm late." Izuku apologized, slowing his run down when he saw All Might standing on the beach. While Izuku took all his friends out of their Pokeballs, All Might said, "No problem, young Midoriya." All Might then noticed the new additions since he last saw Izuku. "Oh hello. And what do we have here?" Izuku straightened up with a tired smile. "Oh yeah, this is Deku 2 for short. She recently joined the family. And this is Kagami." Izuku introduced. Kagami changed into Izuku's form with his sunglasses on. 2 just nodded at his tall presence, but still had her warning glare trained on him. All Might chuckled at Kagami's antics from transforming into his student but with sunglasses hiding their real face. "Alright, today I have planned a training session and a short lesson down by the classic Pokémon Trainer's Cave. Are you ready for today?" "Yes," Izuku eagerly replied. Anubis felt Izuku's determined emotion and nodded with the same eager expression. Sakura reared up, ready to fight in any form needed. All Might suggested that today half of Izuku's friends would train independently and the others would battle to find any weaknesses that they might personally have. Charlotte and Diana guided 2 in their own kicking exercises, 2 trying to kick in the air with her back legs. 2 had a strong leg kick from the mountain of sand that launched into the air. Adora danced around near the crashing waves of the ocean. Kagami copied her form. So now there was 2 Amauras, one with sunglasses, dancing by the water. Koi and Zarius had their own little mini-fight, trying to counter each other with their moves. The first matchup was Gallade and Poliwrath versus Mataha and Degato. Izuku and All Might stood on their respective sides, waiting for the first move to help their Pokémon through the battle. Degato prevented damage Poliwrath's water moves with their Wonder Guard ability. They flew up with Mataha when Galade tried attacking with Fury Cutter. Degado was close to winning with Mataha until Mataha accidentally focused their poison attack on his own team, resulting in Degado being poisoned. Luckily, Izuku stopped up with a berry to heal Degado with. All Might approached Izuku after the short battle. Good try. Do you see what went wrong? Mataha accidentally didn't focus his aim, resulting in making him and his teammate go down with poison. Izuku answered back, feeding another berry to Mataha, who looked rather regretful from his mistake. Izuku smiled reassuringly at him, patting their head. It's okay. You did great, Degado, and you worked as a good team together. You just have to watch your aim. Degado comforted their friend by floating over to rest next to them, closing their eyes in relaxation. Mataha looked relieved, resting next to Degado as they prepared for the next battle. Then there was Macaria and Sakura, who transformed into her electric form, Jolton against Throw and Sock. Macaria used Ember, but Throw dodged. Sakura used Thunder Wave, causing Sock to take quite a hit. Sakura grinned at her move, smiling back at Izuku. Macaria used Smog, making Throw step in front of Sock to save him from the poison move. Macaria and Sakura won barely, with Throw and Sock both being poisoned. All Might gave his Pokemon a potion to heal the poison effects before heading over to Izuku to praise him. You did excellent with the guiding. Izuku smiled. Thank you. Is it almost time for the last one? Yes. Then afterwards, I will bring you to the cave to show you a lesson or two about the surrounding where some trainers will usually go to continue on their journey. All Might smiled, giving a thumbs up before heading back to his spot. After that, Anubis and Lily teamed up against Macamp and Lucario. Macamp took on Anubis, while Lily tried to take on Lucario. Lily caused damage Lucario with her Ember, but Anubis wasn't getting anywhere with Macamp using fighting moves. The fight ended up in a draw. You all did amazing. That was so great. Izuku complimented his friends that battled. Izuku then traveled off to gather the rest of his friends who were scattered around the beach, training. He guided them back with a smile. Is everyone okay? You feel tired? Two nodded back, making Charlotte slightly giggle. Zarius looked pumped up for the next training day, while Koi looked like he was getting a head start on napping. With everyone accounted for, he helped most of them back into their Pokeballs except for Q, Anubis, Sakura, Macaria, and Mata. All Might did the same to his own Pokemon team with personal praises to each one about how they did that day. And without further ado, All Might guided him to the next stop for his lesson. This is the Dagoba Cave. This is where young trainers would travel to evolve this Pokemon with battle experience further, or just to get one step further into their journey. This is where the cave-dwelling Pokemon will jump out and challenge them to battle to let them pass. Some will capture them for their team, some will just run away from them to continue on, or others will fight them until they faint. All Might introduced, spreading his arms open to reveal the mostly dark cave. Izuku was in awe from the dark caves, with the only light being provided was from the holes letting the sunset's colors in. And in the darkest of corners, there was sometimes crystals, from what Professor Toma told him once. He wondered if this cave had crystals to light the way. Izuku looked down from a higher platform with All Might as a few trainers traveled along the way. Izuku watched as an energized Zubat kept trying to challenge trainers only for them to roll their eyes. Geez, another one. Nope. One of the trainers said, walking past the Zubat with their Venusaur. Izuku furrowed his brow, watching as the same Zubat kept being rejected from each battle he tried to intimidate. Each time when a trainer would walk away from the fight with annoyance, the Zubat would look disappointed. Izuku questioned, why does Zubat look so sad? Would he rather be free? Oh well. Some Pokemon in the caves like to be free from the life of a Pokemon trainer. When that happens, they promptly run away before being captured. But there are a few who look forward to traveling. Some Pokemon hope that they could see the world with their trainer. They look into a future where they can help and prove themselves. All Might explained. Izuku looked back to the Zubat, who kept trying to gain attention from the entering trainers, only to be shut down in favor of the other Pokemon further ahead. Not now. I heard that I can get a Sableye if I head down further. A trainer mumbled, walking straight past the Zubat, knocking their wing aside. Zubat looked so sad when he saw the trainer walk away. By this time, Izuku's friends felt for the Zubat and glared as the next trainer walked past him. Izuku had enough, firstly walking down the platform with Q on his shoulder to encounter the Zubat. "Hello." Izuku greeted the sad Zubat. Zubat looked up hopefully and got into battle position by flying around menacingly, which was basically flailing around in front of Izuku crazily. Izuku smiled. "Q, use Astonish." "Q!" Q shouted out before launching into their attack, which Zubat dodged with ease. They were started to look happier since they were battling. Zubat used Wing Attack, making Q's disguise flop over. Zubat screamed in glee, flying in flips while Izuku looked more determined. "Okay Q, use Shadow Sneak." Izuku said. Zubat took the hit straight on. Zubat wobbled a little in the air from the damage before falling to the floor. Izuku widened his eyes, stepping in to catch Zubat before they landed on the hard floor. "Hey, are you okay?" Izuku asked carefully, tilting his head to his right. Zubat lifted his head, belting out a sound to try to see Izuku in the darkness with echolocation. They nodded. He smiled. "Do you want to be friends?" Izuku questioned, making Zubat lift his head further from Izuku's palm. Izuku reached in his pocket to give him a fresh water to feel better. Zubat brightened up after the last sip, flying up from his hand. He launched into the air in a flurry of happiness, flying all around Izuku's laughing form. "I'm taking that as a yes?" Zubat screeched happily. Izuku's friends ran down the platform to celebrate, leaving All Might on top of the platform shaking his head fondly with a smile. "So, that's how he makes so many Pokémon friends. Wow, no wonder he has so many," he thought to himself as he watched the Zubat do flips in front of Izuku. "I'll call you Ebony," Izuku said to his new friend. Q nodded in approval of the name. While Izuku laughed near the cave entrance with his friends, there was a pair of eyes that watched him from the shadows of the bushes in the nearby forest intensely. Their yellow and red eyes watched Izuku smile with a feeling they didn't recognize before. With another glance, they sunk into the shadows of the incoming early night. Izuku was so excited for Halloween. He was going to go trick-or-treating in the neighborhood with his Pokémon, and then they would all go to a pumpkin lantern show in the park during the Halloween festival. His mother made a costume just for him. He was going to be a ghost. Of course, the white sheet was a little boring, so his mother added a little bow tie and sewn on some patches to make it more artsy. She also planned to be a ghost, so they would be a ghost kid and his mama ghost. She had the same details as him with a bow at her bone eye and colored patches to make it more unique. And they weren't the only ones dressed up. Diana, Charlotte, and Deku too were all dressed like they made their own girl gang. They each had leather jackets made of black shiny faux leather, and each of them have Pokémon lollipops in their mouths. Diana wore a pair of pink-colored lens sunglasses perched on her forehead, Charlotte had a pink handkerchief around her neck, and two had a light pink skull hair tie on top of her head. They all looked so good and very threatening too. Anubis was dressed in Izuku's old traditional kimono that he wore for Tat 1 Light Festival with his mom as his costume. Next to him, Kagami chose to transform into a Bulbasaur with his sunglasses on. Anubis was trying to teach him a few words to say in English so they can pretend to be Izuku even better to freak people out. Sakura was so proud of herself in her Eevee form wearing a bright orange pumpkin costume. Koi was right next to her dressed as a pirate in his little mobile water wagon ready to go. He had a little eye patch and a hat with a bright red feather to match his scales. Adora had on her prettiest pink tutu with a pink ribbon around her neck, pretending to be a ballerina for tonight. She also had a little tiara on her head that made her feel very special. Dagoto decided to go simple. Mata helped him with his costume of a toilet paper mummy. Mataha was dressed as a flower with little petals around his head and a green scarf wrapped around his arms to give illusion of stem and leaves. Flora helped make his costume. Lily, Macaria, and Xarius all teamed up to make themselves the Three Musketeers. They were all dressed accordingly with plastic swords at their hips, sauté shirts, and awesome hats. Ebony excitedly flew around in his costume of a vampire. He had on a little black cape that was lined on the inside with red. It felt so soft against his back as his wings took him high up in the air in anticipation. Q made her own special handmade costume to make herself look like Izuku. She had the cloth made in off-white to match his ghost costume and his little face with green buttons and green curly thread. Morticia was dressed as her namesake with a pretty black dress with lacy sleeves. Bella was dressed as a frighteningly good Frankenstein. Della was dressed as a witch with a dark purple dress and little point hat. Flora was dressed to impress in a simple zombie costume with a few stitches here and there. Marine chose to be a lifeguard with a whistle dangling on a necklace. Jamie was just dressed as a lamp with a lampshade over their head with only 2 eye holes poked out. Lycanroc didn't have a costume on, but he still agreed to come with them only to protect everyone during the Halloween festival. And Izuku's friends from the shrine showed up to celebrate with them. And they were super excited to play tricks on the children who dared to come too close. Nyx was helping Morticia with the last of the decorations that are pending to fall down. Amethyst helped adjust the lighting with Bella by floating up to readjust the battery-operated candle inside the jack-o'-lantern. Shiro was floating wildly down the hall excited for the tricks he had planned out. Willow was busy talking to Marine about if one decoration was crooked or not. Izuku looked around at everyone gathered in the living room. Yay! Is everyone excited? He received many agreeing noises, especially with a loud whoop from his mother. Inko smiled. Everything is ready. Is everyone ready to go? Izuku nodded and looked around but couldn't see Q anymore. Wait, where's Q? Inko looked around. I don't see her. Maybe she is in your room? Go ahead and check. We aren't in a hurry at all. Be right back. Izuku remarked before heading back towards his room. Q? Q? She asked, opening his door only to see Q with her disguise Askew, showing what's underneath. When Q saw him, she immediately fixed her costume quickly. Izuku tilted his head. Q? What's wrong? She backed up with confusion in her eyes. Izuku remembered the backstory that Mimikyu had scared someone to death when they saw what was underneath their cloth. Q must be scared that I might reject her as my friend now. Maybe that's why she is hiding and cowering away from me, Izuku thought. Izuku approached only for her to cower away and try to fix her costume to cover herself every more from him. Q? Everything's okay. You don't have to hide from me. We are friends, remember? And we will always be. Izuku picked her up into a hug that shocked her. Little tears appeared at the corner of her eyes. Are you okay now? Your costume isn't ripped or anything, right? I could help if there was a tear or anything like that. Q sniffed before shaking her head. Izuku smiled. Then are you ready to come and trick-or-treat? Q sniffed again upon cheerfully yelped, Mimi. Her tears disappeared as happiness replaced her feeling of rejection. She was so happy that Izuku was her best friend and accepted her. She was so afraid that she might have scared him to death like the legend says. She didn't want to lose him. But now, she doesn't have to worry anymore. Izuku walked with his mother with their Pokémon around them as they traveled down the street. Ebony flapped his wings around in the dark night, Mata following after him. Izuku giggled while he watched them dance under the star's light. Q called out to them from Izuku's shoulder, her disguise's curly yarn hair flopping down. For the first house, Izuku got a big handful of assorted candies from a sweet old woman. The next house provided his basket with spinnerack rings and Zubat bracelets. He immediately out on the bracelet and ring, Ebony diving down to let Izuku adjust a bracelet onto one of his tails. The other house down the road with inflatable ghost types in the yard gave him some chocolates. A house at the end of the street had a large bowl of lollipops sitting on a table on the front porch for easy grabbing. Izuku grabbed a few before heading back to his mother. When he started back on their regular route through the neighborhood, he spotted a white sheet with 2 holes near a bush. He looked up to his mother to see if she saw it too, only for it to disappear by the time he looked back. Nyx gave the bushes a look before continuing to walk with their shrine friends. Amethyst floated up past the crowd of Pokémon to keep an eye on Izuku as the group headed toward the next street. Inko smiled as she walked with her son, Della at her side. Then she heard laughing further down the street. When she looked down the street, she saw some older teens pranksters who looked to be throwing eggs at some poor woman's house. She frowned, the expression mirrored by her son. Hey, Stop it! Izuku cried out, rushing forward. Both of the teens had a tired Camerupt and a smirking Pansage with them. The boy was combining Pansage's vine whip with their ammo of eggs to throw the eggs all around the front of the house. Camerupt stood back and let Pansage do most of the work as they tried to take a nap. They looked over to him before continuing with their egg throwing. Izuku pouted, getting closer to give them a piece of his 5-year-old mind right before the same figure in a white sheet appeared in front of the teens to try to stop them from continuing. Pansage took a nod from there. Trainers to swipe at the sheet to uncover who was behind it. Izuku gasped when he saw it was a little scared Teddiursa. One of the teen called up Pansage again. Izuku saw that Pansage looked ready to attack. Izuku rushed in to help them before the teens tried to do anything. Q released Astonish on their Pokémon before hopping off Izuku's shoulder to guide them back to the group. Teddiursa used Fury swipes against the teens before running off with Izuku. The teens' clothes were shredded when they looked back to see the little kid nowhere in sight. "Let's go egg someone's house," they said. "It'll be fun," they said. One of the teens complained as they fixed their bike up from the ground, their Camerupt looking very unimpressed at the outcome. "Shut up, this was your idea." The other teen said, their Pansage looking bored that they can't continue with the trick. Meanwhile, Teddiursa and Izuku were walking together with the others. Teddiursa was holding its torn-up sheet in their hands with tear-filled eyes. "Don't worry. Mom, can you help them fix their ghost costume?" Izuku asked. "I will try to if you want me to," Inko replied. Teddiursa responded by nodding and holding their little sheet up to her. "I'll get started on that now while we head to the festival." "Oh, where are our manners? Would you like to come with us to the Halloween festival in the park? It will be a fun time for everyone." Teddiursa looked excited and nodded. Inko and Izuku both smiled at the small friend they made. "Well, let's head there now," Inko added, taking Izuku's hand while Izuku took Teddiursa's paw. It wasn't too long of a walk to the park for them. While they walked, Inko got to work on the sheet. "Unfortunately, I don't think you can go back to being a ghost once I don't have my sewing kit with me, but you can turn this sheet into a cape." Inko apologized. "Wow. Hey, do you want to be a hero with your cape?" Izuku asked his new friend. Teddiursa looked up and nodded softly. Inko took the sheet into her hands to tie the cape loosely around their shoulders. "Now you look like a hero ready to save." "You do," Izuku complimented, making Teddiursa cheer in delight. Inko smiled cheerfully when she saw the beautiful decorations of garland wrapped around the trees. The large amount of pumpkins were a good distance away from the tents for the later-on lantern show. Izuku gasped when he saw the pretty dimmed orange lights from the lanterns hung up over the market tents for the festival. That must be the same type of lantern they were going to release around the pumpkin trail. Speaking of that, Izuku looked up to his mother. "Mom, can I go to the pumpkin trail to look at the jack-o'-lanterns? I'll be real careful." "Okay, as long as your Pokémon friends are there with you to help and protect you." Izuku nodded while his Pokémon gave their own nod to Inko as well. "Okay, have fun. I'll look through the market to see what they have for sale." Izuku nodded before heading to the pumpkins. Adora smiled widely at the orange soothing light from the carved smiling faces of the pumpkins. Some of them had faces, other has little Pokémon carved into them. One looked like a Pumokobo, the other looked like a... Wait, Pumpkabo? Izuku looked back to see nothing but a normal orange pumpkin formed into the shape of a Pumpkabo. Izuku shrugged before continuing on looking at the pumpkins. Anubis looked at the carved decorations with Koi before Koi saw a little sneaky Pumpkabo poke their head out of a large pumpkin. Koi called out towards the trickster Pokémon, but they had disappeared when Anubis turned to look. Izuku looked back to hear a giggle before a Pumpkabo floated from out the pumpkin patch. Willow giggled at their little joke while Pumpkabo approached the group. Shiro laughed as Pumpkabo floated right down to Izuku. Izuku tilted his head. "Were you playing little tricks on me and my friends?" Pumpkabo looked a little guilty and nodded. Izuku replied, "Hey, it's okay. Halloween is about having fun, and you meant no harm by it at all." Shiro approached the Pumpkabo and started to chat to them. Anubis translated, "Shiro and the others wants her to join in with them on planking kids who come near the shrine." "That sounds like a great idea." Izuku responded, waiting for Pumpkabuto give them their answer. She gratefully nodded before floating around in a happy circle. Willow then pointed out something to the other shrine friends. They all nodded before looking back at the green-haired child. Anubis giggled while Izuku looked confused. Anubis responded, "It's a tradition now." "What's their name?" Izuku looked at Pumpkabo, thinking of the perfect name, Jackie. Pumpkabo smiled happily, snuggling their cheek against his, making him low. Teddiursa looked up to him, tugging at his costume. "How do you feel about Quinn being your name?" Quinn smiled, throwing their cape up in the air in celebration. "Oh, yay, more friends." Izuku cheered, making his Pokémon friend giggle at his excitedness. Quinn looked on happily before joining in his little celebration. In all honesty, she didn't know her night would end up like this, but she glad it did. She had a family now. Meanwhile, Inko was walking with her Pokémon and Lycanroc was watching intently for any danger. While she stopped to look at one of the necklaces, she heard a loud, angry baker call out. "That little thieving cat. He stole my bread again. Hey, get back here, you filthy stray," he called out when a Meowth rushed past with a small piece of bread in their mouth. Inko watched as Meowth ran away and the baker strolled angrily back to his position in his tent. Inko looked back to where the Meowth went. She furrowed her brow before walking in that direction. Farther ahead, Meowth was hurriedly eating the bread to get rid of the starving rumbles in his stomach. Only a second later that he finished that he regretted not taking his time because his stomach was upset. He groaned, pawing at his stomach. When he heard footsteps, he looked over to the right to see a grown lady in a white sheet with patches all over it. "Hello? You look hungry. Are you okay?" the green-haired lady asked, pulling back her hood to see the Meowth a little better. He was shocked that this woman seemed to care about him. He was even more stunned that she got out a bag of cereal snacks from her purse. "I always carry around snacks since I have a child. Take them, you need them more." Meowth outstretched his paw to grab at the bag, eating the morsels of cereal from the plastic. "Baggy." Inko smiled as Meowth's hunger started to lighten from the light snacking on the cereal. "If you want, I have more food at my home that I share with my son and our Pokémon friends. If you would like to come with me, I promise you that you won't be starving like this." Inko explained, earning a distrustful look from Meowth. Meowth was about to consider declining the offer since he doesn't know if Ife can trust the woman before Lycanroc walked up to him. Lycanroc communicated to him that both the woman and her son were very friendly people who saved Pokémon and never hurt them. Meowth looked up to the woman, back to Lycanroc who nodded at him. Inko smiled when the Meowth nodded at her offer, meowing his agreement. Della shook her head. Inko just became more like her son. Or did Izuku get the compassion from her? And maybe they are both just that caring to others. Izuku returned back to the center for the lantern show with a happy Quinn in his arms that wore their sheet around their neck like a cape. Jackie floated with Amethyst and the rest of the shrine friends as they followed behind Izuku. Izuku spotted Bakugo a little farther away with his partners. Aunt Mitsuki was dressed as Little Red Riding Hood and Uncle Masru was dressed as the big bad wolf with little furry ears and a tail. Bakugo has his own little furry ears on his blonde hair and a tail clipped to the back of his pants. Bakugo was talking loudly with his Pokémon before he saw Izuku with a little Teddiursa in his arms. "Oh, you have a little teddy bear now, huh? Weak." Bakugo sneered, passing by with his Pokémon team right beside him. Izuku shrugged before looking down at Quinn. "You don't have to worry about him, trust me." Inko appeared again with her Pokémon and the new addition of Meowth. Meowth took one look at Izuku and meows softly at him. Inko smiled and introduced the new family member as Emerson. Lycanroc sniffed before laying down next to them as they chatted away before the lantern show started. The family watched as the glowing lanterns floated up into the night sky as Izuku snacked on his candy, sharing the Pokémon-safe ones with his friends. Izuku couldn't have imagined his life would be this amazing. Just this last weekend he celebrated his 6th birthday with all of his Pokémon friends and other human friends that he considered close family. Everyone showed up, even All Might after everyone went home since his patrol ran a little late like last time. His ghost shrine friends showed up with Jackie right behind them to catch up. Jackie seemed to be fitting in quite well with them, considering they seemed so happy when talking to Nix and everyone there. Emerson was fitting in quite nicely with a Lycanroc since his mother had adopted him into family. He formed a close, almost father-like relationship with Lily. Lycanroc was still teaching him the ins and outs of the house, like he couldn't really nap on the top of the bookshelf anymore. Quinn was fitting in the family very well. She loved to nap on Izuku's bed next to his fluffy stuffed animals. Quinn liked to replicate her Halloween ghost costume by creeping under his bedsheets to nap under the warmth. Speaking of costumes, Diana, Charlotte, and two haven't taken off their leather jackets at all. When Izuku asked about it, Anubis shrugged and told him that they really liked the jackets. So the three still wore their leather jackets to this day. They just wear them every day on since the jackets were pretty comfortable. Kiku had gotten him a huge Pokeball beanbag pillow that he just sinks into. His mom had gotten him a special watch and new clothes that feature cute Pokemon. His Pokemon got him special little gifts they made. Professor Tuya gifted him with a Pokédex for his future encounters with Pokemon. Speaking of the professor, he was going to the site today. Izuku showed up to the sight of Toma waving at him. "Hello, Izuku. Are you ready for today?" "Yes." Izuku agreed as he followed Toma inside. Once inside, he went straight for the food to feed the Pokemon friends all around the site. He released his Pokemon friends to go play while he did his job. When Izuku got to Snorlax, he realized that the Pokemon was in deep sleep. Izuku made sure to leave the large amount of food at his side while Q watched from a short distance away. But when Izuku went to leave, he ended up tripped backwards onto Snorlax. He stiffened up. Out of fear that the Snorlax might be angry, he woke him up from his nap entirely. He let out a small gasp when he felt large arms envelope him a hug, bringing him close to the Snorlax. Q snickered as the Snorlax began to treat Izuku like his own personal teddy bear. Izuku blew his hair out of his face as he heard the professor approaching where he was. When Professor Toma got there, he covered his mouth with his hand to keep from laughing too loudly. He smiled as he helped Izuku out from the strong grip of the sleeping Pokemon. "Come with me," Toma said, leading Izuku towards the research site. Q jumped onto his shoulder for the ride. Anubis and Ebony joined when they saw him following Toma to the building. Toma smiled gently as he walked with Izuku. "So, Izuku, since you are older, I want to teach you early on about Pokemon eggs." "Eggs? I get to learn how to raise eggs?" Izuku asked, his face growing excited at the thought. Ebony flew next to him as Q rode on his shoulder. Anubis walked right beside him while the rest of his friends were hanging out in the site center with all different types of Pokemon. "That's right," the professor responded with a nod as he led Izuku inside one of the many rooms inside the research center. The room contained many pictures of Pokemon with their offspring and charts with Pokemon evolutions. On the table was a large egg inside a mobile incubator. Izuku's eyes widened as he walked inside, his eyes landing on the egg. "Whoa!" Izuku whispered as he clambered up to the table. He craned his neck up to see the egg on a little blanket inside. "I know I could entrust this responsibility to you since you are very caring and knowledgeable. You are a fine 6-year-old who I think will take great care of this egg," Toma explained, adjusting his long bangs out of his face. Izuku looked up curiously. "Do you know what Pokemon it will evolve into?" "The eggs will hatch into a Mareep because I found this egg in an Ampharos nest in the electric habitat." Toma relayed the information. "Cool," Izuku mumbled. Ebony flew up on the table to tilt their head at the incubator. Anubis hummed when he looked at the egg. "New friend?" Toma laughed. "Of course. Izuku, if you choose to take on this lesson, you will ultimately become the caretaker and friend of the young Pokemon." Izuku nodded. "I gladly accept. You can count on me, sir." Toma smiled. "I know I can. Now come here, I will teach you exactly how to care for an egg like this. It is rather simple, you don't have to do much. The egg will hatch as long as I am walking around with it." Izuku recounted as he carefully walked with the incubator safely in his backpack. Apparently the incubator was a case to hold the eggs inside, and it came with a Pokeballs inside for the young Pokemon when they hatched. Izuku opened his front door with Ebony flying up ahead to land softly on the top of the sofa cushions. He released all his Pokémon friends that he brought with him to the site from their Pokeballs since they were in the comfort of his own home. "Mom, I have some news," Izuku shouted happily. Inko poked her head out of the kitchen with Belle's head next to hers. "I do too. Some great news." Izuku nodded, rushing into the kitchen to tell her the news. "Okay, I'll go first. Professor Toma allowed me to start taking care of an egg." "Wow. What a coincidence," Inko said as Belle came forward with an egg in her paws. "Beware actually wanted your help in raising her own egg." "Beware?" Bella nodded. "Wow. I would love to help out." Izuku accepted. "Wabafit?" Jamie called out from her seat. "Oh, I almost forgot. Jamie also had her own egg, but she doesn't want you to bother yourself since you have been very busy. So she would appreciate if you helped out, but she will take care of most of it." Inko explained as Izuku looked over to see Wabafit's egg next to her all wrapped up in the blanket. "I would be happy to help out with as much as you would allow me to," Izuku said respectfully to Jamie. Jamie nodded back to him with a happy expression. So there Izuku laid down on his bed, looking at two very different-looking eggs laying in several blankets to keep them warm. Mostly everyone was gathered around. Anubis was sleeping with his head against the mattress while sitting on the floor. Q was resting by the stuffed animals with Quinn. Sakura was chatting with Koi, who was in his little water wagon. Macaria lazily napped while Zarius tried to dance with Adora. He fell at one point, which made Adora help him up from the floor. Mataha and Dagato was hanging out with Morticia in the living room. Diana, Charlotte, and two were with Della and Flora in the other room talking about something. "I'm gonna be a big brother," Izuku whispered to himself as he mentally squealed. Ebony flew into the room to land right on Izuku's back. Izuku laughed softly. "Hey, Ebony." "Zoo!" Ebony screeched as he settled onto Izuku's back, snuggling into the body warmth he had. When Izuku was staring at the eggs, he caught sight of a blinding white light coming from on top of him. He turned his head to see that Ebony had evolved into a Golbat. "Ebony, oh my goodness. But you evolved. That's so amazing." Izuku praised as Ebony flew up into the air in happiness. The next day after school, Izuku travels over to the ghost shrine to tell his friends about the great news. And they were really happy for him, especially Shiro, who looked really excited for him. Thankfully, Izuku left the eggs at home just because he didn't want Bakugo to be near them. After he visited his ghost friends, he went down to the beach road while going home. He was passing the beach when he heard very strange sounds coming from the sandy beach. It sounded like repeatedly falling to the ground. Izuku shrugged before going to look for whatever was causing the sound. When he went down to the sand, he saw the cause of the noise was a training Froakie who looked very determined to take down a large mattress. He watched silently as Froakie backed up before launching himself full speed at the center of the mattress. But it didn't do anything because Froakie fell straight backwards into the sandy beach. Izuku walked over and leaned down to say, "Need some help there, buddy?" Froakie exclaimed, hopping backwards from Izuku. "Hey, it's okay. I'm not here to hurt you. I just heard some noises and went to see what was happening. Are you okay, by the way?" Izuku explained himself, ending it by asking how Froakie was. Froakie still stood a little ways away from him until Anubis stepped up to calm him down. Froakie listened to Anubis before his eyes started to sparkle at what he told him. Izuku looked down to see Froakie in a much better hammock. "What did you tell him?" "I told him that you can help him become stronger if he wanted to join." Anubis shrugged, making Q laugh in delight. To her, it seemed like Anubis was a recruiter for the small water-type Pokémon. Izuku stumbled on his words. Sure. If you want to become part of my friends, you can. If that is what you really want, so want to be friends." Froakie nodded in determination. "Okay. Son, welcome to the family." Izuku greeted with a grin. Son yelled in happiness, jumping into Izuku's arms in celebration. Izuku laughed as he carried the excited Pokémon back home with Anubis and Q watching with fond eyes towards the new addition. He reminded them of Izuku from the way he looks so determined to get something right. Bakugo had apparently gotten another Pokémon when he was training with Torchic near the forest. "Oh, a Mankey!" A boy cried out loudly. Another student said, remembering that Mankey had a bit of aggression. That totally fits his personality. A girl hummed, pushing up her glasses. That seems like a great addition to the team. They even kind of look the same, a student said from the back, paying attention to the trainer and Pokémon's glaring red eyes. Mankey shows off to the attention of the class by doing an angry squat dance from his spot next to Bakugo. Bakugo scoffed, "Yeah, Torchic was awesome. And now, I have a new strong addition to my team. Wow, he is going to be such a great pro hero whipping his strong Pokémon behind him. Ooh, they would probably help out by combining their attacks with his explosions." A student geeked out from the corner of the classroom. "Yeah, as long as he doesn't face against any water villains with their water Pokémon or something like that." A guy mumbled from the back, pointing out the flaws that Bakugo ignored in his team. Quinn hugged Izuku's leg as he just continued to write in his notebook before class started. Q shot a glare in Bakugo's direction as he came closer. Bakugo returned her look with a sneer before he sat down. Looking back, he saw that Deku's little teddy bear was clutching his legs. Where was that little Riolu he had, or that pathetic Magikarp? Bakugo paused, furrowing his brow. Wait, how much Pokémon did Deku have? Does Deku have enough to beat him? What happens if Deku is actually planning to become a hero with all the Pokémon he gathers? Bakugo shook his head clear of those thoughts. He just has to become stronger, so Deku wouldn't get in his way of being a pro hero. After school, Izuku decided to just take a walk near the park before heading home since Q needed to calm down from her burning fury to hit Bakugo. "All right, everyone come on out," Izuku ordered, letting his Pokeballs fly into the air. The Pokeballs released some of his friends, the rest were back home. Macaria, Zarius, Anubis, Ebony and Sun came out to join Quinn and Q. They all looked around to see their forest environment with the lush grasses and tall trees. "Figured we should take a little break before heading home. To relieve some stress," Izuku said, smiling. "So, come on. I think we can have an hour to explore before we head back home." "Jill!" Ebony shouted in glee, flipping in the air before sailing past the tree branches. "Hee!" Izuku giggled as he watched Ebony before gesturing to his friends. "Come on, we're wasting daylight just standing around. Let's go play." Sun didn't need to be told twice as he followed after Izuku's legs before jumping into the pond. Quinn held back a laugh when he arose to the surface with a lily pad on his head. Quinn sat down watching Sun swim around in the pond. Macaria and Zarius took the lead in playing a game of fetch with Izuku while Anubis watched over everyone. Anubis kept his eyes out during the 30 minutes or so they were there. Q was playing a game of tag with Ebony when he heard a small cry of "Piku." Anubis turned towards the sounds to see a herd of young girls chasing after a Piku who was trying to escape out of the hair bows that he assumed they had clipped onto his ears. Anubis narrowed his eyes as he watched the Piku take cover into the bushes as the young girls tried to look for him. Izuku looked over to see that Anubis waving him over secretly. Izuku furrowed his brows before he saw that Anubis's eyes were trained on a shaking bush. He gave an excuse to Macaria and Zarius to keep playing as he headed over to Anubis. "What's wrong?" Izuku asked his friend. Anubis looked up. "Piku? He is not comfortable. He is hiding in a bush from tiny girls." Izuku looked over to see that there was a tiny bows that were being dropped outside the bush. Izuku walked over, getting low to the grass to peek under the bush. Once he looked under, he saw a tiny Piku with a bored expression on his face, tearing at the ribbons that were tied to his ears. He pulled too hard on one bough, making tiny teardrops appear at the corner of his eye. "Hey, are you okay?" Izuku asked. Piku looked over only to angrily grumble, trying to pull at the pink ribbon tied to one of the tips of his ears. "Hey, stop it. You might hurt yourself," Izuku said, looking at the tight knots the bows were in. Piku looked over again, staring longer. Izuku offered, "Let me help you. It doesn't look that comfortable, does it?" Piku shook his head slowly. Anubis slowly walked over and called out to Piku. Piku looked over to Anubis and listened to what he had to say. Piku's expression became less guarded before he finally sighed. Anubis made sure the girls were far away before Piku crawled out to allow Izuku to help him. "Please stay still and I'll make sure to get these off quickly," Izuku promised, taking extra care to take the ribbons off painlessly. Piku sat patiently as Izuku unwrapped his ears and necks from the multiple accessories the girls had forced him into. All done. Are you feeling better? Izuku questioned with an easy smile. Piku nodded, making Izuku's smile bigger. Great. I'm glad. Those ribbons look too tight on you. Anubis nodded. Piku furrowed his brows and asked Anubis something. Izuku watched as Anubis gestured to him and back to Piku. Piku's eyes widened at his answer before looking back at Izuku and asking something again. Anubis nodded. Izuku softly asks, "What's happening?" Anubis looked up. "Can he come with us?" Izuku nodded. "Of course, if he wants to." Piku's bored face brightened before he hopped into Izuku's bushy hair. Izuku laughed as Piku got comfortable on top of his head. Anubis smiled as Izuku looked up to see Piku's eyes staring back at him. "Is it all right if I call you Serge?" Serge nodded. "Welcome to the family." Izuku said. Ebony flew over with Q following to see what was going on. Macaria, Zarius, Sun, and Quinn came over to see the new friend in Izuku's hair. Q tilted their head and Serge returned the gesture by tilting his head as well. "Oh, he will fit right in." When he returned home with his new friend, his mother had just rolled her eyes fondly. "I'm not surprised," Inko has said after she laughed a little. "Come on in." Serge looked around the house he got welcomed into with hesitancy until he listened to the reassurance from Q and Anubis. They both promised that this home was nothing like the life he used to live. He would be taken seriously and not be forced to be dressed up in any sort of fashion. "Katsudon for dinner." "Yes." Izuku yelled out in excitement, doing a little happy dance near the kitchen table. Serge watched as Inko and some other Pokémon friends joined in laughter. He snuggled into the young boy's curly hair as the warmth of the home finally settled around him. "Yes, this home is very nice to stay." The next day, Serge was getting along great with everyone. Quinn and him shared like a newcomer bond since they were both the newest ones there. Quinn was a bit shy before she warmed up to him. Adora was dancing in the living room with Zarius watching, paying close attention while she danced. Lily and Macaria were listening intently while Morticia was telling a story while twirling their fiery bone. Koi was in his special portable pond right next to Dagato as they napped. Mataha was in the middle of a flying competition with Ebony as they flew about the guest room. Diana, Charlotte and Tu were laughing as Kagami did an impression of Bakugo. Izuku checked on both Belle and Jamie eggs. He made sure both of them were warm and taken care of. He smiled as he wrapped a blanket around both eggs. "I can't wait to see you two hatch," Izuku whispered before he heard a shuffling sound outside, like it was coming downstairs. He frowned before heading out of his room. Izuku entered the living room to ask his mother, "Did you hear that?" "You did too? I wonder what is happening." Inko said. Izuku nodded with a determined look. Q jumped over onto his shoulder from her spot near Della in the kitchen. "I'll go check." "Hold on, I'll be right behind you. I want to make sure there is nothing dangerous down there. Who knows? Maybe it's one of those bad gangs that steal Pokémon from others. I heard about them on the news." Inko replied, waving off Belle who looked ready to throw down to protect them. Izuku smiled. "Mom, I'm pretty sure there was only one incident of that happening and it was far away from here." Inko shrugged, going to stand next to her son. "You never know if there is a larger group of them. I'm just trying to make sure you stay H." Izuku smiled before following his mother outside with Q on his shoulder, Anubis by his side, and Sakura running after them for protection. Diana, Charlotte, and Tu stood at the door in their leather jackets, waiting for any signal that the group needed backup. Izuku approached a fallen trash can which had a black and white zigzag tail sticking out from the back of the metal can. "Wait, isn't that a Galar Zigzagoon? What is it doing here?" Izuku asked out loud, quietly as he could so he wouldn't alarm the Pokémon. Izuku kept watching as the Zigzagoon rummaged around in trash bags to retrieve an old Poke doll. When Izuku looked further, he saw a black necklace around their neck with a stone pendant. When Zigzagoon found what he was looking for, he threw it behind him. Izuku looked over to see an Iken's tail wrap around the doll. Iken's had the same necklace as the Zigzagoon. It took a few more moments of watching the Pokémon to find out that the two had Everstones around their neck. A stone that allows Pokémon to never evolve. The Ekans looked up at the two strangers and backed away. The Zigzagoon looked up at them finally, sniffing the air. The Zigzagoon stared at them for a while longer before approaching Inko. He allowed Inko's hand to pet his head. However, when he peeked up at the loud sound of a car passing, he ran towards the alleyway. Ekans looked back the small family before following the other. Izuku looked after them before Inko just touched his shoulder. Izuku looked up to see his mother's smile. I think we will see them again. Besides, you have a way with Pokémon. There is no doubt that this won't be the last time we see them. Izuku nodded, walking back with her before looking back at their direction. He couldn't help but wonder what their story was. But he had a feeling that the two would visit again soon. After the weekend, Izuku reported to school with Surge, Anubis, and Q. Q was on his shoulder like always, Surge was in his hair, and Anubis was by his side. He allowed Surge to sit on his desk before class started, but Bakugo got in his way as soon as the blonde entered the room. Inside the blonde's head, he got a bit worried since the Pokémon on his desk seemed like a new friend that Izuku could take him down with. He shook his head, regaining a smirk on his face. He approached with his Pokémon behind him. Oh, look a little Deku. Who's your new friend? Bakugi asked, revealing no response from Izuku. Surge looked up with a bored look. Bakugo looked down at the condescending face of the Piku and asked, Oh, aren't you a cute little weakling? Not even worth a fight. Surge glared, puffing up their cheeks. Pai. Chew. Bakugo's face was frozen in a smirk as the small electric type shocked the hell out of him. Anubis hid his laughter as Izuku looked shocked at the damage. Bakugo and Mankey's hair was poofed up like a dandelion. Q giggled as Surge stood with his arms crossed on the desk, daring Bakugo to say another word. Bakugo learned that day as well as everyone else in that classroom to never call Surge cute. He didn't take it lightly. Axu was a dignified Pokémon. He only wanted the best for him and his friend Jibble. For the longest time, they had been together. It seems like they were friends since they hatched in the wild. A long time ago, they had overheard a human talking to their child about a story of a marvelous set of knights around a table. That is what got them interested. The stories of adventure and bravery that the knights faced proved to be something they both wanted. Axu and Jibble wanted to be knights, but in order to do that they needed to find a king to protect. In the wild areas, all they found were pitiful kids that judged wanted strength, so the two searched elsewhere. The two friends knew that when they found their Arthur, they might find a family as well since it has just been the two of them their whole lives. Maybe when they find a king, they will find more friends. Jibble asked, following after his friend through the bushes, when will we know who is to be our king, our Arthur? Axel looked back at his friend. Simple. We search for a kind and pure heart among the humans. A person worthy of being our king. I hope we find them soon. Jibble communicated, shuffling after his friend before they both heard a loud crash in the city area near them. What was that? Can we go check it out? Why not? Who knows? Maybe we will find our Arthur to protect there. Axu replied, shrugging his shoulders. They both nodded to each other before walking to a bush right near the scene. They both hid in the leaves to watch from far away. There they could finally see what the ruckus was about. Two people with their Pokémon were fighting. There was a burning building with people escaping rapidly out of it. Lapras, aim your hydro pump with me. We need to extinguish the flames before they hurt any civilians. Backdraft called out, letting his sidekicks escort some civilians out of the way. Lapras. Lapras aged, aiming their move in time with their trainer's quirk. Together the two forms of water swirled into one to quickly put out the red flames that was scorching the bank. Mag Cargo. Use flamethrower. Quick, we are almost out of time. The villains shouted, trying to mag. Their accomplice agreed, aiming their move directly at Backdraft before a hydro pump attacked them from the side of their shell, making their hot shell steam up from the power of the cold water that was shot at them. Lapras threatened down at Magcargo, who fainted from the powerful hit. Ugh, is it too late now to say sorry? The villain whimpered as multiple heroes came to escort him to the police in HNDC FFS. That was almost entertaining. Axu stated, getting ready to go back into the wild area to hide from Pokémon trainers looking to capture him. Wait, look. Look. Axu, look. What? That boy with the green hair. Jibble replied, pointing at a young boy in the crowd. What about him? Axu asked, looking close at the boy Jibble described. He sure has a lot of Pokémon around him. Yeah. During the fight, he was taking down notes as well. He was learning about the types of offense and defense that the two were attacking each other with. Like he was gathering notes on his enemy for the future. Do you know where I'm going with this? Jibble asked after his little explanation. Axu stared deadpan at him. No idea really, but I'm intrigued. Continue. I think I found our King Arthur. Jibble said loudly with the stars in his eyes. Why do we have to do more watching on him? I know that he has got to be the one we need to protect. Jibble argued as him and Axu watched the yard in the school that his chosen king was attending. Axu sighed, I need to make sure that this is the one. We can't go back on our knight's code as soon as we commit to our king. I just need to know we are making the right choice. They had followed his choice after the fight to a school and the two were waiting for any sign of their king candidate to show up. Axu had heard about a thing called recess, so he and his friend was waiting for that time to come to inspect their candidate further. Their wish to see their choice was answered a while later when the two heard a school bell ring. The test begins, Axu whispered, crouching low to the ground behind their bush. Together they watched as multiple children ran outside with about 1 or 2 Pokémon at their sides. They jumped when they heard a loud explosion only to see that it came from a rowdy blonde that had an always angry Mankey next to him. Jibble pointed out his pick who was sitting by a tree with a book in his lap. They too looked closely to see that he was reading out loud to himself. No, his Pokémon. He was reading to his Pokémon friends. Axu watched as a little Rio leaned their head on the young boy's shoulder while a Mimikyu leaned close to the pages to see the illustrations. Axu leaned his head into the grass as he watched. The boy does look very kind to his friends. But is it worthy enough? Hey Deku! The blonde boy screamed out after 2 kids talked to him. Jibble and Axu sat straight up in the bush, watching as the angry blonde Mankey personified human marched up to Jibble's chosen human. The boy, in question, looked up with a flinch while his Pokémon immediately went into defense position to block their friend from the blonde aggressor. Axu narrowed his glare at the blonde boy. Good choice, Jibble. I think we found our king to protect. Jibble nodded, going to follow his friend who began to walk away before looking back towards his king being looked down upon. He narrowed his eyes at the blonde boy's Pokémon who looked a little too close to his king. And another thing, you weak little dash. Bakugi yelled, ready to tell Izuku off while his groupies hyped him up. Bakugo's words were interrupted when a random Dragon Rage move appeared out of nowhere from the wild area near the school. Izuku went to protect his Pokémon from the attack while the attack hit Mankey dead on. Mankey fainted from the impact while a giddy Jibble slipped away with Axu. The next day, the two friends were watching spying on their king at the park. They were surprised to see that he was walking with so many Pokémon friends behind him with his mother behind him. And they saw that he was pulling a small wagon with 2 eggs inside covered in blankets. Oh, look how caring he is towards the young. He is making sure the eggs are safe from bad people, Jibble mumbled, watching his king play with his friends. There was a Golbat and a Beedrill flying over the family. Jibble whispered, I can't wait to be a knight to him. Ooh, which one would I be? Axu hummed, thinking hard. Well, I will be the Tristan. I feel like you would be Dinadin since you can always bring a smile to my face and Dinadin could always bring humor to a situation to bring up the spirits of his friends. Thank you. Jibble answered back. It has been about a week since they had begun following their king to learn more about him. They had seen many things throughout the week. They had seen him training on a beach with all of his Pokémon, but he made sure that everyone was okay during the whole time. Axu was very glad that their chosen king seemed to be very kind-hearted towards his own friends and other wild Pokémon. He personally watched as the young boy picked up a wild Pyakamiku and carefully set them back into the water. Another day they had seen him go inside a site happily and stay there for several hours. They even overheard him talking about how excited he was to see an egg hatching. Jibble noted that he seemed to be very caring since the professor was talking about how well the other was with the Pokémon inside the site. This time, they had followed after Izuku as he went to an abandoned shrine. The winter weather has just started to get very cold, but the two were huddling together for warmth. They had a towel that they found at the beach a day ago when the cold front came in. They watched as Izuku played with the ghost Pokémon at the shrine. How he talked about his days with a Banette while a Jengar was chatting with Mimikyu. Chandler was carrying a Piku in her arms as she sailed a few feet up in the air. And how a Phantump was lifting the Riolu in the air to sit on one of its branches. The two overheard the ghost Pokémon talking with Izuku through the Riolu about how they evolved. Whoa! Riolu can talk! Jibble exclaimed. Aksu had thrown his paw over his friend's mouth, but it was too late. Riolu and Phantump had turned in their direction. Aksu and Jibble stood still as the two Pokémon silently approached them while the other Pokémon hung out with each other. Who is there? Riolu asked, jumping down to the ground to inspect the surroundings. Aksu and Jibble came out from their hiding spot. We apologize for interrupting, they responded in unison. May I ask why you two have been following Izuku for about 8 days now? I have sensed you aura since the day with the Lapras fight in town. The same day a dragon rage came out of nowhere. Jibble apologized. I'm sorry, that was my fault. We just want to find an Arthur. An Arthur? What? Riolu asked, tilting his head. Aksu explained the two's wish for a king, a friend, to protect. How they wish to be knights together. So you two want to be knights to Izuku, to protect him from harm? Riolu questioned. Yes, Aksu answered. Riolu hummed, it isn't up to me, but I think that Izuku will accept. How do you know? Jibble asked. Trust me, I have been one of the longest ones here, he cares about everyone. Riolu answered before turning around to address his friend. Izuku, come over here. I want you to meet two fans of yours. Izuku looked up from his spot, excusing himself from a conversation between Dagato and Mata. What's up, Anubis? Anubis explained, these two wish for you to be someone they protect. A king of sorts. I don't think I would call myself a king, but I would be happy to become friends if they wanted. Jibble nodded enthusiastically while Aksu portrayed his excitement with stars in his eyes. We want that very much. Aksu stated to Anubis. Izuku nodded at the confirmation Anubis had given him. All right, welcome to the family then. Izuku smiled before noticing the other two shivering from the cold wind. He quickly took off his beanie to place it on Aksu's head and his scarf to wrap it around Jibble. That should help for now before we get home. Speaking of home, what to call you two? Aksu and Jibble looked at each other. They were about to be knighted. Izuku placed his left hand on Aksu's head, Mercury. Izuku then smiled wider as he put his hand on Jibble's head, Griffin. They smiled, Jibble trying not to cry from joy. What a gentle king they had. And he treated them as equals, as friends. Griffin and Mercury smiled at each other before following their new friend home. Another week and a half has passed since Mercury and Griffin has joined the family. And now, it was already Christmas. A holiday meant for giving gifts to people that one might love, support, or appreciate. Everyone was there, all clamored inside Kiku's shelter with her decorated tree standing tall. Kiku, the professor, Toshinori, Inko, Izuku and everyone's Pokémon and other Pokémon friends were gathered together under the roof of the shelter. After a lovely homemade dinner that took most of the day, it was gift-giving time. Inko had given Kiku a dress with a sunflower pattern. Inko gave the professor some new notebooks to categorize his research findings. Inko gifted Izuku with a knitted green cape and some new notebooks for his analysis. Kiku had given Inko some special cookbooks made for Pokémon food that don't even need that many ingredients. Kiku gifted Izuku with little items that his Pokémon might enjoy. Izuku found a choice specs, a reaper cloth, and a multitude of colored scarves. Professor Toma gave Inko a nice simple necklace he had found in a thrift shop. Professor Toma gives him a Z-ring with a crystal for Mimikyu's special Z move. Toma said, when your Pokémon is carrying a Z-crystal while you wear this, it can create a very powerful attack that can be used only once in battle. It can only power up a move that Mimikyu already knows. Like play rough can become the special move, let's snuggle forever. Izuku gifted everyone with a friendship bracelet he had made. His mother had a matching one with his with a light green mixed in with a dark green base. Kiku had received a pink and brown bracelet. Toma had been given a purple and blue bracelet. Izuku had surprised his Pokémon friends by gifting everyone their own little bracelet as well. After he had given everyone their bracelet, they all punched on him in a hug. The ghost friends stuck behind the dog pile, laughing as Izuku got ambushed. Their laughter paused when they heard a small cracking sound from the wagon with the 2 eggs. Izuku sat up and reached for the blanket to check on the eggs only to find one of them was hatching. "Mom, one of them is hatching!" Izuku cried out. Inko came closer with Belle right behind her. Everyone crowded around as one of the eggs burst open, revealing a cute Stoofle. Stoofle's eyes opened to see Izuku and yawned. Izuku smiled, reaching out his hand to pet Stoofle on her little head. "Zuku," Izuku whispered. Belle's hand landed on his shoulder as they watched Stoofle get used to her surroundings. What a little gift. The day after Christmas, All Might came in disguise to their apartment since he couldn't come the day before because of his hero work. And he couldn't really escape from his non-stop #1 hero duties. He came with a low bow and a long apology before Inko welcomed him in a smile. Izuku made him a friendship bracelet with red, blue and yellow. His mother gave him a knitted sweater that she made extra large to fit his form. He really liked his gifts from his brief look of happy tear face before he broke out into a full-bellied laugh. He presented Inko with a small necklace that had little teardrop emeralds. He gifted Izuku with a collection of different incenses that helped his Pokémon. A week after Christmas, Izuku visited Kiku's shelter since she called in to help with some new Pokémon that came in. Izuku brought along Zuzu, Anubis and Q with him. Miss Kiku smiled as soon as she saw him approaching. "Hello, Izuku. I haven't seen you since Christmas. Thanks for coming. And hey, there are 2 little boys around the same age as you are looking at some friends, so just a heads up." "Hi, Miss Kiku. I'm glad to help out." Izuku responded. Anubis nodded with a smile. "Stuff." Zuzu replied in a short happy shout from his legs. "We have a few new friends with us now that are still adjusting." Kiku explained as she walked him inside. Izuku walked in to see so many new additions among the others. Yamask was still floating along with the group of unknowns. Cascoon and Silcoon was napping near a tree stump next to each other while a Carablast walked around near the bushes. Lovedisk was happily swimming in the water with Corsola looking very serene by the shallow end. There was a Skrelp that was hiding in the deep of the water while a Barboach was just calmly swimming. Snorant was walking in the tall grass while there was a Burmy hanging from a tree branch above them. A Greed Ent was rushing up and down the tree to gather berries and not really interacting with anybody. A Shuckle was just sitting by himself away from the others. Typhlosion was just relaxing on a heated blanket on a couch instead of outside. There was a boy with spiky brown hair talking to Smoochum. There was a blonde-haired boy with a shiny white belt who was shyly inching his way to a Surskit. Izuku went to work with Kiku to help some Pokémon feel more comfortable by giving them some homemade berry curry that Kiku made earlier. It seems like Greed Ent really liked it. After Izuku gave the rest of the curry, he spotted the shiny boy from earlier smiling as the Surskit splashed him with some water. Kiku nodded over to the boy as she continued to oversee how the new additions were getting along with the others. Anubis stayed by Kiku to help out while Izuku decided to go talk to the other kid. Izuku walked up to the blonde boy with a smile. Q made a happy sound as he approached the boy. "Hi there." Izuku greeted. "Oda bonjour." "Ah, hello." The blonde boy greeted. Surskit greeted Izuku with a small splash. Zuzu shook her head when the little seasoned of water landed on her face. Izuku asked, "You are making friends with Surskit?" "Oui. They are very nice to me." The blonde boy answered. Izuku said, "Glad to know. They are very playful, so I hope you like playing around." "I do. I don't have that many friends, so I mostly play by myself," the blonde boy replied. "Well, I'm sure Surskit won't let you be lonely. Right, Surskit?" Surskit cheered with a happy blush to their cheeks. "All right, don't worry. You are in good hands with Surskit." Izuku added. "Thank you." I'm Yuga Aoyama. Aoyama responded. Izuku nodded. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'll be around the shelter if you need anything. After talking with Yuga-kun, he approached the spiky brown-haired boy who was talking to Smoochum. Hi. Hello, I'm Rikido Sato. Sato greeted. Izuku introduced himself. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I help out Miss Kiku around the shelter sometimes. Are you having fun with Smoochum? Yeah, she is so sweet. Sato replied. I'm just checking that everything's okay. You making a new friend, Smoochum? Izuku added. Smoochum nodded cheerfully. Okay, see you around. If you need anything, I'm walking around. After talking to the two boys, Izuku headed back outside to talk to Miss Kiku. But out of the corner of his mind, he saw one of the bushes trembling. Looking closer at the bush, he noticed that it was wearing red shoes. Hold on just a second. Zuzu mewled before walking slowly to the bush to sniff at the tangled vines among the leaves. Q tilted her head as a Tangela hopped out of the bush when Zuzu came too close. Hi, I'm Izuku. Izuku introduced himself before Tangela ran back into another bush. Hey, it's okay. I'm not going to hurt you or anything like that. You must be scared. Tangela peeked out to see Izuku gently smiling. This is Zuzu. This is Q. My friend Anubis is over there helping with Miss Kiku. Tangela cautiously came out of the bush to see Izuku extending a hand to him. Do you want to come play a game of hide and seek? Tangela looked him up and down before slowly taking his hand with a vine. At school, Bakugo waltzed in with Kalava and Mankey right behind him at his sides while Torchic rode his shoulder opposite to where Kalava used to sit. Sometime during the class, Bakugo started bragging that he was planning on getting Megastones for Houndour and Torchic when they evolve into their final evolutions. A girl said, Wow, really? Megastones take a while to find, don't they? The guy from the back piped up. Yeah, you have to go on this mini-quest somewhere to find a stone. One of Bakugo's groupies confirmed when Bakugo claimed his seat. Izuku brought Ebony with him to school. Q was taking her normal place on his shoulder like usual. Adora, Anubis, Sakura, Koi and Sun were in their respective Pokeballs. Bakugo sneered when he saw the Golbat taking a rest on Izuku's head. What? Another Pokemon? Doesn't matter anyway. Golbat isn't that useful, you just skip over it when you get to caves and stuff to get to the real strong Pokemon inside. Ebony shrunk back from his harsh words, remembering his awful time in the caves where everyone ignored him. Q glared at Bakugo's head as the bully began to turn around back in his seat. He let Mankey go back into his Pokeball when Izuku piped up. That isn't true. What did you just say? That isn't true. Ebony is a great friend to have. He has been nothing but helpful to me. And he doesn't deserve to be ignored since he is so amazing at what he can do. Bakugo scoffed while Izuku finished up his ranting only to look up at the Golbat that Izuku was defending. His eyes widened as he watched the Golbat's eyes glisten just before it was consumed by light. What the dash? Izuku's Pokemon is evolving. Izuku looked up to see Ebony evolve into a Crobat before his eyes. Ebony. Oh my goodness. Wow, Crobat. They look so awesome. One random classmate said in adoration towards the newly evolved Pokemon. Bakugo glared as Deku stole the attention away from him only to peel his thoughts away for a moment. Deku got another Pokemon. Maybe he should make a list soon to keep track of this stuff. Never mind that. He should just focus on his task of making his Pokemon as strong as he is so he can become the greatest hero with his Pokemon friends right by his side along the way. After a long day at school, Izuku headed for the beach. Izuku felt a bit uncomfortable since he got a bit more attention from his classmates. It just felt weird because of the usual way they would ignore him. Anyway, he wanted to go to the beach to allow Adora some time to practice her dance before it became dark while he lets the others play. Come on out. Izuku yelled, letting his Pokemon. Everyone. Let's have some fun before sunset. Adora cheered before running off towards the rocks to dance while the waves hit the rocks. Sun and Koi looked at each other before jumping toward the shallow end of the water. Ebony flew in circles out of happiness in the sky, his purple wings taking him farther into the air. Anubis watched everyone by Izuku's side before Sakura coaxed him into a friendly game of tag. Izuku watched everyone carefully as they had fun before sitting down onto the sands softly. He took out his new special notebook. He started a notebook not too long ago to write about his Pokémon friends. He wanted to write it because he wanted to keep track of his friends' dislikes, likes, and other things that he wanted to remember. All of the sudden Adora made a surprised sound loud enough for Izuku to turn her way. Izuku looked to see a happy Poplio clapping on top of a rock. Izuku stood up and walked over to her to see what was going on. "Oh, hello there." Poplio clapped her little fins together when Izuku walked over. Anubis looked over and came running to see what was the issue with Sakura right behind him. Anubis called over to the Poplio to ask what was happening. She says that she just really liked to see Adora dance. Anubis said to Izuku. Sakura climbed onto the rock to join Poplio. Ebony came down onto the top of the rock to see everything that was going on. "Oh, that's great. Seems like Adora has a fan, right?" Izuku asked. Poplio nodded before clapping her fins together again. Adora smiled before dancing again, much to Poplio's amusement. Sun and Koi came closer, but stayed in the shallow water when they saw that everything was good. Izuku smiled before sitting closer to continue writing in his little notebook. He sketched out Adora dancing while Poplio watched her from a rock. Every day afterwards, when Izuku brought Adora to the beach while the others trained, Poplio was waiting for her there, so she could watch. Izuku often wondered if Poplio was wild and just came up to see Adora. But he got his answer in the worst way anyone could have imagined it. One day after school, Izuku was heading towards the beach when he ran into All Might in disguise. "Hi, young Midoriya. I was just going for a jog." "Oh, I'm heading towards the beach to allow Adora to practice her dancing a bit more." "That sounds wonderful. Let me join you to the beach since not many people are around the beach at this time." "Sure," Izuku replied as he led the way. "I wonder if you can meet Adora's fan." "Oh, young Adora has a fan?" "Yes. There is a Poplio that always watches her when she dances." "Oh, she sounds like a lovely friend." Izuku nodded brightly before speeding up his walk when he saw the beach in sight. He went ahead and let Adora out of her Pokeball to allow her to see her friend faster. Izuku was all smiles as he walked faster and faster towards the sandy beach until he heard a cry from the rocky area. His smile dropped as he ran a bit faster to see what was going on. All Might heard it too and began to quickly follow behind him. Izuku saw a nameless trainer pick up Poplio off the rock before throwing her to the sandy ground. "God, why won't you evolve already? Why do you have to be so useless?" Izuku glared before he looked down when he heard Adora growl, since she has never made that sound before. Without stopping her, he allowed Adora to aim her ice beam at the trainer's feet before he could approach Poplio any further. The trainer struggled in the ice before being roughly pulled out by none other than All Might, who was looking at the trainer with the most disgusted, angry expression. "Young man, take Poplio to get some help for her injuries. I will take this boy to the local police station for them to take care of him." Izuku nodded before picking up Poplio gently into his arms and walked home fast with Adora running beside him. Izuku got home fast while All Might dropped off the teen at police station. "Mom, Poplio is hurt," Izuku yelled out when he got inside. Q dropped down from his shoulder to get to the medical supplies fast. "Oh goodness, set them down on the couch. I'll get some potions and berries to help them," Inko said as she took a few supplies from Q's shadowed hands. Izuku watched his mom take care of Poplio's wounds while Adora stayed by her friend's side. Zarius was by the side and comforted Adora by patting her back. Soon All Might arrived while Poplio was feeling a bit better from her bruises that the potions healed up. "Oh, thank goodness," All Might exclaimed as Lucario came over to check on the young one. "I'm glad that you got better. I'm sorry I didn't get there sooner," Izuku said apologetically. Poplio shook her head, nudging his hand to allow him to pet her. Adora nudged her in a small little hug where Poplio wrapped her fins around Adora's neck. "If you want, you can stay with us. I promise that we will protect you from people like that. And Adora, I, and everyone would love to be your friends," Izuku said with a smile. "Poplio!" Poplio exclaimed with a happy nod, Tears were gathered in the corner of her eyes. Okay, Violetta sounds like a good name. Do you like it? Izuku asked. Violetta nodded happily. Welcome to the family, Violetta. Izuku cheered. Violetta shined bright much to the surprise of Izuku and All Might. Inko gasped when the bright light revealed that Violetta evolved into Bryon. Wow! Izuku whispered as Adora celebrated her friend's evolution. All Might was stunned while Inko just patted his shoulder. Later that night, Izuku was relaxing in the living room with soft music playing from his phone. Violetta and Adora were practicing their dancing together while Izuku watched with Zarius on the couch. Anubis nodded his head to the beat while Q swayed. Sakura watched calmly from her curled-up spot on the armrest. Crobat and Mataha watched from up high as the pair danced. Surge was laying near Izuku's head by the back of the couch. Jamie's egg was laying in her lap as she was sitting on the couch with Della, Flora, and Morticia. All Might stayed over for dinner, so he was snugly fitted in the dining room chair as he finished up his bowl of food. Lycanroc looked up from his bed next to Emerson's to sniff at the air. That's strange. He never noticed the scent that All Might carried with him. It smelled familiar. He didn't really know how to put it. Emerson batted at his nose before he could really focus on it. He sneezed before relaxing back onto his nice little bed. Bless you, Inko whispered to him before handing him a berry along with Emerson as their small snack. Dagato was just relaxing on the TV, enjoying the warmth it provided. Zuzu was prancing around with Mercury and Griffin. Marine was sitting on the floor next to the couch to watch over Koi and Sun. Koi was swimming happily in his little portable pond with Sun right next to him. Quinn was with Kagami on the chair near the couch. Diana, Charlotte, and two were all just leaning on the far wall to watch the show. Macaria and Lily was just curled next to each other near Lycanroc to watch the performance. Inko looked around before she sighed at how everyone started to look crowded next to each other. All Might looked up from his empty bowl. What's wrong? He whispered to get her attention. Oh, nothing. It's just that this apartment might just be too small for everyone now. And I can only imagine that my little Izuku will find more friends to welcome in. Maybe I should look at getting a new house soon. But I don't know if any could fit the price range amongst other things. Inko paused. Oh, sorry for rambling. All Might offered, if you allow me, I could help you in your find. I wouldn't want to bother you. Inko added. All Might answered, please, it won't be a bother to me at all. I would be more than happy to help you out. Oh, well, thank you very much for your offer. Inko said, taking All Might's bowl from him. No need, Mrs. Midoriya. All Might replied. Inko smiled, just call me Inko. All Might's Lucario raised a brow and smiled at his trainer when Inko turned around. All Might ignored Lucario's knowing look in favor of watching the performance come to an end. You two did amazing, Izuku said, clapping as the two took a little bow. Everyone joined in for the small applause. The applause slowed down enough to see Jamie was looking down at her egg. Izuku looked down at the egg to see the shell was cracking. Oh, the egg is hatching, Izuku said in wonder. Izuku came forward as Jamie continued to hold on to the egg. Everyone stayed at a safe distance as the egg hatched fully, to reveal why not. Wow! Wobbuffet, Jamie added, nodding towards her new young. You want me to name them? Wabu. Jamie nodded as Why Not began to look around slowly. Okay, Izuku said with a smile. Hi, Jessie. Welcome to the family. Jessie looked up and declared, Why not? Izuku smiled and patted her head. Crow! Ebony exclaimed as they flew around the site near the center while Izuku was waiting for the professor to finish explaining about the Pokédex. This Pokédex has over 800 Pokémon logged into it. Many Pokémon trainers try to complete the entire Pokédex by catching every Pokémon that is listed on it. This Pokédex is special since it is the newest version of it. Professor Toma explained, handing Izuku the bright red Pokédex that matched his favorite shoes. This special Pokédex also displays a map of wherever you are, and it can show you maps of places nearby that you might want to visit. It can show you the habitats of Pokémon that you might have come across already. Toma got a little alert on his watch before he could explain further. Oh, one moment. I'll have to go check on the egg and the other specimens inside. Go ahead and check out your new Pokédex to see all the functions it has. Izuku nodded, clutching his Pokédex to his chest happily while the professor went back into the site building. Izuku started at his new Pokédex with a tilt to his head. Hey, Izuku looked up once he heard the chirp of a new voice. He looked for Anubis only to see he was still with the others near the other habitats a bit away from the clearing that Izuku was sitting in. Pidgeotto joined Ebony in the sky, so they could play a friendly game of tag together. Servine was watching Adora and Violetta dance near the water area from her flower bed spot in the forest habitat. Hello? Izuku asked out loud, raising a brow in confusion. Izuku yelped when a happy-looking Rotom flew right up to his face. Pleased to meet you. I'm Rotom. Rotom introduced himself. Oh, hi. Nice to meet you, Rotom. Izuku greeted with a happy smile. Rotom twirled in the sky before he looked very interested in the Pokédex. Izuku didn't have time to stop the energetic Rotom from jumping right into the Pokédex. Wait, Izuku said loudly before Rotom came to life from the Pokédex. Whoa. Welcome to your new Rotom Pokédex. I have heard a lot about you from Professor Toma. You sound like a nice kid that I would love to help you. Rotom explained as he twirled around. Wait, you want to be my friend? Izuku asked. If you want me to, I would love to be, Master. Rotom answered. Izuku tilted his head. You can just call me Izuku. Rotom tilted his head in return. I'll think about it, Roto. Junior. Okay, I'll call you Reizuto then. Izuku smiled. I'm not opposed to that nickname. Go ahead, Junior. Let me tell you about all the things I can do. You can take pictures with the camera installed. Izuku. Toma shouted out. Okay, I'll tell you later then, Junior. Reizuto exclaimed as Toma came rushing to Izuku. Reizuto floated away a short distance towards the electric habitat. Izuku, the egg is hatching. Toma shouted from the door of the site. Izuku gasped before running after the doctor. His Pokémon friends were about to run after him before Anubis stopped them. Hold it. Why not? Jessie exclaimed as they waddled with Zuzu. He is fine. Don't worry. Anubis looked over to see his friend rush into the site to see the egg hatch. Izuku rushed through the halls with the professor until they reached the room with the egg. Toma ushered him inside to see the egg was rolling about with several cracks in the shell. Oh, they are getting close. Are you excited? Toma asked. Yeah. I can't wait. Izuku answered back with a bright smile, turning his head to watch the sight before him. Izuku gasped softly as a small snout broke through the shell before it was encased in a familiar light he saw when Jessie and Zuzu hatched. Izuku watched as a shiny Mareep with pink fluff that matched Diana's fluff appeared after the light faded. Whoa, Izuku commented, watching the Mareep look round before settling her eyes on him. Hi. Wow, a shiny Mareep. Didn't see that coming. Toma added, watching Izuku's eyes widened as Mareep walked up to him to nuzzle her head on top of his. Izuku, you can nickname her if you want. Really? Izuku questioned as Mareep kept nuzzling him. Toma nodded with an easy grin. Yeah, go ahead. And if you really want, you can take her home as a new friend. Really? Izuku asked again with a smile and happy tears. Toma smiled easily in return to answer him. Izuku looked into Mareep's shiny eyes and smiled. I'll call you Rosa. Rosa chirped in reply before nuzzling his forehead out of affection. The professor laughed before letting her on the head. Reizuto flew around Izuku as he carried Rosa in his arms. Q was riding his shoulder like always with Anubis walking alongside him. Zuzu and Jessie trotted along in front of Anubis with Ebony flying over Izuku's head. Adora and Violetta were back in their Pokeballs. And there is a neat tool called Roto-Loto. And yeah, I think I went through everything, Junior, Reizuto said as he zipped up in the air right next to Ebony. So you can just adapt yourself into the Pokédex? I can also do it with other things too, like a lawnmower or old washing machine or something like that. That is nice. Oh, just like the number 8 hero Washington. I think he has a partner that is a Rotom in their washing machine. Form. Anubis nodded. Yes, they do have one on their team. I think that was their first Pokémon too. Izuku widened before hearing an anguished cry of, sigh. Psyduck. Oh, looks like a Psyduck is nearby. And by the sounds of it, they might need some sort of help. Reizuto stated. Izuku nodded to Anubis and Q before walking carefully over to where Psyduck might be. Zuzu and Jessie walked ahead of Izuku as Crobat took to the sky to try and find Psyduck faster. Izuku eventually found the source of the commotion when he found a trip of kids throwing sticks near a Psyduck who was clutching his head from their taunts. He furrowed his brow, leaving Crobat to take matter into his own hands as he swooped down and scared the children with his shadow. The trip ran away from the doom of what the shadow might hold. Once they left, a grinning Crobat appeared from the leaves of the tree that was above him. Izuku shook his head with a smile before focusing his attention and the Psyduck. Rosa nuzzled into his hand before he set her down on the ground to attend to the distressed Psyduck. Zuzu approached calmly with Jessie tilted her head at the Psyduck who seemed to be clutching their head very seriously now. Sigh. Psyduck groaned, rubbing their head. Hey, are you okay? Izuku asked. Psyduck, a water-type Pokémon. This Pokémon is troubled by constant headaches. The more pain, the more powerful its psychokinesis becomes. Reizuto provided information quietly in a whisper to Anubis who was standing nearby. I think he needs some help calming down before his power lets loose. Anubis started from behind Izuku. Izuku nodded before facing the freaking out Psyduck. Izuku took out his small CD player with its headphones. Psyduck watched him curiously despite the pain of his headache before Izuku started a light instrumental song on his player before gently placing the headphones on a curious Psyduck's head. The Psyduck's distress started to melt away at the light sounds of a harp playing into his ears. They all watched as Psyduck slowly started to calm down. Izuku smiled as Psyduck became more cheerful despite having been distressed only 3 minutes ago. That's better. Izuku sighed before asking worriedly, do you feel any better? Psyduck nodded. Rosa approached Psyduck, knocking her soft head into his belly. Psyduck stiffened before smiling and patting her on the head. He reached up to the headphones around his neck, so he could return the item. Hey, but do you want to come with us? Psyduck looked up to see Reizuto floating above him. We are going to Junior's house and apparently it's a pretty nice place. I bet I would be quieter than all of this. Izuku blushed. Reizuto. What? Like you weren't going to ask? Reizuto retorted. Her's right. Anubis muttered, causing Izuku to look slightly betrayed before realizing that he would have asked if Reizuto didn't first. Izuku smiled with a chuckle at Psyduck as the water type bought over his options. Stay in the forest and either be crowded by Pokémon trainers and loud children or go to a supposed quieter place. He will take any chance he would get for some peace and quiet. And the boy's music really helps him. So it might not be so bad. Psyduck. Psyduck agreed with a snood, following Rosa back to Izuku. Anubis looked at Izuku with a knowing look that was returned by Q. Ebony looked down with a smile at the new addition before the team headed back home with this friend. Izuku thought about a name for him. SB sounded like a good name for his new friend. Inko sighed as she watched her son happily welcome the new additions in his room. She watched as Diana took a liking to Rosa because of their similar pink fluff. Belle and Jamie watched over their young ones in the living room as Inko walked back into the kitchen. But before she could start on dinner, the doorbell rang. Inko gently walked up to the front door only to be greeted by the sight of All Might when she opened the door. Hello, Inko. I found a house that might match your wishes. All Might said as he held out a paper. Inko took the paper to see the file of the house All Might had found. Inko gasped as she looked at the traditional James's style of housing. It apparently was modernized on the inside, but looked traditional from the outside. It was similar to Kiku's shelter, but a bit bigger. It had a total of 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. It was spacious on the inside as well as outside. The rooms looked so big from the floor plan and images he was showing her in the file. The backyard was complete with a cherry blossom tree, a small flower garden, and a pond. There was an attic and a lovely cellar that acted as a pantry. Inko smiled. Wow, this house looks amazing. It seems perfect. Too perfect, especially for this kind of price. All Might added, it's only because the house is very old. Older than most of the houses in the area, so most people didn't really want to purchase it. When I heard it, I thought it would be a nice fit for you. Thank you very much. Would you like to stay for dinner? Inko offered, opening the door wider for them. Oh, I shouldn't. All Might tried to argue before Lucario blew out a puff of air from beside him. Lucario happily answered for the mumbling All Might by walking inside after Inko's lovely offer. All Might groaned in embarrassment as Inko giggled. Inko ushered him inside while two pairs of eyes watched them disappear inside the apartment. The two pairs of eyes belonged to Ekans and a Galarian Zigzagoon. Both of them still wore their Everstones around their neck as they ducked onto another rooftop to stay the night. Ekans looked over to Zigzagoon after the two adults had disappeared inside the warm home. Zigzagoon had nothing to say except a nudge of them to return to their metal shelter was that night. Ekans watched between his friend and the apartment door before following Zigzagoon back under the shelter on top of the roof of an old building. Hello, everyone. I have never done an author's note before. Everything is okay now. The issue has been cleared up. None of my stories will be limited. Also another update. I plan on finishing. Ghostly Whispers. Oh no, she's cute. Screwcack. Flowers can make even the worst situation better. By May. Hopefully I can also finish the Quirkless Gamer of North Muzutafu by May as well, but who knows with my schedule. So if you are looking forward to certain updates of specific fics, I apologize for the wait. I do hope to update about 3 or 4 other fics per month if I have the. By the way, to anyone reading on the app, just know that I didn't want my work on there in the first place. Get rid of the app if you have it. It is literally pointless. It is stealing from others' works and making a profit off of it when fanfiction is not supposed to be used for any kind of profit. AO3 is non-profit. Thanks for reading. Smiley face. If you want to talk or ask anything about the fanfics I write, just use the links below. Ask me stuff on Tumblr or talk about stuff on Discord. Tumblr, https www.tumblr.com blog passing hostfriend. Discord, https discord.gg it is 2fdz chapter text. It has been a few months since Izuku turned 7. On his birthday, he got a handmade quilt from Kiki that had a little illustration of a Bulbasaur with freckles since she thinks he looks the most like a Bulbasaur. She also gave him birthday wishes from Tangela. Professor Toma gifted him with a detailed handbook about Pokémon and what they usually like or need depending on the type. It was hardcover and had a lot of information that Izuku can use for the future. All Might gave him one of his prototype capes that he hasn't used. He absolutely adored it. The white material was so smooth. Lycanroc really liked it too from the way he kept pawing at it, which made All Might slightly raise a brow at their behavior. Inko revealed that his father overseas helped pay for the gift, which turned out to be a Snorlax beanbag chair with a matching Pokeball abdomen. His birth father even surprised him with a video call. He knew that his father was still supportive and loved them even though they had divorced. He was happy they had a good friendship with no hard feelings since it was a mutual separation. His dad even mentioned finding someone recently since he went out on a date, and his mother was so happy to hear that. With these past months, Inko was working with All Might to prepare to move into the new house. When they went to see it first, it was love at first sight. There was so much space, but it didn't feel like it was too isolating. They had so much backyard space, and it even came with a small shed that wasn't pictured on the site. It was a nice surprise. In a few days, they will officially move into their new house. He will miss the old apartment, but it was getting a bit cramped. He is just that everyone will have more space and that they can make memories. Speaking of All Might, he said that tomorrow he will help him find a Mega Stone. He is so excited. Just then, Madaha flew in first of Izuku while he was reminiscing about life. Hey, are you excited about tomorrow? Madaha excitedly chirped before doing a twirl in the air. He cheerfully drilled his arms in the air with a cry of enjoyment. Yeah. I can't wait to find a Mega Stone for you. I hope that we find one. Professor Tuya already gave me my bracelet to allow everyone to Mega Evolve with their specific stones. Man, I just can't wait. I'm too excited to just travel in a little mini journey. Izuku admitted, happily bouncing on his bed. He drew Tu's attention when he bounced, causing her to pout with a grimace before turning around to try to get back to sleep. Oh, sorry, go back to your nap. Tu answered him back with a huff before brushing her vine whip against him in reassurance that she wasn't really that mad about it. Izuku hummed while he watched Macaria and Lily share the Snorlax beanbag chair. Zarius was already asleep on his back on the pokeball abdomen. Rosa and Quinn were sleeping next to each other, with Rosa mostly leaning into Quinn. Dagoto was already on his favorite shelf, Rizzuto was already in sleep mode in his Pokédex, and SB finally fell asleep at his desk after watching some relaxing videos that Izuku pulled up just of them. ASMR videos actually really helped SB calm down from the headaches along with normal soothing meditation like music. Koi was with Sun in the bathtub while Violetta was sleeping right near them on a mini waterbed that Inko picked up at a yard sale. Zuzu and Jessie were sleeping with their mothers tonight. Q was slowly nodding off in their spot nearest to him like always. Anubis was swinging his feet next to him on the bed next to him. Sakura walked up to the pokeball abdomen and curled up right up against it. Adora was surprisingly sleeping near SB because the relaxing videos got to her as well. What can Izuku say? Those videos were very helpful to sleep. He should know because he used that trick every time he couldn't really sleep. Diana was resting against Snorlax's beanbag chair with Charlotte's head on her lap. Griffin and Mercury were sleeping by the feet of Izuku's bed to guard him. Kagami was slumped on a pillow against the bookshelf while Ebony lazily napped a few shelves above him. Serge was relaxing with his tiny arms on his chest, but he looked out the window to the stars above him. Good night, everyone. I love you all. Izuku yawned, leaning down to finally let sleep consume him. Anubis climbed up to rest against him while Tu slept right by his feet. Mataha gently rested on top of his legs, making sure he didn't move in his sleep. Hello, my boy. Are you ready to start your own adventure to search for a Beedrillite? I'm ready. Izuku answered happily, practically bouncing in the ball of his feet. Anubis nodded from his side while Q flopped her head to the side. Mataha cheerfully flew up in the air in excitement while Serge smiled from the top of Izuku's head. Sun and Macaria were in their pokeballs for now safely tucked away in his pocket. Alright, this will be the first time you go on a journey by yourself. But I will be behind you all the way to make sure nothing happens to you. Although I won't help you unless absolutely necessary, like there was suddenly villains or a situation like that. Today is all about you growing with this experience, All Might explained while his floppy hat drooped. His disguise today was noticeably unrecognizable from the floppy hat to the oatmeal cardigan that he had donned to try to cover up his muscles only for the cardigan's buttons to look like they are ready to pop off at any time. I understand, sir. Izuku answered back respectively. Anubis nodded with a determined look. Alright now, hop onto my back. I need to make a long jump to get us over there. Hopefully, we don't draw any attention, All Might announced, squatting down to allow Izuku to climb on. Izuku quickly put everyone into their pokeballs since it was going to be a really fast jump. He didn't want anyone to get lost or hurt during it. Izuku climbed into his back after. Securing everyone safely inside their ball. Where are we going? We are going to the far side of the forest where there is a sea meeting another beach. From there is an abandoned ship that you will find the Mega Stone for Mataha. All Might responded, squatting a few times before getting ready to launch. You ready? Yep. Izuku replied before All Might took to the sky. Ah! Izuku muffled yelled into All Might's shoulder as he soared through the key. All Might kept a hand on his floppy hat as if that will help make anyone who sees them second guess if he was the #1 pro hero. Within only a minute, All Might landed in the middle of a forest. Great! Now all you have to do is go towards the east. You have your compass. He has something better than a compass, Rizzuto announced, popping out of his bag. Don't worry, friend. I have a map to help out if you need it. Thanks, Rizzuto, Izuku said while he released Mataha, Anubis, and Q back out. He patted the ball where the other three sat in his pocket. He needed to make sure the environment was mostly safe, then he could allow everyone to come out if they wanted. Alright, I think I'm all set. I have potions, berries, and anything else I can think of for this Mega Stone journey. Good. Now, just to remind you, I will be right here while you search. If you need any help, I will be close. Good luck, young Midoriya, All Might said with a proud smile. Thank you. Let's go, guys, Izuku announced, walking away slowly from the pro hero. Bye. I'll be back soon. I sure hope so, All Might said before breathing out when Izuku was out of sight. It shouldn't be that hard to fin it. I just worry he might get lost on the way to the destination. It took him a moment to realize he was actually talking by himself in the middle of a forest. It finally clicked in when a Comfey awkwardly backed away from him with a questioning look on their face. All Might slowly laughed before facepalming. He allowed his Pokémon to come out just so he can have some company. And if he needed help, his team with being ready with him. Izuku took off into his journey with Mata flying high next to his head. Macaria was on his heels walking with him while Anubis was on his other side. Surge sat on top of his head, scoping out the path by looking all around them. Q was resting on his shoulder like she always is, and Sun was hopping in front of him to lead the way down the path. Further along the path, Sun slowed down his hops to hop towards the tree line. Izuku took a pause as well while Macaria ran up to Sun to see what he was staring at. Izuku came up behind the two to watch as a herd of Dunsparce was walking on the dirt path below them with a single caterpie among them. Rizzuto came out of his bag to allow Izuku to take a picture of the site for safekeeping. Izuku smiled as he looked at them peacefully. He waved to the little caterpie among them before traveling back down the path. When he left, Caterpie looked back up at where he went. The group continued down the path with Rizzuto helping along the way. Surge yawned before almost falling asleep on top of Izuku's head because of the overall peaceful nature sounds and steady rhythm of Izuku's walk. I wonder how long it will take us to get there, Izuku wondered before bending down to pick up a berry that fell from a tree in front of him. Surge, want a berry? Surge looked to see the berry in front of him before lazily taking the berry into his mouth. Izuku giggled before asking, does anyone else want a berry? They all looked back at the idea of a snack. Q happily took hers before throwing Macaria's berry up in the air to catch in her mouth excitedly. Mataha swooped down to take one from Izuku's hand. Sun hopped up into Izuku's arms to take one. Yes, Anubis communicated with a grabby hand before he took one of the last ones from Izuku's hand. Izuku took the last one before letting Sun back down for him to lead again. Eventually, the group found the abandoned ship when they finally climbed up a hill in their path. Izuku happily ran down with his friends right next to him. He stopped just short of the water, noticing how there was a good amount of water between the ship and the shore. Izuku furrowed his brows at the water. Macaria, do you want me to carry you across? I don't know how deep the water is. Hound. Macaria agreed, hopping right into his arms before he trekked through the water. Anubis was right behind him with Sun helping him through the deeper parts. Mataha went ahead and helped Surge across by picking him up from Izuku's head. Izuku finally made it past the water, letting Macaria down first before helping Anubis into the platform. Finally, everyone was across Mataha looking more excited than normal. Izuku nodded to himself. Now all we have to do is find the stone inside. Although All Might did say something about solving a bit of a puzzle or something before we find it. Everyone ready? He received nods from mostly everyone while Mataha gave a happy trill. Great, let's get inside. With that, they all traveled inside the abandoned ship to find the Beedrillite. Once inside the ship, they found the ground to be littered with hole. Macaria and Surge walked ahead to find anything while the others went a different way to the right. Okay. We have some doors, more holes in the ground, and a whole lot of water. Izuku said before going to open some of the doors only to discover that they were locked. Should we swim down to see if there's anything down there? There might be a key to unlock these doors. Izuku looked at Macaria and Surge. You guys stay here to look out. Keep each other safe, okay? Sun, can you help me swim through this? I don't think I am that strong of a swimmer. Sun nodded, saluting up to Izuku before stepping into the water. Anubis followed him while Mata rested next to Surge and Macaria. Izuku promised, I'll be right back. They nodded while they watched him take a deep breath before diving under. Under the water, Sun grabbed a hold of Izuku's hand while Anubis took his other and together they swam in unison. Q helped out by using her shadow claw to basically propel them the dark water. Izuku struggled against the water while Sun was trying to keep moving on to help him. The water was proving much longer than they thought, and Izuku couldn't hold his breath for too long. Sun reflected back into the times he started to training together with everyone. How he wanted to be stronger with everyone, be stronger than he was. And this was his chance to prove it. Izuku needed his help. He needed to prove how strong he can be. Izuku squinted to see what was ahead of him only to be blinded with a familiar light before their swimming trip took a much faster approach. He couldn't help but feel a stronger tug ahead of him, yet a hard push behind him that propelled the friends through the water faster. In a short time, they finally hit the surface. White Izuku coughing up a bit. Huh? Oh goodness. That was a longer swimming trio than I expected. Don't you agree? Q voiced her agreement by vigorously shaking off her body to fling the water from her disguise. Anubis spewed out a water stream from his mouth. Izuku looked around for Sun only to see that he had changed. He had evolved into Frogadier. Sun. Oh my, you evolved. I'm so proud. Froga. Sun cheered. Kip. Huh. Izuku looked behind him to see a Mudkip swim up from behind him cheerfully. Were you the one that gave me a push from behind? Kip. Mudkip nodded with a grin. Thanks for the push, Izuku said before Anubis threw a glance back at Mudkip. Oh yeah, can you help us out? I'm trying to find a mega stone for my friend. Mudkip nodded before taking off onto the ship's wood while everyone climbed onto the ship's floor out of the water. Mudkip came back with a key in his mouth. Thank you, Mudkip, Izuku said before trying to use the key in the doors before Mudkip stopped him to motion with his head back in the opposite direction. Wait, we have to swim back to use the key? Mudkip tilted his head before walking to the wall while Izuku thought about it out loud. From the way things seem to be, it looks like I have to collect keys from different rooms. Then I have to find one key in particular that will bring us to the room where the mega stone for Amadaha would be. So I guess we have to just swim back and forth a few times if my hypothesis is correct dash. Mudkip. Mudkip said to call the attention of Izuku. Izuku looked back to see that Mudkip had dug holes under the doors and retrieved the keys. Mudkip picked up one that looked different from the others and placed it in front of him. He nodded his head towards the third room before sitting down in front of them. Izuku picked up all the keys that they gave him while Sun tilted his head when Q gave a short laugh at Izuku's predicament. Izuku looked at the keys in his hands. Oh. He says that he has watched too many people do this. He got kind of tired watching them swim back and forth. So, all we have to do is swim back, get the key for room 3, and then we should be set to come back here and get the thing we are looking for. Anubis explained before looking back at Mudkip. I got all that, right? Mudkip nodded happily. Okay, I guess we just swim back? Sun, you ready for another trip? Everyone good? Izuku asked before receiving agreement, especially a cheerful one from Mudkip. Okay, let's get back to the others. Madaha tilted his head. When will he get back? I have no idea, Surge answered back with a shrug. You don't think he is in trouble, right? Meta asked, staring at the calm water. Well, the boy seems to be a trouble magnet, but he should be all right. Macaria said before looking at the door. She looked around to see if anyone else was there watching the three before raising her brows at her idea. She looked back at her friends. Hey, do you think I can just melt a hole into the doors to see what is inside? It might make this quest quicker. Surge hummed, placing high and on his chin, on one hand, causing damage to an already abandoned ship. On the other hand, making us get home faster. Do it, Maka. Madaha yelled out. Macaria said before walking over to a door. All right, sweet. Macaria started to use Ember to slowly chip away from the corner of the door. She didn't know how long it would take for the door to finally get a hole big enough to crawl through. Oh wait. I see them coming. Madaha called out. Macaria looked up with wide eyes. How? I see them moving in the water. Madaha answered. Quick, move away from the door and act natural. Do I stand next to the door to hide it? Macaria asked. Madaha fluttered his wings before responding. I don't know. But they are coming in fast. Surge yelled out. Just act like we weren't just causing property damage and we should be fine. And so the three adopted their natural pose when Izuku finally came up from the water. Madaha was lying down in a way to hide door damage with his abdomen from Izuku's perspective. Macaria was lying down on her stomach next to Surge, who was leaning against the opposite wall. Izuku raised a brow at their positions that were trying to sell. Hey, we haven't been doing anything. We definitely didn't cause property damage if that was what you were about to say. I heard something about property damage from under the water, Sun said to break up the silence. Oh hi. You're evolved. Macaria commented. Surge hummed. Isn't that nice? When did that happen? Madaha asked cheerfully. Q narrowed her eyes. Don't change the subject. Why are the three of you acting suspicious? Mada laughed. Suspicious? I don't know what you are talking about. What up? Ready to cause property damage? Mudkip yelled out from behind Izuku before jumping onto the land. Oop, looks like you guys beat me to it. I don't think we need to cause property damage that much anymore since we got the keys. Anubis looked over to Mudkip, right? Mudkip shrugged before going towards one of the rooms. Beats me. I just see them walk around and swim back and forth a lot. I just know that you needed a storage key to find the stone. We just need to find the key to get inside the room that leads to outside. Q tilted her head past him to look at place they came through, or we could just go outside and find it out there? Mudkip looked from Q, back to the front door, and then looked back at her. If you want to take the fun out of it, you could try to find it from looping around outside. All right, Anubis said to Mudkip before turning to Izuku to explain the situation. If that is okay with everyone, I think we can try going around the boat, Izuku added. I'll help with the swim across if we come into deep waters. You in? Sun asked Mudkip. Mudkip nodded. Yeah, I got nothing better to do. I can help carry you guys. Mata offered to Macaria and Surge. I call your back. Macaria, you can be carried in his drills, Surge said before climbing up to take the role of the piggyback. Situation. Cool. I'll just keep riding in the backpack. Reizuto yelled out from inside his bag. Reizuto, are you okay? Izuku asked worriedly. He opened up his bag to see Reizuto resting in the bag. Reizuto answered, yeah. It was just a bumpy ride underwater. No big. You might want to put this Dex in rice when you get home though, just to be safe. The Pokédex is waterproof, but you never know. Izuku and his friends took off towards the front door. Mudkip ran ahead to lead them with Sun right behind him. They took to the water once outside, circling the boat until they came to a door that had a sandhill in front of it for them to walk on. Mata came to land, dropping off Macaria, and Surge jumped off his back. I think this is it. This key should open it, Izuku said before placing the key 8 inside the lock and turning it until it clicked. It's open. I can't wait. Mata cried out, his drills spinning in anticipation. Izuku opened the door, revealing a few items on the floor with wooden crates all around the room. Surge took off behind a wooden crate after seeing something sparkle from the light that came from the closed door. Surge whistled the best he could before speaking up. Wow, these are a lot of gold nuggets. We can give these to Miss Inko so she won't have to spend that much on groceries. Q celebrated. Anubis smiled. 10 repeated the new information to Izuku, who looked happy that he may gift his mom with them. Mudkip was looking around in awe, happy to finally see what the others come here for. Anubis walked over to what looked like a CD or DVD on the ground. What is this? That looks like a technical machine. Professor Toma told me about them. Izuku replied, rushing over to see which one. There are so many of them. Which one is this one? Reizuto climbed out of the bag before staring at the TM hard. Reizuto cleared his throat. TM return. Return is a normal type move that varies in power depending on friendship. Max happiness gives it a base power of 102 and a low of 1 base power. With 0 friendship, it is a physical type move. This is one of the best normal type moves because if you have max happiness, it has 102 power and it will always have 100% accuracy. Wow, Izuku commented. I think I found the stone. It looks pretty. Mataha said, floating above a spot in the corner behind a few wooden crates. Izuku rushed over to Mataha and found the Beedrillite right behind the crates. Nice work finding the stone, Mata. That means our quest has been completed. Wait, completed? Yeah, we completed the task of finding the stone. Does that mean you guys are going to leave? Yeah, Q answered back simply, gathering up the golden nuggets to put in the bag with Reizuto to look after them. Anubis places the TM in the bag before looking back to Mudkip. Sun stepped forward. You can come with us if you want. Izuku is a lovely friend who cares very much about us. I noticed that this place can be lovely at times. So if you would like, I think Izuku would accept you with open arms. Mudkip looked to him and then at Izuku. Would he really accept me? Anubis looked over at him. Oh, definitely, no doubt about it. What are you guys talking about? Izuku asked while he walked over to see what the fuss was about. Mudkip cheeped our which Anubis translated for him. He wants to join. Izuku tilted his head. Of course if he wants to. He was a great help to us, so I would be happy to be his friend. Mudkip looked up at Izuku with tearful eyes before jumping up and down in excitement. Yes, yes, yes. How about, Swampy? Do you like that name? Swampy nodded enthusiastically while everyone else just watched him celebrate. They knew it wouldn't be too long before he might join. And so when the sun was beginning to set, Swampy joined the rest of the team on their walk back to All Might. And then afterward, he got a big hug filled with tears with his mother who was grateful that he actually wanted to gift her with the gold nuggets to help pay for essentials. It was finally the move-in day. Izuku would definitely miss the apartment, but he was excited to see what new memories he will make at the new house. All Might was there with them to help with the moving by basically using a truck from his friend to transport their luggage. They would take their furniture after the first trip. After a considerable time in the car behind All Might's truck, they finally arrived at their new house. It looked so beautiful from the outside, it reminded him of a mixture of Bakugo's house and Kiku's shelter. Izuku's friends were all in their Pokeballs along with Inko's Pokémon for a safer travel. All Might picked up their luggage in one go before running into the house to set them down. Izuku and Inko followed after him with boxes of their own. Once inside, Izuku gasped at the interior despite seeing it before in the pictures that his mother had shown him. It was so pretty on the inside as well as the outside. The contemporary traditional styled house had a beautiful wooden interior with painted walls. The screen sliding doors leading outside were just beyond the kitchen dining area. The kitchen was so spacious, it had wooden shelves and cabinets that could fit so much stuff. There was a door that led to a mini pantry for Inko to put her skis and everything inside. The sink had a gray granite top with a smooth gray cabinet beneath to check on the pipes and places the cleaning supplies. The living room was right before the kitchen with a large L-shaped sofa in front of a television that sat comfortably inside an indent in the wall. Underneath the television was a few shelves to place their movies and games. On the first floor was the kitchen, the living room, the garden, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom. The second floor housed another 2 bedrooms with a bathroom in the hallway. There was also a door that opened up to stairs that lead to the attic. Outside was a huge backyard that was very open. It had a large tree overlooking a small pond next to a garden of flowers. The shed was on the opposite end around the corner of the house. Inko could see the doors near the corner of the house that led to tech cellar down below that also could act as a basement. I still can't believe this is our new home. Thank you again, Inko said calmly to All Might. It was no problem, I was just lucky enough to find a house that fit your needs. Just call me your new real estate agent, All Might joked, which caused Inko to laugh. Together they spent the rest of the day moving into their new house, from going on another trip to the apartment to unloading the boxes. Between all of it happening, Izuku started to question why All Might's Lucario was snickering every time All Might's face became red. After it was all done, Inko prepared some lemonade for everyone while relaxing in the backyard. By now, all of the Pokémon were hanging out amongst the new property by either playing in the garden or inspecting the inside of the house that they were staying in now. Without anyone's attention, a certain Galarian Zigzagoon and Ekans with matching necklaces slid into the backyard behind the shed. Ekans peeked out to see everyone having fun, spotting the new addition playing with the other water types in the pond. It was a new chapter starting the page of Izuku's story. It took them some time to get used to the new household. But it had so much more space than their old apartment had. And the old owners actually left behind some things in the shed that Izuku had discovered. One of the things that were left behind was a whole archery setup. There were targets, bows, and arrows that the original owner had left behind in good condition. It must have been an old hobby that the Pei didn't want to take with them. His mother had actually gotten him a starter phone, so he can call or text her. It was a simple flip phone that could only make calls and send texts. Reizuto could help him where the flip phone couldn't. They could tell him where he was and take pictures. And after they officially moved in, Izuku was ready to take on a different adventure. He met with All Might at Dagoba Beach. He furrowed his brow at the appearance of a small garbage pile beginning to form near the edge of the deck. He noticed that All Might has been getting kind of busy this week after they had moved in, but hopefully he is staying safe. My boy, I have great news. All Might remarked with a bright smile. Violetta's old trainer has been dealt with accordingly from one of my friends, Tsukachi. He works at the police station and he took care of the case. We won't have to deal with that trainer ever again. I do hope I get to introduce you to him soon. He has been waiting to meet you since I tell him so much about your progress. That's great. Izuku retorted before All Might went on to explain the next adventure that he thought that Izuku would like. It was supposed to be a relatively easy adventure that would allow him to explore an island just off the coast. It wasn't that far from the beach, it was small and used mostly for beginning Pokémon trainers that wanted to find a quiet place to rest. The first step was to talk to an old man that worked at the fishing store near the end of the beach. He would talk to him about random things. All Might warned him that he might just show you how to capture a Pokémon at most. The old man was known to help out the beginning Pokémon trainers, so he might mistake Izuku for one of them. And then Izuku would travel to the island by either surfing, sailing, or the old man will call upon Loras to give him a nice ride across the water. After Izuku had explored the island, he could report back to the Loras waiting for him at any time. It was a simple exploration, there wasn't any prize waiting for him. It was a simple journey. Although All Might did tell him about a myth about the island. A myth of two Pokémon that weren't supposed to be on the Pokédex. They were a bird and Norma-type Pokémon. A bird-type Pokémon? Doesn't that mean flying type? No, bird-type. It has been said that the two Pokémon are known to be the glitches. Legend goes that they can cause hallucinations, change forms, go past any level that regular Pokémon could reach, and duplicate items. Their technical names are M and Missingno, All Might explained. But there has been no sighting of them at all since pre-Quirk era. It has been said that they either disappeared or are still in hiding somewhere. Myths say that they have been staying on that island. But there have been multiple trainers that visit the island and return without seeing them at all. They just return with a few berries and go about their day. Izuku nodded, looking towards the water to spot the island a bit farther out in the water. It wasn't big at all, but it had many trees covered the green grass. Well, I can't wait to see for myself. Alright, now, let's see about today's training. I was thinking that we do a bit of water training since the waves are looking especially good today, All Might said. Izuku nodded before bringing out Swampy, Koi, and Sun. And then Izuku trained with his water Pokémon while All Might worriedly wondered about the message that Tsukachi sent him earlier that day. A message that said something about All for One possibly coming back for a fight. If he did come, All Might would be ready to face him to get a victory for his master. The next day, Izuku was packing up his bag to leave on his small exploration journey. He brought Xarius, Adora, Sakura, Anubis, Dagato, and Q with him on this exploration. Q rides on his shoulder like always while the rest of his friends were in their Pokeballs. His mother kissed him goodbye on his cheek, double-checking to check that he had his starter phone with him as well. He waved goodbye to his many friends before walking all the way back to the beach to find the old man. Eventually, he found the old man with the bucket hat with a few Magikarps swimming around in the waves. Hello. Izuku greeted hesitantly. The old man turned with a gentle expression. Why hello there, young man. What brings you here today? I want to explore the island over there, Izuku retorted. The old man's bushy eyebrows shot up. Oh really now? Well then, let me teach you the ropes of how to catch a Pokémon before you go there. There might be a few that might want to join your upcoming journey. Izuku nodded as he waited patiently for the man to show him how to catch a Pokémon. He used his own Pyukamiku as an example to catch one of the Magikarps swimming by. It is as simple as that. But be careful on your journey. I'll have my lappers give you a ride there since you might not have a Pokémon yet that can help you surf that far away. The old man explained before he whistled. At the sound of the whistle, lappers rose from the water to perch themselves near the sand for Izuku to climb on. Izuku waved to the old man while Q continued to ride on his shoulders. Q's ear flaps moved with the gentle breeze over the ocean waves. Eventually, Lapras surfed over to the island, resting on the edge of the beach to wait for Izuku to be done. Izuku thanked the kind Pokémon before nodding to Q. It was time to explore. Izuku texted his mom right when he got into the island first before letting out his Pokémon friends. Adora hummed when she looked at the beautiful surroundings along with Zarius. Degato floated into the air next to Izuku's head to keep a close eye on all of them like a tired babysitter. Sakura skipped beside Izuku as she took off behind bushes to find anything that caught her interest. Meanwhile, Anubis was peacefully walking with Izuku, looking at the bushes as he passed. Zarius eventually takes the lead, getting in front of Izuku to march ahead of everyone else. Izuku hummed as he walked the sandy path with his friends next to him the whole time. The island was small, but it had many plants that grew all around. Izuku couldn't see many Pokémon around other than a caterpie that was napping on a branch that he passed. Then, Zarius stumbled upon an open area that wasn't surrounded by a path of trees. He took off the area of everyone with Izuku following behind him as he ran around the place happily. Izuku smiled as Sakura leaped in to join him with Adora following their lead. Izuku laughed as his friends joined into an almost impromptu dance party in the area. Izuku stiffened up when he heard a rustle in the bushes near a rather large rock. Izuku tilted his head, moving towards the rock to find a giant hole carved into the side of it. It was covered by many large bushes, so anyone passing by would just mistake it for a boulder and go on. Izuku crept closer when all of a sudden Q cried out in surprise when something flashed before her eyes. Izuku backed away to check on a Q, not noticing two Pokémon presences getting close to them. Degato hovered by Izuku's shoulder, getting into a protective mode. Izuku paused at the sight of the two Pokémon that All Might said were technically supposed to be myths. One seemed to be very tall from what he could tell, it was almost twice the size as the other. The two were like glitches in real life. The area around the two was blurred around them like they were the airbrushes of reality. They looked unique. One looks like if a Kangaskhan was blurred around the edges with different parts of a Clefairy or a Slowpoke from the pink spots that Izuku could see. The other took the form of the skeleton of an extinct Pokémon that Izuku learned from the professor was called Aerodactyl. Rizzuto chimes in, Missingno and M-Bird normal types. Missingno has 5 forms: Ghost, Skeletal Aerodactyl, Skeletal Caputops, and Normal. Rizzuto got drowned out when the one that looked like Skeletal Aerodactyl transformed into a different form that took on a more yellow shade. Izuku watched in shock as the Pokémon in front of him let out a long screech. A long screech that lasted almost 10 minutes from what he can gather. All of his friends were covering their ears from the loudness of the scream while Izuku gritted his teeth against it. It soon quieted down only to transform again. But this time, they took on the form of him. The Pokémon looked almost like him except for the overall fuzziness that the glitches seemed to provide. He looked his duplicate up and down only for them to fade into the skeletal form of Kabutops. Q dropped down from his shoulder to stand in front of him while Anubis looked on edge. They looked ready to defend at any second if the other moved towards him. Izuku looked down at them before glancing back up at the two Pokémon that were regarded as myths. He watched their body language take on a more defensive side than offensive. Professor Tia taught him to watch the body language for any signs of distress or danger, so he knew which Pokémon to not approach. They didn't look dangerous at all, but they did look like they were seeing them as a threat or danger to themselves. Izuku didn't know what the next course of action to take would be. He knew that he had no reason to fight them. He basically showed up here out of nowhere, so they had a reason to be on edge. Okay, Izuku thinks he knows what to do now. But I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm very sorry for basically showing up out of nowhere. I just wanted to have a fun little exploration of this island. I came with no intention of hurting you in any way. So I apologize for making it seem like I was here as a threat, which is not the case. So, yeah, Izuku apologized in a ramble while the two Pokémon listened. After he said that, the two seemed to calm down hesitantly, like they wanted to believe he was telling the truth, but they didn't know if he was tricking them. I promise that I'm not here to cause you any trouble or hurt anyone in any way. I'm just here to explore with my friends, Izuku replied, gesturing to his friends. Zarius was standing in front of Adora with his arms outstretched like he was acting as her shield. Sakura was tilting her head at them curiosity. Degato was still floating in the air, staring at them impassively. After a moment of waiting, their body language calmed down fully. They still watched him from a distance with the slightest bit of hesitancy still left in their eyes before Anubis tried to communicate with them. Izuku watched as Anubis talked to them for a bit, tilting his head at some of the responses he got back. Anubis turned to him to explain that they were actually worried if he was part of one of the organizations that are out to capture them. Apparently, a lot of teams made of bad guys wanted to steal them away. That's why they moved onto this island. They get scared every time someone visits, only to relax when they move on, since the people were mostly visiting Pokémon trainers. Izuku explained himself and introduced his friends to them. Sakura took them the most interest in them since she could relate to living in fear of bad guy teams. She had to experience a lot of experiments before she was rescued. They just didn't want to live in fear anymore of being discovered. Anubis translated for the other two Pokémon. M and Misingno looked up at Izuku once again. They are tired of running and hiding, but they don't want to be a puppet to some kind of underground deals. Sakura piped up from her spot while she looked at the two others. Anubis' ears shot up at her offer while Izuku could guess from the look on Anubis' face. Misingno let out a series of noises that sounded mixed together. Anubis looked to them and responded back with a nod. Well, we have enough room at the house, don't we? Can they come live with us? Anubis asked while Sakura looked at Izuku with her play doll eyes. Izuku laughed. It almost seemed like his own friends were adopting more friends. Which they were technically at this point. Izuku replied, if they wished, they can come with us. I don't think anyone will look for you two at my house. Our new house is pretty secured down with the help of my D-Data, my trainer. I promise I will try to do anything in my power to protect you. And I'm pretty sure everyone will have your back. Sakura nodded her agreement while Q gave a cheerful wag of her disguise's head. Degato floated down to rest in Izuku's hair while Adora and Zarius gave their own agreement. Reizuto piped up, nobody has really come after us. Junior protects us and we protect him. M and Misingno looked at each other for a moment before huddling together to decide what they should do. Izuku gave them time to decide since it was their choice after all. And they decided to join them. Izuku offered them 2 heal ball that they gladly chose as their new homes. And then Lapras surfed them back once again while Izuku texted his mom about 2 new friends on the way back to the house. Izuku let out M and Misingno with the others only when he got inside his house. Inko jumped at the sudden appearance of the 2 unique-looking Pokémon only for them to greet her in happy voices. Inko smiled at them while Lycanroc gave them a once-over with their own eyes. Welcome to the family. Do they have a nickname I can call them? Would you guys want a nickname? Or do you two prefer to be called something else? They both seemed to shrug at the idea, letting Anubis translate for them. Apparently, they have already given themselves a name to refer to each other by. M was named Duplica and Misingno was called when Izuku asked where Duplica got her name from. The other chirped happily. Anubis tilted his head at their question before pulling out 6 items from Izuku's bag for her to demonstrate something with. Anubis pulled out 3 different berries, a potion, a Pokeballs before finally pulling out the rare candy that 2 had gifted Izuku before. Duplica moved to take the rare candy before the candy became 2, then 4, then 10 and so on until the floor was covered in a huge pile of rare candies. It looked like there were over 200 candies all on the floor in front of him. Whoa, Izuku commented. Zarius stared at the pile before digging into the candies to eat some of them. Zarius continued eating while Izuku mumbled about the unique talents that they seemed to possess. Maybe that's why bad people want them? Izuku glanced up to see Zarius getting enveloped into a familiar white light that Izuku has seen before. Zarius! You're evolving! Zarius looked down at himself before the light faded to show him in his new Charmeleon form. They celebrated with a huff of smoke through their nose as they smirked at their brand new form. Missingno took back their ghost form while a few of Izuku's friends took a few candies for themselves to snack on. Izuku decided that maybe he should keep the rest in a safe place for now. Charmeleon danced around proudly while Macaria and Lily snacked in their own candies. Izuku laughed joyfully at the new development while Duplica seemed happy that they were able to cause such a good reaction from the rest. Many other friends joined in on the sudden welcome party while others ate a few more candies before Izuku and Inko put them away in a basket.